let me activate our mics real quick. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 5 minutes behind, I would say, on the behind the scenes. When you got a brother from another, when you got a fantastic gentleman that you love spending your Saturday mornings with, chopping it up about the gaming industry, sharing a passion. You got to talk about some personal things behind the scenes too, man. You got to. I heard somebody say recently that you can't have like friends from social media or like online internet, things like that. There's no way that you can build those kind of relationships, bonds.
As an ongoing myth, sir.
It seems to be. But yeah, so excuse us, but we were spending some time catching up because we haven't, as much as, look, me and Pong already come here free willy and give it to y'all live, raw, and uncut, right? Using the RTS approach, using a lot of that ECP, educated consumer perspective, and giving you guys angles of what's going on in the industry that we don't discuss throughout the week, right? We might say some things in the DMs and go back and forth about little things, but it's nothing major like, oh, we're going to blow this topic up. Unless we're talking about factions again, which apparently now is completely dead. And
that's the F word. We're not using the F word.
And, and has led me to have completely no faith in anything Sony can do right now. God. I don't even have faith that Spider-Man is going to be a good game anymore. God. I don't. Why should I have faith? Sony can't make good multiplayer games, so why should I have faith in this? Anyway, we'll get into that later. But yeah, nonetheless, even for our audio listeners, because you guys aren't going to have the music today. For the intro, we're getting straight into it, so you'll get the little hums and highs, and you get the rough intro. Well, but gotta do things differently every now and then. But for everybody that's here, I had a little dramatic pause in there as I looked over and saw you guys consistently getting in it in chat. You were asking us where we were at, asking us if we were okay. And of course we're okay, ladies and gentlemen. We're not having any technical issues. Again, living split screen, you want to know another magical thing about what we do here is that we'll have weeks of episodes that have zero issues, and then one day everything will just act like it wants to break. So we're doing fine so far. All the adjustments we have made behind the scenes seem to have worked. So looks like we're rocking and rolling. But let's get into these intros. I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That T is a 7 everywhere. Easily place, I can't talk today, that you can find me. It's probably going to be through the Google algorithm. Just type it in. You'll find all my information there. Also, the streets of X, or Twitter as it's formerly known. And right here on Living Split Screen on Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time. And it's weird not having, daylight savings anymore that we got to worry about. It was extremely awkward when all of a sudden I go outside and it's dark, right? Or you wake up and it's still like uber dark and you're like, bro, what happened? And you think you're just like, damn, okay, I forgot. Here in the States, we passed, I was leave that last year. After we sprung forward, we are no longer doing the sitting time forward back thing from going forward. So, which is kind of cool. I'd rather things be streamlined so people don't have those excuses. My alarm clock wasn't, even though we all have phones now, but neither here or there. Enough of me, ladies and gentlemen. I'll get into what I have been playing here in a bit. I do have some of the first Descendant open crossplay beta gameplay that I'll have for you guys in the background, but that's not what I've been playing this week, as that beta has been over for about 2 weeks now, if I'm not mistaken. But I got to get you in right in front of the most uncanny gentleman that I have met. The X-Men, who is not Cyclops, but he's consistently going back and forth with Jean Grey. I try to stay out of their business. Sometimes the door's closed. Sometimes it's a little cracked. So I try to see what I can see, and I almost get blown up every time, but it's all right. My brother from another. Some call him the Encyclopedia Gamer. I just call him the Uncanny Gentleman because that's my guy. But the brother from another, Pong. So, how you feeling, brother, man?
Well. Back on again on another Saturday. Man, what a week. What a week. What a culmination of everything for the past nearly 2 years. Steel. We've been talking about this moment. And here we are on a Saturday, another living split screen. It is October the 14th, the day after D-Day for some people, which was the 13th. Yep. The Friday the 13th in October for those of us in this community, those of us that care as much as we do and have as much passion for this hobby, will never be the same again. We will remember it as the day that Microsoft closed the deal with Activision, Blizzard, and King finally. And we got a lot to talk about, but yeah, man, it's been a week. As Steele said, him and I had to catch up a little bit, real life stuff in the background.
Of course.
As always, Steele and I gotta, chop it up, as he likes to say, and because we're family, man. At the end of the day, nice. That's really where our relationship is at this point. With all of us that are so close knit around here, like Steele said, the myth being spread that you can't make friends in real life. A lot of these people just podcast together and don't care about each other. That's not the case, especially with Steele and I. So we had to chop it up. But yeah, man, it's been a week. Got down back into Starfield as far as game playing goes. I've still been playing a little bit of Forza here and there, but I really was missing Starfield. As I posted on Twitter, I had to hop back in, man, because as much as I do enjoy Forza, and I think Forza is fantastic, we talked about it last week to start the show for nearly an hour and a half. Love Forza, love the driving experience, and still am. But man, Starfield is just my life. Again, that game, it just feels like going home, man. When I hop back into it, there's so much to explore again, and there's so much to do that I'm not getting sick of it at all. Like, it's not getting old to me. Every planet is different. And I know not everybody's built this way. Not everybody enjoys what I enjoy when I get into one of these open world sandboxes, but Todd and his team just, for some reason, have always reached down into my head and to what I think about and brain wise, how I work. And they just pull out the very essence of what I enjoy about gaming. So I'm just having a blast in Starfield, man. I really am. And I don't see any end in sight whatsoever. So that's all I've been doing this week. And again, it hasn't been over the top. I've had some other things going on as well. So I haven't played as much as I normally would this week, but Starfield has been it. So I just got a lot to talk about in this PM and the PM on Thursday. We had a big giant panel last night on Xbox Ultimate. Love to get here with my brother from another two-man team on a Saturday. Got more time to talk about what actually went down yesterday, Absolutely. What it all means. So I'm just pumped to do that. Steele and chat. You guys are all looking beautiful on this Saturday morning, as always. Great to see the familiar faces showing up in here. We're excited, man. This is big time. This is reshaping the face of the industry, and we're going to get into it, Steele. But yeah, that's been my week, brother.
Yeah, we're definitely going to get into it again with ABK closing. It's been a couple of years, especially since we've been in the community, really driving our opinions and our thoughts. It's kind of heartfelt for sure, because we've been talking about it for so long, the different angles, where we came from the conversation, how passionately we felt and how strong we felt about the opinion of this not needing to be blocked, or not understanding why necessarily needed to be blocked, and also getting a lot of the behind the scenes things that maybe we were guessing about. And I mentioned this last night on Ultimate, but being able to pull back that curtain and saying, oh, damn, some of those things that we thought are true. And sure, could we blame some of those things on Xbox and how they handle the business? Sure. But I do think it does open up a wider conversation that we missed. But for me, gaming this week has definitely been more so centered around Forza for sure. I mentioned last night on Ultimate that I'm starting to see the cracks in Forza Motorsport as far as the monotony, right? Being involved in the community, you tend to do research just on different games, what's going on out there, topics, conversations, just so you're more informed. At least that's what I do, to see what people are kind of talking about. And this isn't just Twitter, YouTube. I'm talking about Facebook, Instagram. I'm all over the place, just peering through, seeing how people feel, Metacritic, Steam, just looking through the different places. And The monotony of Forza is definitely getting in there, more so on a standpoint, again, I'm not finished with career yet. I believe I'm in the 4th set of races, in the 2nd playlist, so I haven't even got that far down. But what I mean by the monotony is that you leveling your car up, starting with the car fresh, leveling it up to a certain point, and then having to consistently level it up for every race, right? It kind of feels in some ways, and again, we spoke about this previously, where it would have been much more enticing and it would have enhanced the experience if you would have tied this system to the manufacturer, as we mentioned before. It would have made you more so, hey, even if you only unlock that one manufacturer, at least you know, if I used a Ford for an example, anything that's in Ford, I know that I can upgrade to the B class if I need to, C class, whatever class I need to upgrade it to, but I have these upgrades unlocked and I can use the car, tune it however I want and get into those races, and then more so focus on maybe tuning the car, maybe taking those chances to learn what that system is. And I feel like because of how they currently have it set up, it doesn't lead you to want to do that. It makes it feel like it could be mundane. But again, I also can't be disingenuous to say that I'm bored or tired of it, because I'm still having fun, right? I'm still challenging myself. I just upped my my difficulty to level 7. Still playing on simulation, everything. So, and then placing myself on that grid right, because I'm still finding, even on difficulty level 7, where if I start close to the front of the pack, I'm probably going to end up first. But the whole thing about the grid system is that you do want to make sure that you get placed in the top 3 so that you do get those bonuses for using that grid setup or whatever position that you that they want you to set up. But you have to place top 3 to get those bonus credits. Regardless, it doesn't matter what it says or where you're going to land. As long as you end up here, no, you have to be top 3 to get those bonuses. So that's been that part of it. I have been in and out of Lies of P. I'm towards the end of Lies of P. I am going to stand on the fact that I do still think that Lies of P is one of the more difficult Souls games, just because it wants you to be good at the game. If you don't learn how to parry, and again, direct on hit, and because the dodge isn't as forgiving, there's still iframes, you can figure your way out. But it is extremely punishing. And as much as I may be enjoying it, this is my style of game, right? I like these style of games. These things entice me. That challenge continues to persuade me. And I'm also not one to say, oh, let me try a completely different build. No, I need to figure out how to use what I have put together up to this point. So that gives you another perspective of, I mean, it can also be perceived challenge. I did jump into a little bit of now this is one I'm going to have to say, I have a lot to say about it, unfortunately. Well, fortunately and unfortunately, I'm of two minds. Because I did jump into the Lords of the Fallen last night with my brother. He's got some time that opened up, and shout out to him. He's been
rocking
playing
on PC still,
bro.
Hope you're on playing on PC.
I'm about to get into it. He doesn't have his PC. And he bought the game. So we've been playing on Xbox.
Yeah.
And first off, I'll say this: in performance mode, Lord of the Fallen is a really dope game. Single player, you just going. Actually, I would almost say that if you are newer to Souls games, or maybe you want less of that challenge, quote unquote, Lords of the Fallen might be a good entry point. I do feel like Lies of P kind of put me in this hyperbolic time chamber where I've been training for years for something. And it's been Lords of the Fallen because it just feels like it's easier to play. Sure. It's very forgiving. The parry is very forgiving. The dodge covers a huge distance. There's just a lot of things the game does to be more appealing, but it's also a lot to take in. A lot of different systems they have in play. But as I'm getting into it, it's working. So in single player, the game is fine. Like the performance issues that people were talking about, I'm not really seeing. I would much rather, again, this game is extremely obvious when it's in quality mode. at least frame rate wise. It is extremely obvious because I think multiplayer, and it may just be an Xbox thing, but in multiplayer, I think it caps at 230 frames, and there's other performance issues that also start to happen. Like, for an example, for whatever reason, when you get in a multiplayer, the textures in the game become muddy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not talking about just, the resolution scale. No, I'm talking about like the quality of the textures go down to like low when you're in multiplayer. And it's blatantly noticeable. I'm talking about when we went to go fight that first boss in multiplayer, and I thought it was just a connection thing, but we swapped hosts and everything, and no, it's multiplayer. When I went to go fight that boss, she literally looked like she was made out of Play-Doh. Literally.
So it wasn't just loading. It was flat out,
it never loaded in. The textures never loaded in. She literally looked like she literally looked like a base model character with Play-Doh on top. There's no detail in the face, none of the textures on. Now, when you go back to single player, that goes away. It goes back to being normal, exactly how it's supposed to be intended. So right now, and again, I haven't done enough research on Lords of the Fallen specifically, though I have heard that apparently there's major performances issues on Xbox versus PC and PlayStation. And I don't know if the multiplayer is the biggest part of that, or if they're just talking about the game overall.
The game overall, I've seen it steal from tons of people now. The single player on Xbox drops to the 10 frames per second, literally.
Now, it does have some of those moments, but again, I've only ever noticed it in multiplayer. I played a couple hours of single player, and I haven't noticed it. It plays smooth. It's running fine. Again, maybe I just have a magical Series X in single player, but yeah, I didn't. It's such a night and day difference between multiplayer to single player and what I have personally went through that I've only had a problem with multiplayer. It's so bad to the point where it kind of gives me a headache, where it's like, because not only that, the other thing about Souls type games too is that it's already difficult enough when you have that learning experience of the enemies, right? The bosses, and everything. But it's also an additional add-on when you're fighting connection. Not only are you fighting connection, but you're fighting the frame rate. And when you're fighting the frame rate, the lack of texture, the textures coming in, and you're fighting against these different things, and it starts making the experience unenjoyable, and hard to like get into. Now, we did end up beating the first boss, though I do think that the only reason why we had any trouble with it was because of connection. I couldn't dodge when I saw her get dodged. I had to kind of time myself. Okay, I see her swing, she's swinging. Okay, now I dodge. So I had to do a time on top of a time kind of thing. And that was really jading, like a jadeful experience for me. But because of what I've experienced as single player, I'm still extremely interested in playing it and continuing to progress. And I like what the game is presenting to us. But I have to like be upfront. We want to talk about a game coming out broken up front. This is a good example. And this is also a good example of a game that may get shitted on and is actually a pretty damn good game. Right? Like, and I don't know what it's tied to, whether it be, because of the online, that's what's causing the issues. Something's not talking to something right. But it doesn't make sense. And you can't say, because I saw some people running with, look at Xbox. They can't, I told you guys they were behind. They can't get their technologies together. These devs are making it's too difficult to make games for Xbox. And I was like, I don't know if that's what happened. It has to be something that's off, whether it's a line of code, some optimization that needs to be done, but they can't, like, because the team for Lords of the Fallen came out and said, hey, PlayStation, Xbox, PlayStation, the PC are working fine. We're working on that update for the Xbox. That's it. We're just working on it, huh? No timeline. No. This is what we've seen. But again, I haven't done a large amount of research on it. I wanted to jump into it as fresh as possible. Again, not to have a jaded experience, but it's so weird, man, because this is another game. Well, honestly, this is the first time in recent memory for me that I feel like I really want to play the game, but I'm questioning myself because of what I experienced in multiplayer, because I was extremely hype about being able to play this game with my bro multiplayer, because it's drop in, drop out multiplayer, co-op. Like, you could literally come in whenever you want to. Y'all don't have to be at a specific place. We could play the entire game, start to finish, complete co-op. As soon as you get to that first resting point, co-op from there forward if you want to, right? So it's like, we were super hype about that. We hadn't really been able to get that experience since Elden Ring, right? And even Elden Ring isn't that way. It's only boss-centric, and you can only do it in certain areas, and it's up to a certain point, whereas this one, it's like completely, even if you die, you guys respawn together. I was like, damn, they got a lot of cool things here that I would like, that I know me and my bro would enjoy, who are fans of these style of games, right? So it's unfortunate. Hopefully they get it patched out sooner than later. Again, single player has been a lot of fun, more than multiplayer has for me. I haven't had a lot of those visual issues or anything like that. Frame rate drops. It feels extremely smooth in single player. So yeah, man, that's kind of what I've been into this week. So
that's cool, man. Love the look of Lords of the Fallen.
Yeah, I love the aesthetic.
I always do.
Really,
I love the aesthetic of all Souls games. Like, let's be real, that dark era.
This one takes it back to Dark Souls 2 and really gets that focus back in on that gritty darkness that everybody loved with those older games. Lords of the Fallen is hit for a game that was remade, because that's what this is.
Yeah.
For a game that was completely redone, they've done all the right things. But the optimization of the game is going to kill y'all if y'all don't get it together quick. And it's not acceptable to release the game, at least from what you're saying, Paul, with people mentioning.
But still.
Not good.
People out here that want to pay $100 per game, Brody.
I'm not doing that. Nah, I'm good.
They're worth it, man. Yes. From what I saw, Steel, like I said, I saw what people were posting, and it was more than just like one person. This seems to be, a actual issue with this game, and they made their post about how PC and PlayStation 5 were getting the patch, and Xbox was going to get the patch
what it was
in the coming days, right? So
that's what it was. So there's a patch coming, and then another patch coming later.
Right. There's a patch for
bro.
Xbox coming later to bring it, and their own words was to bring it in line parity wise with the PC and PlayStation 5 version. So freely admitting that their Xbox version was broken, and that it was, again, now there's some back and forth about why, whether it was, development issues with the Xbox version, whether they didn't put priority into the Xbox version, or whether this was a part of the certification process that Xbox does have Probably. An extra layer or two above and beyond PC and PlayStation. We've seen that before too, where patches for the Xbox are delayed because of the certification process. So there's some back and forth there. They didn't clarify what it was, but the fact that you released the game in this form is just a bad look. Again,
it doesn't feel good. It's a $70 game.
No,
it's not a $60 game.
No. And
price game.
Yeah, it's just it's a conversation we've had countless times about where we're at in gaming and about what devs and publishers are willing to push out the door. Again, I've never understood the day one patch. Why not delay the game for another week and have the patch included, especially on times where you can't have that day one patch?
It has to be up to the publisher, bro. It has to be on publisher.
It has to be.
There's no way.
But this is where we're at in 2023. We long ago jumped the shark. There is no more going back there until millions of gamers all decide to stand up at one time and say, we're not buying these games. It's just not going to happen. And we just know that there's never going to be a moment. Again, Cyberpunk launched the way it launched, and it still sold 13 million copies with pre-sale in the first week. So
Like Eastside says in chat, IGN says it's an 8 out of 10, so everything is fine, 0 issues. And again, this is the other issue that I have too.
People forgive.
It's another, well, not that, but maybe they didn't play multiplayer.
Yeah,
and people will say, well, don't play multiplayer.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's not an answer. You have it in your game, so it needs to work as intended. Like, answering my question was, oh, well, that's why I don't want multiplayer in my games. That's not an answer. How about we just raise our standards and say, hey, if you're going to have this in your game, then let's just make sure that it's working well. Or, hey, if you're reviewing this game, you need to review all aspects of the game. Hey, Jimmy, I heard you. I know that you're not really a Lords of the Fallen dude or a Dark Souls dude, but come co-op this with me real quick for this review so I can see how it's running for at least an hour or two and see how just to make sure we're giving accurate information out there. I didn't see that. But like, and this is like, I don't. It's weird. So I'm just throwing on top of what you're saying on my phone.
Yeah, no. It's fair and valid, and I think it's going to be an ongoing discussion, especially when we do have a certain section of this community claiming that they would pay $100 per game. If you said to me, we're going to move away from the subscription services, we're going to start charging you $100, but we guarantee you that you will have a 100% completely optimized bug-free experience on gaming, could I hear you? Sure, I could hear it. Right? I could hear
we could have a conversation.
We could have a conversation. I'm not going to like it, but I will have a conversation with you. But that's not where we're at. That's not where we're going to be at. It's quite obvious that these devs, again, I'm hoping that with the integration of AI down the road, the next 5-10 years, that AI can pick up some of the slack that these developers do have. But we've just seen that being online, being in the digital age, cuts both ways. We now get games fixed when they are broken, but we have the tendency to see developers and publishers use that as a crutch and say, get it out the door. We'll patch it later. They'll deal with it. It's fine. So, it cuts both ways there. It's just going to be an ongoing discussion about where we're at. And as far as reviewers go, as far as all that nonsense goes, until there is an industry-wide standard review process, we will continuously, because it is just an opinion from one person who happens to play that game, we will have this inconsistency when it comes to games and what people actually want to point out as a problem and what they don't point out as a problem, depending on the game, depending on the developer, depending on the time of day they review it, depending on where Saturn is aligned with the moon on the 14th of January at 10 a.m. We will have this inconsistency. There will be games that are forgiven for their issues and given high scores, and there will be games that are absolutely blasted for every little tiny issue that somebody comes across and given a low score. And this is the way the industry's set up right now. It sucks. I don't like a lot of it. But again, we're way past the point of no return. Like, there's just not going to happen until everybody stands up at one time and decides to start implementing changes. This is where we're at, man. We're going to have to
way past the point.
Yeah. We're going to have to work our way through the bullshit every single game release and try to figure out what's real and what's not real at this point and how the game actually plays. Again, get rid of your FOMO. Like Steele said, buy the game later. Like we both said, you'll save money and you'll have a better experience, especially with single player games. Like that's just where it's going to be.
Yeah, I give a lot more headroom for multiplayer games because again, multiplayer games have a lot more that go into those than single player games do. Single player games like Jedi Survivor have no excuse for releasing in the state that they do. Again, right now, if you waited to play that game, you're going to have a better experience than I did, right? Even if I was able to power through a lot of those issues and I still felt as strong as I do about that game, I still think it's one of the better Star Wars games that we have gotten in recent memory. But that's just me. And again, if you weren't able to power through those things and had those issues, then you as somebody you or somebody else who would have waited, you would have had a much better experience. So I mean, it's just the way things are going, man. It's unfortunate in a lot of ways, but I don't think that Activision Blizzard is going to make that even worse, though. So that's what people are running with, that Microsoft now is going to add on to these games and their bad quality, and now multiplayer gaming is going to become even worse, although these people don't even care about multiplayer gaming or admit that they don't care about COD like that. Really haven't been into COD like that, but now that it's under Microsoft, it's definitely going to be a lot worse than it was before. But this doesn't make sense to me, but
no, it doesn't. None of it makes sense, but that is what it is. So we're going to get there. We're going to talk about all that shit coming up here shortly here.
Facts. Big facts.
Yeah.
And Eric the Red 06, he said, I still haven't played Jedi Survivor. I'll wait for Black Friday. Definitely do that, man. And again, it's going to be an excellent pickup for a Black Friday deal. EA Play, whenever you jump into it, again, as long as you didn't play into it day one, you're going to have, it's a really great game. Great gameplay, great story for a second iteration of that IP. Respawn's on point, but they got to get their performance into check. So, with that, let's go ahead and we'll speed up some things on the show and get back in line with how we used to do things and get upcoming games out of the way so we can get into the crux of our conversation.
Steele, you wanna real quick for me before we do that, you want to shout out the chat for
me?
Yeah,
let's definitely do that. Please.
I'll be right back, sir.
You're good.
Just bear with me.
Let's shout out to the chat about you guys where would we be, right? Shout out to the Splitters, also to the Sly Crow hitting us in the messages earlier with what's good, Rain and Pong. Appreciate the fire. Hey, man, Sly Crow, I appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being a Splitter for sure. But shout out to Retro Nerd saying, Tim, definitely nerve-wracking, but I'm also super excited about it. Y'all are having some good conversation in there. Dan the Man Cunningham said, how's everybody doing today? Dan, I think we're doing all right, man. Appreciate you for coming in. Hopefully we can get some energy to drive your Saturday morning and hopefully get you through the majority of your day, hopefully. Dread, breaking bread with Dread, my Florida brother. We gotta get back together sometime, man. I'm working on some things behind the scenes. You gotta make some career adjustments, man. Make some things, powerful moves for the fam. But yeah, man, much love to you. Hopefully everything is going good. Gotta break bread with you sometime. Decado says, I watch ACG for a bug report, and that's it. Yeah, shout out to ACG, man. I trust ACG's opinion on gaming itself, just with his pedigree. As long as he's been in the industry, reporting on things, and he actually plays these games, right? And I mean, I do feel that sometimes he does come across a little jaded because, again, when you play so many different games, it gives you a different perspective. Shout out to Decado gifting the living split screen memberships. Shout out to the Splitters who have just joined. Shout out to Back from the Dead, Jacob Novick, Dan the Man Cunningham, Perfect Shogun, and Ghost Fixer for becoming part of the Splitter and get those memberships. Masshole 1977s, he says Florida right here still. Hey, shout out to you, Bass. Yeah, we got a shout out to that Florida brethren, man. I mean, these people still, think we're out here. We wake up in the morning, we go in our backyard, we wrestle a gator, throw them on the grill, jump in the pool. Maybe it's a kiddie pool, and then that's our day. So we gotta fight for our Florida brothers out there, man. Shout out to Retro Nerd. What's going on? It's Timmy. How you doing, Timmy? Hopefully your week has been fine thus far. Back from the dead. How you feeling, brother, man? Hopefully everything is good for you. Tim the Sorcerer. I shouted you out. Eric, what's going on? We got Lad in the house. What's going on, Lad? Who else we got in here getting it wet and wild? Nixie. What's going on, Nixie? Much love to you. Eastside Vandals in the house. Appreciate you for being here, Eastside. Always appreciate you coming through. Let's see. And like the point that you were making, Eastside, we didn't make them put multiplayer in their game. They did, and that's 100%. If you're gonna put it in there, just make sure you're putting the effort to make sure that it works as intended. It doesn't feel broken. It could just feel like a terrible experience when you go through that. Dip Down Anime, what's going on, man? How you feeling? Hopefully you and the family are doing all right. Why so serious? He says these ponies trying to downplay Forza with bad video clips. The game looks amazing. If we're talking about looks, man, Again, if you tell me in third person, behind the car, that Gran Turismo looks better than Forza Motorsport, you're smoking crack. I'm just going to put it out there. If you want to admit to doing it, then hey, more power to you. But there's no way comparatively that both games, you say, oh man, GT looks so much. No, it doesn't. Unless you're in cockpit view of replays, there's no way on any level that game looks better. Personal opinion, since I haven't played GT since about GT3, that's back in the day of the binder cases. So maybe I have a jaded experience on that perspective, but I've been playing Forza Motorsport heavily since Motorsport 2, and it's always been a blatant difference for me there. Again, is it perfect? No, but it's definitely one of the better simulation racing experiences I've had personally. So, who else we got in here? Shout out to the block. Soy 2 Mains. What's going on? He said, Lords of the Fallen feels and plays horribly. Had to put it down. I don't know if I'll ever get back to it. Damn, Soy. Was that a single player where you felt like that? That's crazy, because if that's the case, people have been having issues with single player. I thought single player was playing just fine, but maybe I'm still early on in the game. I'm still within the first hour or so. I wanted to record gameplay, but it was just so choppy, bro, and noticeably choppy. For me, I was like, yeah, I don't want to represent it in this light. So, Eastside says, still Rain, I don't believe you. IGN says Lords of the Fallen is 8 out of 10. They're professional gamers. Yeah, and they also said Starfield was a 7 out of 10. So if that puts things in perspective for you, how does that scale work? I don't know, Pong, is there an answer for this? How can Lords of the Fallen be an 8 out of 10, but Starfield be a 7 out of 10?
Different games, man. Different genres, different reviewers, different day.
Okay.
Different breakfast for those reviewers.
See, that's the problem. The scale isn't the same. No. And that's the thing that we always talk to that I think people get caught up in. It's not about the scale. I'm fine with the scale being there, but it's not a movie scale, for an example, where or game rating, for an example, where hey, these are the ratings, you have to fit in these guidelines to be in this rating. Sure, you might be able to push some boundaries, push the edges of whatever that rating is, but you can't change the ratings. No, there's not, the ratings aren't an opinion, these are the ratings. As far as like rated M, rated G for, kids and stuff like that, PG and whatnot, but rated T, excuse me. But in gaming, when you have reviews, and this is just reviews for anything, because it's so driven by personal opinion, and because nobody has come up with a system that is, hey, this is the review system. Outside of your personal opinion, this is what that has to meet these things. What do you grade the game based off of these things? And if we never get that system, then we're never going to get consistent ratings of games. And again, games are different. Maybe we need rating systems for different types of games. Open world games have one type of system. MMOs have another system. Is that a way we get around it?
There's so much that goes into this deal.
It is. I love the conversation about it.
Yep.
But
Visual
walkthrough, what's going on? He says, AC I have a lot of love for, but I played every AC game, and it's a good feel of old and new AC. I imagine you're talking about Mirage. That's one that I've been thinking about jumping into, but I'm gonna hold off, man. Things are about to get real busy. Mirage will be there, but the time at this point, if things continue to kind of up and up for me, I might not be ready to play another AC until AC Red drops. When we go to Japan and get that ninja action popping, samurai action popping, man. So, but we'll see. Blue Moon FC, what's going on, brother? How are you feeling? Hopefully everything is well with you. Smitty Smith, what's going on? Bill Strong says, I'm loving the Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty so far. Shout out to Phantom Liberty. There's another one I'm glad so many people are jumping back into. Cyberpunk just overall. Nam Omar, what's going on with you? Appreciate you being here. And TMHW Gaming says, what's good, fellas? Good morning all, and it's been a long road and we have reached the end. What a beautiful morning. That's very true. And anybody else, if I have not showed you MG, what's going on? He said Lords of the Fallen first boss music was good. Yes, it was really good. Outside of me being in multiplayer and the boss looking like Play-Doh. Looking like I made her in Play-Doh. for better or worse. Anyway, anybody else? If I did not shout you out, much love to you. Go ahead and just say what's good in the chat. Greatly appreciate you guys being here, locked in on a Saturday morning, right here. We live in Split Screen. As you guys know, we're non-console centric, so we're always going to come from many different angles. We believe in that RTS view. That's real-time strategy. We pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our resources together so we can build upon that foundation to potentially reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about, and also the home of that ECP, that educated consumer perspective, because we don't work in this industry, man, but doesn't mean that we can't use our years of professional experience and also the years of personal experience for the hobby, for the passion, and combine things together, combine thoughts together to have a thought-provoking conversation right here on a Saturday morning. So appreciate you guys being locked in. Visual says that's years, Steel. Come on, man. Hey, I'm only trying to ask for so much. Jesse says, I'm loving Starfield, but I'm at Series S. Has a lot of major issues. So Series S is having some problems with you on the for Starfield. Interesting. I hadn't seen anything like that. I hadn't played Starfield on the Series S though, so I wouldn't know. So if you're saying it, I'll have to look into it a bit more. For the most part, I've been seeing that Starfield is running pretty smoothly across the board. But again, there's always going to be those ups and downs. So
there's some major bugs that they got to fix, right? So Atlantis, being broken for people, like,
yeah, which I saw people start posting that after I beat the game, and I was just like, I'd never experienced that.
Fuzzy's got it, right? So we know for a fact Fuzzy's got it. And so there are obviously issues. There's always going to be issues with Bethesda type games that are that big and open, and that many systems in place. There's no way to find every single bug, and it's unfortunate. But again, Bethesda, the nickname was a reality. Their games are, generally speaking, buggy. This one is by far the most polished one ever. But there are some major issues that they do have to patch out for sure, that are causing people to put down the game. So it is what it is, man. Again, that's where we're at. And am I more forgiving for a complex game? Like
a lot more going on.
Bethesda games, when they have as many systems and they talk about it in all their interviews, how those systems are going to clash and break things like that. Yeah, I'm going to be more forgiving, but at the same time, is it acceptable for the player who spent money on it? No, absolutely freaking not. It's not. And again, everybody has the right to complain and criticize a game in which they're playing that has those issues. 1000%. Like, that's something that does have to be worked on. That's why I said I hope AI down the road, testing wise, can help with some of that. Yes, find those broken parts. Yep.
Yeah, I still want the human testing element to be there, but I would like AI to get involved in some way, to definitely streamline that process, make it easier for them, maybe point out some things that the human player can't see. Because again, everybody plays games differently too, so that's the other element of it that most people aren't going to consider, right?
Right.
Some people purposely play games to break them. Some people play games and they go very straight through and have very minimal issues. So it just depends on how you're going through it, but it's a big reason why I wouldn't be able to give Starfield anything over an 8 because of the issues that I had with it. Sure. But even an 8, I still feel is very high for that game and my overall experience. I still think that right now it's my overall game of the year in comparison to other games. Which is, again, that was a surprise for me in itself, and as much as I loved it and enjoyed it, and again,
and that goes to show that statement right there, Steel, goes to show why what we were just talking about, and I know we're going on about these topics, but this is what we do in our beginning of the show, but that goes exactly to the point, Steel, of why reviews are what they are at the end of the day, because you could dock a game 2 full points for issues that you experienced in the game, bugs that you had,
AI, all that,
and yet the overall gameplay, the overall experience that you had can still have you consider it a game of the year.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And there are people that
Overall.
want to, and there are reviewers, but there are also just people's opinions out there that a game that does have those issues can't be considered game of the year. That can't be. You are wrong for your opinion, because there's no way a game that has bugs, that has you docking at 2 full points, could be considered a game of the year or game of the generation. And that's just not, ultimately, at the end of the day, that's not true, because when we play games, it's our experience.
It's the impact,
our personal experience, whether that's fun factor, whether that's emotional impact. All of those things aren't necessarily tied to bugs. Now, some people would say, for me, I can't have fun with the game when it's buggy. I totally hear you. That's fine. But there are some of us who are very forgiving of bugs and who are that doesn't impact us. Now, there can be times where it's so bad or it breaks the game, or like for me, you all know, if I lose time in a game, because of a game save bug or something, it's over. Nah, we done. Right. So I will put down that game, and that won't be, no matter how much fun I was having, be considered game of the year. However, other stuff during the game, like, yeah, I'll forgive it, and my overall experience is not diminished. But that's me personally. And that's where we run into this issue with reviewers and kind of the standards within the industry, is you're going to find that same thing happens, and people are going to, one person is going to absolutely love a game despite all of its flaws, and another person's absolutely going to hate it because of all of its flaws. That's just how it works. But we do have other people who try to gatekeep and say, no, that can't be true. You can't. It's got to be 100% polished, and it's got to be perfect to be considered game of the year or game of the generation. Bro, come on. That's not how any of this works, because overall experience is different from technical aspects.
Right.
And that will always be two differentiating factors to a lot of different people on which way you weigh more in on, right? That's how it's always going to be. That's why I have Cyberpunk 2077 day one without a patch as still a top 10, top 5 game for me all time.
Yeah, it's definitely in my top 10, yeah, for sure.
So, and I haven't even played 2.0 yet. So again, that's kind of how all that works. Anyways.
Yeah. And I saw some people mention in the chat, MG says, Lies of P is his game of the year, which I don't see nothing wrong with that. I mean, again, I rate Lies of P high up there too. Again, because it is perspective, right? And because of the different games that I have played, and that goes also into Kato mentioning Hogwarts Legacy, which is another game that I haven't forgot about. I know about, and I really love playing Hogwarts Legacy on every level of it. But did I love it more so because I have that relationship with Harry Potter? I grew up with that. Those are my, some of my, really my favorite book series to read when I was coming up, because I was in it. I was in the moment when those things were popular. Was a lot of that driven by that. I can admit that there were some rose-tinted glasses there, because I can see why people would find the first 10 hours of the game boring as hell. Because you are walking, you're in the school with they're not really setting up much. But if you're a fan of that IP,
Harry Potter.
or a fan of that artistic style that they were able to bring forth, then that's what's going to pull you into that. But past that, can it be a game, at least for me, can I consider it game of the year? No, because of how the game made me feel as I progressed through it.
Sure.
Right? It was still strong, but it's not as strong as a Jedi Survivor. It wasn't as strong as Armored Core 6. It wasn't as strong as Starfield from my personal experience and how it made me feel in those moments. Great game that I'm still interested to see how that's going to play on the Switch, but great game nonetheless. So, but yeah, let's get into these upcoming games, Paul, so we can get into our main crux of our conversation.
Let's do it, brother, because we do have a lot to get into. But man, we're just having such a good time chatting. This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about, brother. So let's do this upcoming week of games. It's going to be October the 16th is when we are going to start. And let's do this. And we're going to start with one that I actually said last week because I went over. But SpongeBob is back. SpongeBob SquarePants, the Cosmic Shake, is getting its PlayStation 5, Xbox Series Console release this week, October the 16th. All you SpongeBob fans out there, my God, I've watched so much SpongeBob in my life. It's not even funny because, of course, that was one of the prime cartoons when my kiddo was in that age
Good
group.
show,
so SpongeBob is fantastic. It really is. Like, I wouldn't necessarily go like buy it on DVD or Blu-ray or whatever and rewatch it all the time. But damn, if it ain't just fun when you sit down and watch it. I like SpongeBob. And then we've got on October the 17th. I should move this over really, but I don't want to screw up my thing. There we go. All right. October the 17th, we've got Cyber Knights Flashpoint. It's PC, Mac, Linux, iOS, and Android. That's right. It is a strategy game coming out. Never heard of it, but it is what it is. Yeah. What were you going to say?
No, I was just shouting out Lady Foxfire. She
Lady Foxfire is in the house. What's going on, Lady Foxfire? Always great to see you in here. Appreciate you stopping through. Mortal Kombat. No, not Mortal Kombat 1. Mortal Kombat Onslaught. The mobile Mortal Kombat is coming to iOS and Android on October 17th. Yep, it is a role-playing game from NetherRealms. So, I did not know this was coming out, Steel. Did you hear about Mortal Kombat? This is the game industry in a nutshell. This is why we sit here and talk about the console stuff and the PC stuff all the time. And here's mobile just rolling in cash because there's so much coming out that we would have no idea about. I'm actually gonna deep dive that one a little bit and check it out because it's an RPG. I want to see what this is about.
It might be good. It is made by NetherRealm themselves, so
right.
It's got some. It has to have some effort into it.
I put it out there. Yeah. So interesting. Skull Island: Rise of Kong is coming, Steel, October 17th, PlayStation 5,
it's an
Xbox
action game
Series,
too.
PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch,
I didn't even know about
and
this.
PC. $40, Steel.
Really?
For the regular edition, $40 game. It definitely looks cross-gen. Do not go in thinking like this is going to be some kind of mind-blowing experience. I'm a Godzilla guy first.
Me too.
But I do love Kong. Okay. Kong, the movie game, the famous 360 game that was so easy to get 1,000 out of 1,000 gamer score. Loved playing through that game, played through it twice with my kiddo. It is what it is. This game is going to be different. It looks like a more of a top. It appears at times to be top down. It's got a more cartoony look to it too. If you go watch the videos on it, but I'm always down for a Kong game. This will be in the back of my head. I'll be seeing this next year on sale at some point, maybe even this year on sale for about $10, $15. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be worth it.
I still want to play through it. Yeah.
This is one of those where where if you saw the game case for it, it definitely looks a lot better than what the game actually is.
This is one of those ones as kids, Steel, we would have picked up and looked at the box and been like, hell yeah, Kong.
This game
let's
is
get
badass.
this, Mom.
Hell yeah.
Mom, this is the game I want. Then you would have brought it home and been like, oh.
This is not
okay.
The
Well,
game
I guess I'm playing it. I guess I'm playing this. That's the type of game. But
for real.
Yeah, at a certain price point, I'll be down for it.
Yeah, $10. Yeah, nothing wrong with
that. Yeah. And then we got a game that did not start getting good reviews. I think the reviews came out, and I didn't even check where it's sitting at right now. Steve,
Sonic Superstars. I thought it was. I thought I had like an 8 or something like that.
Maybe. I thought it was in the 7s.
Was it?
Hold on. Let's figure this out real quick because this is
one I want to play with the kiddos. Yeah,
we're both the Sonic fans. The co-op aspect of this game has got me interested for sure. So this is one that's worth it because it is Sega. It is Sonic. Let's see here. Where are we sitting at? We are sitting at a 77. Not bad.
Oh, wow.
Not bad.
Okay.
Not great, but not bad at all. Again, when people see 77 nowadays, people are going to be like, oh, great.
The Sonic game. Sonic's been around since Sonic. Again, unfortunately, for whatever reason, for popularity's sake, Mario can't do anything wrong. But Sonic can. So
here's what I was just going to say about that, Steel. Funny that you brought that up because I was just going to say something about that. The thing I will say that Nintendo has done a better job with their main mascot when it comes to Mario versus Sonic is diversifying what they do with the character, right? Mm-hmm. Mario is now an elephant. Okay. Mario, they do things to change up their formula, but keep the main formula intact. right? And Sonic has tried certainly other things, right? He's gone 3D, he's gone open world now.
We like
we've had Sonic Adventure. We had an RPG Sonic. They should go back to that Sega Sonic Adventure. You guys remember that, right?
You need to remake.
People nowadays, if you made a Sonic action RPG, you're in, bro. Give us a skill tree. You're in, right? That's all it takes nowadays. Give me a Sonic, and they did.
Yeah, Sonic Frontiers.
Sonic Frontiers has that. Yeah. But go back to the Sonic Adventure style where it's more of a narrative RPG.
Other things too
going on. Like, people will eat that shit up nowadays. Okay. That's what it's all about. Give me that. But anyways, I think that's the difference, Steel, is Nintendo is always keeping Mario fresh when they go back to the original formula. Whereas when Sega goes back to the original formula, they don't change a whole lot like this, which is fine, because again, as an old school Sonic fan, I think it looks freaking fun.
But like, you could say the same thing about Mario, though. Not much has changed. They're remaking older games and getting high scores for those older games.
Those cases, yes, Steel. But what I'm saying is maybe it's just me. Maybe when I look at Mario, I just see a whole bunch of different games. But like Mario Wonder, Steel, Mario Wonder to me, Steel, is still the old school Mario. But here they come out with like the elephant mode, right? And it's totally different. Like, it's totally different. So it's just little things like that. But again, I love Sonic. Sonic is my first. If you had me choose, it's Sonic 100 out of 100 times. I will never choose Mario over Sonic. I love Sonic to death. But yeah, so Sonic Superstars is releasing this week, October 17th, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC.
I think this is a $40 game too, is it not? Or
that I'm
$60.
Let's see if they posted it in here. I don't know if they've posted.
Let's see here. Let's see. That's a $60 game.
$60 game. Okay. All right.
Damn.
Yeah.
It has some cool, it has some dope ass animation and shit in it, man. It does,
bro. It looks clean. And like I said, the multiplayer mode looks fantastic. Co-op mode looks really cool. So
I think I'm gonna have to get it to play. I'm gonna get it to play. I mean, I might not get it immediately, but I'll get it.
Yeah. That's October 17th. $60 is kind of steep, but that's where we're at. So Sonic Superstars, October 17th. Then a game that I am definitely going to pick up, not day one, but this is on my must play list. This is a game I've been following for quite a while. Of course, it's coming from Devolver Digital, who don't miss. It's developed by Galvanic Games. This is Wizard with a Gun. This game, people, go check this game out. It looks so damn cool, man. Online, cooperative, sandbox, survival game. And you are literally wizards that are looting guns. Plus, you're building up your wizard tower, and you can add new things to it. Looks so damn cool. Wizard with a Gun is going to be a big indie game this year. I would not doubt that potentially, we'll see how things play out here and how it comes out to the reviewers. This could be one of those indie games that slides into the game of the year conversation. Now we'll see what everybody else thinks about it, but everything I've seen from this game, it's one of those games, every time it shows something new, it gets better and better and better and better. And that arc usually means at the end, the game itself is going to be a good one. So Wizard with a Gun, go check that out for sure. 100%. Looks so damn cool. God, man, I want to play that game. All right. And then October the 18th, we got Mike Mignola's Hellboy Web of Weird coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. That's right. Hellboy's game. You guys probably remember seeing this. It's got a really cool comic aesthetic to it. Looks really cool. There is a pretty big group of Hellboy fans out there. So go check this out. Coming from Upstream Arcade and Good Shepherd Entertainment, October the 18th.
Dylan Strong says, I played this game at PAX and I can say it's amazing. Loved it and can't wait. That's
Wizard
really
with a Gun
good to see. No,
or Hellboy.
I don't know. I think he's talking about Hellboy.
Wizard with a Gun. Let us know.
Let us know, Dylan, whether you're talking about Hellboy or Wizard with a Gun.
Love firsthand experiences, of course. Firsthand experiences is where it's at. Again, it's going to be an opinion, but it doesn't matter. That's still valued opinion.
I like it.
Yeah, it's a valued opinion for sure. 100%. Then, Steel, we got another Slender Man game coming, Steel. I know you are a big fan of Slender Man and all these horror games. I know you'll probably be popping this day one. You'll be playing this in the dark with your headphones on. So Slender the Arrival. Yes, it is a remake, Steel. It is, I believe, is it a remake? No. It's just getting its current gen version this week. So nice. Slender the Arrival, current gen version this week, October the 18th. All you Slender Man fans, enjoy. Not me. Not me.
Yeah,
not me at all.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that.
Then another game that I've had my eye on.
Steel. And Dylan Strong did clarify. He said it was Wizard with a Gun.
Nice, Dylan. Perfect. Yes, I'm going to jump in that at some point. Another game that I've had my eye on for sure is Endless Dungeon, and this is coming. It's published by Sega, developed by Amplitude Studios, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC. Sounds like it's skipping Xbox One, which is always a weird thing to me, but whatever. Endless Dungeon looks absolutely fantastic. It's a roguelike with tactical action. It's co-op. Look at the videos and tell me the animation is not gorgeous. I'm going to call you a liar flat out. Again, I know it'll be your opinion, so whatever. If you truly believe it, you truly believe it. But my God, the action on screen, the effects from the different weapons and powers and abilities. Wow. Talk about fireworks on a screen, man. A lot of this game looks dope as hell. Can't wait. Again, I'll be jumping into this at some point down the road as well. So that is Endless Dungeon coming out on October the 19th. Then we've got a PC game getting a standalone expansion. This is a 4X strategy game for all of us small knit 4X strategy fans. Shout out to Jasper, who's been playing Star Trek Infinite this week. For sure. And he is not normally a 4X strategy guy, but he has dove into it because, of course, he's a Star Trek fan big time. And he's actually loving it. He's already won 2 games with the Federation. I want to get in there. I watched him play a stream while I was at work as much as I could the other day. It looks dope. And this one is a hardcore 4X strategy right here. I've read up on this one. I almost purchased it when I first got my PC because it's PC only.
Right.
Galactic Civilizations for Supernova. It is a standalone expansion again, October the 19th. You know what's funny, Steel? As I grow older, and I know I'm a grazer, and I probably always will be as somewhat a grazer. There is a arc to my game playing, Steel, where I get to the point in my old age where I am strictly a 4X strategy RPG guy.
You think so?
RPG. Yeah, there is an arc in there where I am just sitting there, just absorbed for 10 hours a day by my old self. I can see it. Playing 4X strategy and just single player RPGs nonstop.
I'll put it to you this way.
Yeah.
Now, and we're going to get into more of it, but now that Microsoft has Activision Blizzard, I'll give you this, Paul.
Yeah.
If StarCraft comes back, StarCraft 3,
what I like to hear.
I'll play.
Yeah. And I got the RTSs in there too. The time and effort it takes to play 4X strategy is on another level. It is something, but they are so engrossing and they just appeal to me so much, man. Like learning every little individual system. Like I was looking at, what's it called? World War II 4X strategy game that is hardcore. It went on sale on Steam and I was looking at it. I was like, yo, like it's one of those games that has been going for like 8-10 years and it's got like 20 different expansions still. Like if you want to buy the complete package, it was on sale on Steam for like $80 this week with every single expansion. But like every single expansion adds another layer of complexity to the game too. It adds a new mechanic. It adds a new thing that you have to be aware of. But I was like looking at it, I was like, yeah, I can see myself at some point in my life just being that dude as PC playing 4X strategy nonstop. Like I can see myself. So yeah. Nah, I don't know if people call it dope, but it's just one of those things. I just see myself going that route at some point. Yeah, I love it, man. I just love it. So again, before my little tangent there, Galactic Civilizations 4 Supernova for all you 4X strategy PC players. Be on the lookout for that October the 19th.
Johnny Ravioli, he says, what does 4-time strategy mean?
4X strategy is where you have to Basically, it is a turn-based game. Think Civ. Most people have touched or seen Civ. Civ is a 4X strategy game. Now, there's much more hardcore strategy than that, but Civ is a good example that everybody knows of. So basically, you are in control of your civilization, right? Or your armies or whatever it is. And you are building up from scratch. Normally, there's some type of diplomacy involved where you have to talk to rival nations, and you can either become enemies, you can be neutral, or you can become partners or friends or whatever the case may be. There's usually multiple systems in place. So you have battling, you have war systems. So you have to build your armies. You also have to have food supply to your cities. It's that level. 4X strategy takes it to an, it's not just your normal strategy where it's kind of like turn-based tactics, battling, where you're in charge of that one type of strategy. You actually have to control your nation, right? Is basically what I'm saying. Or your whatever it is, right? Your main thing, but you have to build up. You have to usually go, go explore the world. Like the world is covered in fog of war, and you usually have to go explore and discover things as well. That's what 4X strategy is all about at the end of the day, for a layman's kind of explanation. But Civ is your biggest one. Your most popular known one is Civilization. So any of the Civ games are 4X strategy. All right, Steve, we got another one that was on the radar a little bit. It's from Nacon. It's developed by Appeal, but really went quiet. So don't think that we saw it. And then it went completely dark, and now it's just dropping, which is never a really good thing. And Nacon isn't always known for quality assurance. I mean, they have some really good games, but then they also have some games that come out. So we'll see how this one lands. Gangs of Sherwood is coming out on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC. So it is current gen only. It's a multiplayer co-op game up to 4 players as well. Action game, obviously based on Robin Hood. Of course, when you say Sherwood, I think most people know that's Robin Hood. We've seen other Robin Hood games come out and not do well. I hope this one's different. I love Robin Hood. I love the story of Sherwood. I love people's different takes on it. This one did look cool when it first showed up. Different classes, like you really saw the different characters being used, as we've seen with a lot of co-op multiplayer games, but I don't know if this one's going to hit Steel. I don't think it's going to, but we'll see. We'll see. October 19th. And then also on October 19th, this is a big week, folks. We've had some low weeks, but this is a big week. Yeah, we got Disney's Gargoyles remastered. I missed the Gargoyle train. Was too old when Gargoyles came out. I did watch some of it. Yeah, I watched some of it. But again, I wasn't all about that at that time. I was watching anime at that time more.
Okay, so that's fair.
So yeah, back in the day. But Gargoyles, I've certainly watched the show, and I've certainly seen enough of it to say that it's a cool cartoon. And I know a lot of fans like you, Steel, especially your generation, love it. And Gargoyles was a beloved game, and they're remastering. No idea. Still, I hadn't heard about this.
I didn't know either. That's crazy.
No, published by Walt Disney Games, developed by Empty Clip Studios, coming to Xbox Series, PlayStation, Xbox. This can't be right. There's got to be PlayStation 5 version, right?
I would imagine that there would be.
Yeah, but I gotta imagine. They said Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC. I gotta imagine there's a PlayStation 5 version in there, but maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe they're only launching it. I mean, obviously it'll play on PlayStation 5, obviously, but weird. But Gargoyles Remastered, for all you Gargoyles fans, is coming this week. Hot Wheels Unleashed 2 Steel Turbocharged. That's right, everybody. Hot Wheels Unleashed is back yet again. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC.
First one was
Mav loved the first one. Liked the first one. It is tough. It is more challenging. When it dropped into Game Pass, I did try it out. It is tougher than I thought it was going to be. It is challenging for sure. But yeah, they're dropping another one on us right away. Hot Wheels Unleashed 2 Turbocharged coming out, because I think the other one only came out 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, Steel, maybe. Yeah.
It was about 2 years ago at this point. 2021.
Yeah, that's coming out October 19th. So 2 years, getting another one. That's pretty damn good turnaround right there. Overpass 2 Steel coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC, another racing game. We are just getting inundated with racing. This one is definitely more off-road racing. Yeah. This is from Nacon, developed by Neopika. So if you guys are into off-road racing, Overpass 2 might be one that you want to check out. October the 19th. And then we got the Seventh Guest VR. Yes, another scary game in VR. Just what I'm looking for to really entice me into that VR space. Steel is horror. That's really what I want to do. Is
why not?
Literally pee my pants. That's literally what I want to do.
Something that come around the corner that you can't run away from. You gotta take the whole headset off.
No, sir. But anyways, I know people like Seventh Guest, and it's coming to VR, Vertigo. It's coming to PlayStation VR 2, Quest, and PC. Vertigo Games did it October the 19th. So go check that out. And then we've got The Gap. Mind the Gap, Steel. Coming out PlayStation 5.
That's what you've always been into, right?
And PC. Published by Crunching Koalas. Developed by Label This Studio. I love these developer names sometimes, man. It's like, dude, what do you got? You guys had nothing? Label This Studio. It is an adventure game. Never heard of it. Obviously more of an indie game. Doesn't look like there's even a website. Explore a parallel world in The Gap, a psychological thriller releasing this October. Okay. So a psychological thriller coming out, The Gap, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC, October 19th. The game that never ends, the game that nobody ever talks about, but the game that is obviously being played, the game that people are obviously purchasing expansions for, the game that was supposedly played at every single party out there that I've never heard of before, the Jackbox Party Pack 10. That's right. Another expansion for Jackbox Party is coming. October 19th, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Don't know how it still keeps going, but it does, Steel. Have you ever played Jackbox Party?
I've never played Jackbox Party.
Okay.
Ever.
I think the Fun Spec family 2.5-3 years ago, we attempted to play this. I can't even remember if we played this. Yes, but we did attempt to play it. Yeah, I know Mav and Caitlin have played it. But yeah, I've never. Yeah, no, just okay. It's a party game. Then we got World of Horror coming from Yeezbird Games, developed by Pantas, PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC. This looks like an old, yes, this is like going back to the black and white Mac days. If anybody played games, this is a narrative game.
Yeah, way back.
It's an RPG. Okay, but it's going to be narrative heavy. This looks dope because I remember playing these types of games back in the day. I love the art style when they do this. I know some people really like 8-bit games and that kind of stuff. I love when they go back to this basic kind of looking stuff. It looks totally cool. But yeah, this is dropping obviously on PlayStation, Switch, and PC, not coming to Xbox. I may look at this on PC at some point. I have heard of this game. When they say World of Horror, even if it is a horror narrative, when you put it in this style, I ain't getting scared. I'm okay with this. Like, I'm not getting scared.
Yes, that's different.
Yeah, that's different. And of course, this coming week, we've got 2 gigantic games coming, and that's being
a lot of games coming up, bro.
Like, this week is
just in a week,
bro. I'm not even thinking about other games, but this whole list is crazy. So, of course, we'll start here with Marvel's Spider-Man 2. Shocking! I know you're all surprised. We hadn't heard anything about this, especially from the PlayStation community. They're not talking about this game. They're still talking about Xbox for some whatever damn reason. Anyways, Spider-Man 2 is coming this week, folks, October the 20th. I don't think we need to talk about it other than Steel. Are you decided buying it day one, or are you waiting?
Oh, I mean, I don't have a PlayStation 5. I'm not buying a system for one game.
I know. I just had to ask you. Because we've had that conversation so many times that
I don't believe it. I just don't believe. Like, can it happen? For sure. And I have done it in the past. But this, if it would have had co-op in it, maybe that would have been a different consideration. Because there would have been other reasons to jump into it. But
I was just hoping you were to say it should have dropped in the PC day one as well.
No, it should have. It definitely should have dropped PC day one. More so, I don't disagree. I don't agree with people who say that the waiting strategy works for them. I don't see why you can't release the game day and date have people pay for it, of course, full price, whatever the game is worth, but release it on both platforms. You're not, if anything, you're actually creating a bigger base of people to talk about it. Not only that, but you get mods also going in that same space. And I personally feel like when Spider-Man, and of course, we're talking about a different time period too. Things were a little bit different, even 5 years ago. But I do think that if Spider-Man 2018, if that also would have had a PC port day one, the amount of mods that came out for that game on PC would have really drove the numbers for the core base, or drove interest more so for people that are like, wow, that's possible. Oh, wow, you can do that in this game. Oh, wow, because it would have been put on display in many different ways. It would have worked really well for the algorithm, TikTok, YouTube. Those clips get a lot of plays, get a lot of turns. So it's like, there's so much of an opportunity that you're getting here. And of course, yeah, people like myself are going to buy it later, which is fine if you want to look at it that way. But for me, I just personally feel like you're missing out on a prime opportunity for 100% mind share. This is, especially leading into the holiday, you're also walking into Halloween. So you're releasing at a good time, right? Everybody this Halloween is going to be Spider-Man, guaranteed. I mean, if you've seen, I always see a lot of Spider-Man, spider people, but this year, because of how close it is to, these things work, these marketing strategies work. So yes, they are going to get a bit of a bump because of these things. But if they would have released it on PC day one, bro, it would have it would have been, but again, maybe the other thing too, like, cause of what I've mentioned, and I'll let you get into it, Pong. Is the visual differences of how, and the way that the game feels on PC is a night and day difference of what I got on PlayStation 4. Right. Although I know they upgraded to PlayStation 5, but it just, in comparison, it is very drastic. And even what I see for PlayStation 5 now for Miles Morales, even comparing it to Spider-Man on PC, it's like, it's still, PC is still killing it, right? So maybe it's a visual thing for them. Maybe they don't want that conversation out there. I don't know, but none of that makes sense to me personally. So
this goes back to when I talk about Sony holding back parts of the industry. And when I've talked about this generation, them holding on to the old ways. What it is, Steel, is they want their own storefront, and they don't want to share that revenue.
Yeah,
and there is no downside. I don't care who wants to argue this point. There is no downside to releasing your games day one on PC. There is no downside. There is a massive.
It doesn't devalue your
amount.
console.
No, the amount of people that own both a PC and PlayStation 5 is insignificant when you consider what you would lose in sales to those people that might buy it on PC for exactly what you said. Steel day one, mods and visual overall quality being potentially better on PC. The amount of people that own both that you would lose revenue to, a share of your revenue, because you would split it with Steam, to have those people that do own both to buy it on PC is so insignificant. There is no downside. Everything you just said is absolutely correct, Steel. You want to capture that hype day one for those people that do have extreme FOMO, that will not wait.
It works.
That will buy it day one. You would see an increase in sales. This is one of the pieces of Sony that I hate, but they are waiting for their own storefront. They are developing their own storefront. We just got word this week that there's been some back end stuff indicating that they are testing trophies on PC. We know for a fact that they've been working on a storefront for some time that has been out there in the wild. They are just waiting. They are holding back their own division until they can offer the premium experience themselves versus giving that percentage to Steam or to Epic or to whoever, to GOG. That's bullshit. And like I said, that's hurting them. Again, for me, it doesn't hurt me at all. I still wouldn't buy it even if it was showing up on PC day one. Again, I've said my piece on Spider-Man. I understand why people think it's a great game, and I don't have a problem with people claiming that it's their favorite game all the time. That's totally cool. Again, we just talked about opinions and we talked about different games for different people. It is what it is. So it doesn't affect me at all, but it's affecting Sony overall by not doing it. Again, that's not my money. It's not my business. I'm playing armchair CEO. But if you want to look at some of the struggles that Sony is currently having, these are some of the decisions that you have to scratch your head at, and you have to raise your hand and say, I have a question. because all of their problems that they do have right now, some of it could be shored up by just releasing your games, even if you don't want to drop it into your subscription service day one.
Yeah,
dropping it on PC. Would be huge, and it's a huge missing market. But again, they're going to do it once their Sony store PC storefront is up and running. They will start doing it, guaranteed. They're just waiting to take the whole pie instead of sharing.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's the biggest piece of them having to share that with Steam. And they don't want to do that, right? There's a lot. There's a piece of that pie that you're just like, well, why would
day one sales? Day one sales is the thing.
But the other thing too, and I mean, even Nick says that he doesn't think that that's a smart idea, which is fine. I mean, if you feel that way, that's great.
Yeah.
Again, I will consistently fight back against that and say I disagree. Just again, to Pong's point, it doesn't eat into one of the other player bases. The amount of people who have both consoles or both types of systems doesn't matter in the scope of things, because if anything, more people are going to buy it because of, like Pong mentioned and like I was mentioning and yelling, it's that FOMO. It's easy to get into the mind of the consumer and give them a reason. Now, again, we're not saying, and I'm definitely not saying, that this game isn't going to sell consoles for PlayStation. It will.
It is. Sure will.
It did it before. It'd be. I don't think it's going to be at the rate that it did it before, at $300 at $299, like they did it. Or was it $199? Excuse me. For the PlayStation 4 bundle with Spider-Man.
Was it $299?
I believe that was. I thought it was $299. Chat, correct me if it was $199. I'm pretty sure it was $299, because if it was, I'm pretty sure it was $299, because that was a big part of the reason why the Spider-Man numbers were through the roof, because it just made sense. $300 for a console and one of the best games are probably going to drop in that generation, at least to get you in the door. Fucking right. And it's a custom console. Fucking right. That just makes sense. So I don't know.
No.
I don't agree with it cannibalizing sales in any way.
I don't see internal numbers. I don't have privilege to have all the information.
My salesman brain doesn't see that.
If somebody we already know the mass majority of PC owners do not have top end rigs. We know this for a fact. Mm-hmm. That's a fact. So if somebody's sitting there still on a 1080 or something like that,
they're not getting a PlayStation.
They're right. Or if it was right, they would go buy a PlayStation 5 for the ray tracing and that kind of stuff, because their rig probably wouldn't do it. Right. So they would probably still own a PS5. Right.
Sacrifice.
That's still I just can't believe that they honestly think that they are devaluing their console or taking away from console sales by putting it on PC, to the extent that it would affect their bottom line more so than having the positive effect of having a bunch of people go buy it on Steam. Right. I just can't see that give and take. Again, I don't know the internal numbers. Maybe I'm completely wrong. I certainly could be. I just think it's a missed opportunity not to capitalize on the hype day one on the PC side of things. I will always believe that that's the case. I just don't, man. But again, I believe that once they have their own storefront, we will see day and date PC games in their own storefront. Then a year, 2 years down the road, they will release it to Steam and Epic and everywhere else. But I believe that's all they're holding back for, is just to take the 100%. I honestly believe that. So, but we'll see. But anyway, Spider-Man 2, it's going to be gigantic. Hopefully that side, the clown show, and everybody can be posting screenshots and video and talking about how great Spider-Man 2 is for at least a couple weeks, so we can have a break. I hope that's the case. I hope you're all here as gamers instead of talking heads all the time about Xbox. I hope you all show up as gamers for the next couple weeks while you put your 40 to 60 hours or 80 hours into Spider-Man 2, and you are sharing that shit out as a gamer and praising the hell out of it and staying out of Xbox's business for a change. I hope that happens.
You know what I hope for, Paul?
Yeah.
I hope that people actually complete this game, so they're not questioning what the third game is going to be about.
Steele. I know, brother.
That's all that I want. Just hey, it's not hey, ladies and gentlemen, it is not a spoiler that Harry Osborn is Venom. It's not a spoiler. Go play the first game. 2018. It's not a spoiler.
Eastside Vandal says, I went horseback riding yesterday. If you really did do that, that's cool as shit, Eastside Vandal. I think you're making a joke, but I get it. And there was no Spider-Man 2 brands on the horses. I'm worried, guys. Yeah.
That's how people come across.
Where's their horse marketing?
He said he also went waterboarding or whatever yesterday, and it wasn't on the side of the boat that was pulling him. So we got to be in trouble.
Yeah, right.
But again, I mean, when you look at the situation, I do want it to be as successful as possible.
Hell yeah, of course. It's going to be. It's going to be massive.
There's a lot of things that go into this, and shout out to Insomniac. I do think that story-wise, they have me extremely intrigued. Again, the angle that they're taking, I'm not going to talk about the spoilers that I know of about the game, but for the sake of just respect to people, again, a game that came out 2018 versus a game that's about to come out next week, as two different things. So, and again, that's not a spoiler if you played the game, but just knowing for the story elements that I've seen from some of the leaks, Insomniac's doing exactly what they're supposed to do. I'm not saying that they're necessarily reinventing the wheel, because you don't need to.
That's how they do what they're doing.
But they also are adding their own personal spin to it. Mm-hmm. And that was, if there's anything that was extremely impressive about the first game versus any other Spider-Man game that came before that, it did feel more special and more like a true Spider-Man story versus the reiterations that we were kind of getting before, or it being based off of a movie. This truly feels like a gaming universe can be built off of this and be moved towards a general direction, right? Kind of like how Iron Man was the lead for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He was the one that really drove it. I mean, again, if you want to go back to Blade, he's another key part of that. But Marvel was what really drove the 2000s run of for what we've seen so far from the MCU. And I do think that Spider-Man can be that lead to drive the Marvel gaming universe, especially with them having Wolverine. I just hope that they play nice and we can have these kind of crossovers and things of that nature. I think that'd be really cool. So anyway,
Nixie, it would be a wonderful, wonderful time if everybody stopped paying attention to the clown show and the action out here. It would be, but it's not. Again, too many people love the drama.
Love it.
Too many people revel in the mud. They, for whatever reason, they love to roll in the mud. So it's never going to happen. It'd be a great place if it did. It'd be utopia if it did, but that's not going to happen. So no, we're going to continue down this trend. So
Blue Moon, I agree with that point too, because he says Iron Man or Robert Downey Jr. Both, because if it wasn't, because literally if that role embodied Robert so well, bro. And there's nobody else. There's literally nobody else in existence will ever be as good as he was in that role. I mean, of course, not right now. But I'll be honest, and I also have a bit of a bias towards Robert. So, I love me some Downey.
I love Robert. I go all the way back with Robert to his druggy, awful days.
My mom
I love Robert Downey Jr. So I've grown up with Robert Downey Jr. And so I've seen his evolution as a person, as an actor. Mm-hmm. So I will always have appreciation for who he is and what he did to turn around his life. But I loved him back when he was on the edge.
Yeah, he's always been good.
Trouble. He's always been good as an actor. The man is top tier, one of the best of my generation. But he's up there. He's up there with the best of the best because he has played all different types of characters throughout his career, and it's phenomenal. But yeah, at this point, there is no separating the two. It's impossible to separate the two because of what he did with the role. Not to say that nobody else could have been casted and done the same thing, but at this point, that's spilled milk. Robert Downey Jr. is Iron Man.
100%. Yeah. Tony Stark. That's him. It's going to be, I don't know how Marvel pulls back from its slump without him coming back.
Yep.
I unfortunately, I don't know. People need to do better writing because this whole Kang, anyway, we're going to a whole different podcast, but check out Fun Pop.
Check out Fun Pop on Fun Speculation Network every Tuesday night. Anyways. Man. Okay.
Eastside Vandal says less than zero. Yes, exactly. Fucking fantastic.
Eastside. Why are you reading my mind? I love when our chat. I just lost my Game Informer stuff. Seriously? No, but Eastside, you're reading my mind, bro. I was just gonna say, for anybody who's not as old as I am, or for anybody who hasn't gone through the back catalog of Robert Downey Jr. movies from the 80s, go watch Less Than Zero. Like, it's a depressing movie. It's a emotional movie, but my God, it is freaking phenomenal because Robert Downey was basically playing himself at that moment where he was in real life in a lot of ways, which is crazy, but that is one of his greatest acting jobs ever because he really wasn't acting a whole lot. It was being himself, which is crazy. But fantastic movie. I go back to it from time to time. And let me see where
MG says Robert De Niro. Yeah, shout to Rob, man. Yeah, I shot to him.
Robert's done his thing.
We can go down a fucking list of bro. We can go down a list of people. Yeah. There's people that I throw in there that
that other people might not.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. And then finally, we're gonna end this. This has been a long list, folks. We've done a lot of talking here. You know how we do on Living Split Screen. This is what Steve.
A lot of games this week, though, too, bro.
A lot of games this week.
It's been a while since we've had a lot of upcoming games.
Yeah, this is going to be another huge game. From all the early impressions, all the early smoke out there, we are talking about legitimately another late Nintendo contender for Game of the Year. I believe that we are probably Nintendo is going to get favorable. They are going to get extra scores, but from what everybody's talking about, for all the people that love Nintendo, this is one of the ultimate games coming out. We shall see, but early impressions are through the roof. Super Mario Brothers Wonder is also hitting this week. We are getting two of what probably are going to be two of the top best-selling games of the year in Spider-Man 2 and Super Mario Brothers Wonder. Released the same day. This is massive.
Nintendo don't give
Would you steal? Hell no.
Let's go.
If you're gonna put up something against Spider-Man, it's gonna be Mario. Bro.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a 2D Mario in the classic vein with gorgeous. Again, even as somebody who's not a fan, you guys all know me. I can still look at games and go, bro,
they pulling that art style,
fantastic. Bro. That art style is on the Switch for what the Switch can do.
That is so crazy.
It is gorgeous, right? It is a cool looking game. The Elephant Mario, it is. I smile every time I see it. Like it looks great. It's in that whole Nintendo vein. So yeah, Super Mario Bros. Wonder going to be a gigantic game. Certainly could be up for Game of the Year as well. Like this year's Game Awards are going to be special, even for somebody who just watches the Game Awards for the new trailers, the new game, the announcements, all that kind of stuff, the updates. I'll be watching it for the Game of the Year this year because it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. It really is. So yeah, Super Mario Brothers Wonder this week. No, a lot of people are going to be pulling out their Switches to get into that one this week. It looks great. So
yeah, Tim says Mario's going to kill sales of Spider-Man 3-1. Probably. There's a lot. It's been proven time and time again that the Nintendo Switch base buys their games.
Oh, bro, their attach rate is second to none. Their attach rate is stupid.
So but
some of their games are over 50% attach rate on 100 and what now 30 million Switches. Like that's just dumb.
Yeah, no, like literally nobody else does that. Literally, like no other console will ever be able to do that. 1,000%. If they, especially if Switch 2 is supposed to be everything that they're claiming it's going to be.
Yeah.
If it does have back compat.
My ears are perked. Gotta have that back compat.
If it has the back compat.
Yep.
Oh, Nintendo's not going nowhere anytime soon. Nowhere.
Oh God. No.
It's about to be a fucking problem. Like
although Steel, it's going to be a problem, but although what people are going to start to notice, because I've seen people putting this out there, and it's true, like Nintendo has dominated this year as far as releases go. Like their amount of releases are incredible.
Yeah, there's been strong.
But that's because they're working on hardware that's like Xbox 360, PS3 hardware. And we used to get games like that from we used to get games like that on that type of hardware. If they go with the Switch 2 up to more closer, as we've heard,
PS4.
Potentially PS4 Pro, that dev cycle for those teams that are used to working on that hardware
it's going
to start get longer between releases, I would imagine, for Nintendo games. Now we'll see, but I would imagine that we're going to start to see Nintendo catch up as far as dev time goes too.
If Breath of the Wild 2 can do, or Tears of the Kingdom can do all the things that it can do, on the hardware
Imagine
that they
what
have.
they're able to do with the PS4.
That 90% of games don't do.
Yes.
What they're going to be able to do. Again, you can't do nothing but tip of the hat. I don't have to support everything. I can be honest about shit, but like, tip of the hat to them. And if they continue to, again, if they're on the pulse this time around and don't just drop the ball and start rolling around and say, oh, here's a Wii U. Oh, how about this console? I think we'll be good. I think
if they walk out on stage and announce a Switch 2 and then show off Metroid Prime finally, and then also an upgraded, brand new Metroid Prime that everybody's been waiting on, and backwards compatibility, and even say, oh, by the way, we're going to resell you games with the upgrades. You can play backwards compatibility, but here's Tears of the Kingdom upgraded on Switch 2.
$10.
It's over.
No, they're going to make you pay full price, $60.
Yeah, they're going to make you full price. It doesn't matter.
No,
it's over with. Yeah. They can drop the mic, walk off the stage, announce the price at $4.99, which is the rumor. It won't matter. The thing will be sold out when pre-orders go live.
Well, people are going to trade their Switches. There's going to be the market is going to be so flooded between regular Switches and the new Switches.
If it's backwards compatible, yes, 1,000%. That's the only reason why I still think they don't do it.
Well, they won't do back combat.
Correct.
You think they still? You think they more so still believe in generations? They truly believe in generations.
Oh, sure. Their version of generations, sure.
Yeah. Or maybe what they could do.
They believe in reselling.
Again, kind of to your point, maybe their form of back compat is, hey, we have your account. We noticed that you bought this game. $10-$20. You can get this game. You can bring it over. That's the other thing. Their back end systems for a lot of their stuff. Like, for an example, Animal Crossing, how you can only have one version of Animal Crossing on that system, and only one person has ownership of your island. Nobody else has their own island. Nobody. You have to play off of one person's game. That is so messed up to me. When I was going through that stuff, and I was my youngest was getting set up, she was getting caught up, and she wanted to start playing, and I was like, all right, yeah, I'll get y'all set up, this, that, and other thing. I can maybe play together, or maybe you can play on your own account so you don't mess up anything of your sisters or whatever. And then I logged her into her account, and it still had all her stuff. And I was like, why? Right. It was like, you can't make your own world. And I literally had to spend an hour, 2 hours doing research, and literally, well, it wasn't that long, but people were like, no, you can only have one island per device. And that's for everybody to be, and everybody to have access to. I was like, that's so stupid. Why? It is. That's so limiting. Like, you're literally forcing people to have to buy multiple consoles. But
that's Nintendo. Yeah. So that's why I don't have faith that they're going to do backwards compatibility. But if they do, again, for the first time in decades, Nintendo has my ears perked. They do. 100,000%.
Definitely easy way to get the money in those pockets for sure.
Yep. Absolutely.
Well,
that was an hour long. Upcoming week of games, bro.
I mean, we had a lot more in there. We had some conversation and some things to jump into.
That's what we do. Chat. Again, appreciate y'all for hanging out with us and enjoying the conversation. Again, you guys engage, and that's what we love. Lots of good conversation in there as well. So thank you all. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Again, you can't talk about any little thing without also throwing our input in there. Again, that's what the podcast is about. That's what the show is about. And again, as long as you guys are not as long, but with you guys also consistently engaging, it just helps the conversations flow. So
absolutely.
Shout out to Nintendo for the hustle for sure. There's been a major event that has happened this week. Some consider it small news. What? Some say that we've just capped for big corporations, and don't see that Microsoft is buying all these things up so that they can close down the industry by 2027, because they said
they're going to take everybody with them.
Yep.
Scorched earth. Because
they said themselves that that's when they were getting out of the game.
Noah's Ark steal, and they're going to sink Noah's Ark in 2027. They're going to buy up everything and then sink the whole industry. That's the ultimate plan.
So if you guys have been maybe under a rock, but for the guys and gals that are listening, Microsoft was fully able to acquire Activision Blizzard King. They are now the lords of ABK, which is something that is I say that it's somewhat heartfelt, mainly because we've been talking about it for so long. Mm-hmm. Again, literally 2 years since the beginning of all this started happening. This has been a conversation piece for a lot of us. And I do want to say here at Live at Split Screen, I will say that, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong and you didn't feel the same way, Pong, but I do feel as though we always had that about a 90% positivity on the fact that this deal was going to end up going through, or that it was moving in the right directions, and found all the things that were happening around it to be funny and very funny, thought-provoking, and exposed a lot of things and frustrating
with big government shit bullshit.
Well, of course. And when you get into the big government side of things, that can be a difficult conversation to have. Because again, I'm not gonna say I'm the most well versed in all those things either, but I am versed enough to a point to where I can have an understanding that they didn't understand what was going on, right? This was a completely new for the FTC, CMA, everybody that was involved. It definitely felt agenda-based in a lot of ways. Again, because in conclusion, the problem came down to cloud. And cloud is in a market right now to where it's not proven. You can't really put a timeline on it. There's no information that would back it up enough to say, hey, this is what's going to happen. It's all assumptions. And honestly, even with Amazon, between AWS and Azure, both sides, although they are working in many ways and facets in their own industries, right? And it is growing. But at least in gaming, what this is focused around, it hasn't grown enough to expose itself to be such a problem that it needs to be extremely mandated and looked at through a telescope right now. And my biggest issue with the entire ordeal was I thought that the governing bodies that were in participation with this came with the understanding that, hey, we're concerned about our consumers. We just want the best deal for our consumers. And if there are future concerns, that we could always reopen this deal and say, hey, Microsoft, you said you were going to do A, B, C. You only did A and B. Where is C? And if you don't do C, then we can no longer agree, or maybe we're going to have to rework these things. Y'all going to have to come back to the table and fix it. That didn't seem to be the case in a lot of ways. Again, it seemed like everybody had their, especially Lena Khan, seemed like they had their own agenda to push back against the tech industry, and tried to use gaming as the front runner for that. Although, fortunately and unfortunately for gaming, it's still in a space to where, one, it's capped out. Two, it's growing in other ways, expanding its market reach through other devices. But the outreach that's being used to reach those other devices is using a technology that you can't bring any logical information to say that it's going to be a monopoly, or to say that it's going to be a problem, at least for the next 5 years, even in my own kind of perception and from what they have stated themselves, right? So, and then to also see them follow up, right? And I believe, what was that? The FTC that wrote that message that we talked about yesterday, Pong, last night, where they essentially, that was a CMA?
Yeah, it was in their statement that they released.
The final statement where they were like,
yeah,
well,
I put it in there. I put it in the DMs. So I can read it real quick. Yeah. So this was Stephen Totillo's post that you posted in there, Steele, with a kind of a breakdown of what the CMA said. And there he has it finally with the final quote, says, but business and their advisors should be in no doubt the tactics employed by Microsoft are no way to engage with the CMA. Microsoft had the chance to restructure during our initial investigation, but instead continued to insist on a package of measures that we told them simply wouldn't work. Dragging out proceedings in this way only wastes time and money. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black, Steel.
Like they weren't doing the same thing, right?
Bruh.
Like they didn't have 48 other places say that they didn't have a problem with it. And they were the main ones that were stating that they had a problem.
Oh, over the cloud, as if you guys didn't waste time and money with, the consoles. We're worried about the console market. Oh, by the way, now that we got all the facts, yeah, the console market doesn't matter. Oh, but we're not going to let this drop because we got to get a win here for our agenda to make us look bigger than we actually are. So what we're going to do is we're going to completely, even outside of our own definition, make up the fact that the cloud is a problem. And we're going to make that a whole thing at the end of the day. And how important was the cloud to Microsoft overall? Oh, they were willing to divest themselves of it in the end.
Which is crazy to think about.
Yeah. Come on, bro. These guys, these people are all like this. They think they're more important than they are. They had to make an issue where there was no issue. They won. They got the W, right? There's no doubt about that. They got the W. At the end of the day, of course, Microsoft didn't want to divest if they didn't have to. But again, they did. So they get the W, and then they have to turn around and try, as I said last night at Xbox Ultimate, scold Microsoft as if they are mother superior. Like, really? That shows the mentality of these people. Again, you give people power, they show you their true colors. Sorry, Steele. I went around.
No, you're good. That's essentially how it all went down. It's just the entire journey has been extremely interesting to see play out from start to finish. And I don't know. I don't feel any two ways about it. I'm glad that I say that I'm glad, and people may not like that. But to me and my understanding, I just didn't see any negatives in the situation. Matter of fact, I saw more positives than the negatives, because pulling myself out of the world, honestly, like I say, with that RTS view, you have to look at the human element side of it too. You have to look at how business was going up to this point for Activision and Blizzard, right? And I can hear the conversation of, well, Activision Blizzard could have worked themselves out of their own slump, and they didn't have to have everybody working on Call of Duty. They could have did ABC things. And sure, could that have been a possibility? Again, we could always have a conversation about that. From the information that we got, though, it seemed as though things were in more dire straits than and needed to be addressed much sooner than later. And things kind of fell together because, yes, and Nix, I do think it's best for business that Microsoft acquired Activision Blizzard. And I'll tell you why. I think it's best for business that Microsoft acquired Activision Blizzard, because Activision Blizzard was right now is a sweatshop for Call of Duty. It no longer has to be that. Now, if it continues to be that, then we need to have a conversation about what is the true goal of what Microsoft has for Activision, right? Blizzard has Diablo, has other IP and other things that of an existence.
And human element.
Human element is definitely another major factor. Yep. But that leads into the human element, which is what I was going to bring in, which is why I was mentioning that.
Yeah.
If you don't see how it's good for business on the human element side of things, even if they have to let some people go, that's business.
Yeah.
I don't
There's
know.
Be redundancy.
I don't know if you understand the breadth of the conversation that we're about to have. Right? Because this isn't a console thing. This isn't a console thing. This isn't, because I like Microsoft, it needs to be with them. No. This is who better? Tell me who would have been better. Would it have been better? And again, we can only talk theoretically, because none of us knows or has enough money to step in and take advantage of an acquisition that would have been in front of us. Nick said leadership change could have happened before. Obviously, that wasn't going to be a way, but that's a perfect thing for me to get into my little beats about the whole Activision deal, and why I don't think that it's bad for the industry, or that it's the start of a doom and gloom scenario. For all the reasons that I've mentioned and everything that has led up to this point, and Activision still, again, Microsoft still has to prove that they can handle the legal side of things that Activision is currently going through right now. There were still sexual allegations that are going on. There's people who committed suicide that is on paper for them. These are things that they're going to have to deal with on the back end. Excuse me. I know it's not easy things to talk about in some ways, and I know not everybody cares about that. But there was a literal other more relative side that needed to be addressed that nobody else was going to be able to handle. This is part of the reason why both Bobby Kotick after this year is gone. And if he does stay longer, and Microsoft allows that, then we need to have a bigger conversation at that point. But I have to take things at face value. What is being presented? What's being presented is the chance of unitization, for an example. Shout out to James who brought that up. He said, I'll make a gaming point. Unitization will extend the dev cycle by about 2 to 3 years. Users are basically like old mafia movies. Be ashamed if anything happened to this. Give me money. I don't agree with that in completion, but I do feel as though unitization will help gaming in some ways, at least on maybe more so the bottom level QA testers, things of that nature, people that need those things because, again, there's a lot of people who are making less than $50,000 a year working as game developers and are being asked to go above and beyond, have to take time away from their family, whatever the case. And you can say, oh, well, that's the career that they chose. Great. I hear you. But this is the point that I want to make. The reason why, at least to me, it makes more sense for Microsoft to step in than anybody else is because Microsoft does have that capital. Microsoft has the opportunity to step in and make change. Microsoft has been one of the main proponents to show that they actually care about the gaming industry in totality, not just one sector, not just, oh, we need to sell more games. It needs to be big games. It needs to be this. No, across the board. That's why they're giving you more options. That's why they're opening it to more ways to play. And right now, with that taken into consideration, it's hard for me to understand somebody who says that, oh, well, this is a negative, and if Microsoft wants to come back later and own everything, then what are we going to say then? Well, I mean, that's not the situation right now. And what has been proven through this whole legal matter is that that's not going to happen, because governing bodies are willing to spend more money than is necessary to fight pointless fights. So what do you think they're going to do if they feel like they actually have a case? And folks, let's wake up. They thought they had a case this time. So you think that these other future deals are going to be as easy to walk into? Apple is just going to be able to cut deals with anybody. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, you know what happened out of that whole Apple transaction? Apple does have to open their market up a little bit, more on a web-based side of things, but they have to open it up a little bit because certain things you can't prevent and you got to play nice. It still works to their advantage regardless. Another example is the whole USB-C thing. Apple had to make that switch because it was an anti-consumer thing that they were doing, and it was being pointed out. And there's so many other things that get tied in that too. I'm oversimplifying it, but I am more so because I do believe in the vision that Microsoft has as far as diversity, giving you access points. If you have a console, PC, cloud, whatever your access point is, again, if you're going to offer those things, continue to iterate on them and improve them and make them better, and incorporate that Orion tech that you brought in with Bethesda, and really start improving your back end so that these people that you are exposing to your ecosystem, they have the best experience possible. But nonetheless, I believe in their vision of expanding that market, and they didn't do anything necessarily negative. Call of Duty is still going to be on every platform. Matter of fact, it's going to be on more platforms than it's ever been on before. I don't see how Call of Duty is all of a sudden going to go negative now. And again, I see people making the comparisons to like, oh, Halo has failed, Bleeding Edge has failed, this game has failed, this game has failed under Microsoft. And it's like, okay, but Gears of War has failed. Let's have an honest conversation and think about the tenure of these games, the style of those games, and what those games have done for the industry up to this point. And also see that the gamers that we grew up as, and I'm 31, So the gamers that we grew up as and older, maybe some younger, were completely different than the gamers of today. We were impressed by Call of Duty, Halo, Mass Effect, Skyrim, all these great games that were Gears of War, and they were all stood out in their own right. That was the industry then. And the only reason, MG, to your point, Gears isn't what it is because Gears has always been, outside of the campaign, a hard game to play. It's not for everybody. It was never meant to be for everybody. And every time they try to make it for everybody, it doesn't work. The core base falls off, and that is part of the community that you have to keep involved, along with growing it. But I think with Gear 6, they're going to bounce back. But nonetheless, that's another side tangent. But these games have had longevity in them. Gears has been out since 2006. Well, it's almost a decade later, and yes, you could say, "Oh, well, all these other games last this long. Why does a MMO that lasts for X amount of time?" Actually, it's a lot longer. It's over a decade. Excuse me, I'm completely off of my math right now. I need another cup of coffee. But the tenure of those games speak for themselves. Halo is not going to work today the same way that you felt Halo worked in the past. It's not going to all of a sudden make you want to pack up your Xbox, go to your friend's house, y'all sit together and pack up your TV, go to your friend's house, y'all sit next to each other, hook up, play LAN, go online, play against other folks. That's not the thing anymore. We're not going to these open strip malls or these open office spaces, getting together, everybody connecting there, getting our LAN party together, all getting hooked up through local network hubs and Ethernet and getting everything set up so we can play right next to each other. That's not what it is anymore. And gaming isn't what it used to be. I think in a good way. Do I miss some of those times? Sure. But I can have those times online now. It's transitioned. Things have grown. It's the digital era. You have to learn how to grow with it. You don't have to be in the guy online not talking in chat. You don't have to be that guy. You could talk to everybody if you want to. Matter of fact, this console generation, well, especially Xbox One more so, towards the back end of it, I've seen more people talking in game chat than I've ever seen before. I'm actually impressed by it. How many people I end up seeing in game chat. So it's like in some ways you could say that we've regressed, but in a lot of ways I think we've taken many steps forward versus us taking those steps back. Right? So ABK, this whole deal going through is exciting for me because of the potential of what is possible now. The devs no longer have to be under one roof, under one type of specialization. Not everybody has to be under one thing. Now we can get that dev cycle of a 2 to 3 year Call of Duty. Now all those people that are working on this central game, they can be moved off and maybe they get put onto other teams within Xbox, right? Or maybe those teams are given things that they're able to do for themselves. Now, unfortunately, regardless, there is going to be a transition period. There is going to be a rough period. We're not going to see any fruits for this labor for at least 2 years outside of games coming to Game Pass. And I think that's going to happen within the next 6 months. Right? So overall, that's my kind of overarching view on how I feel about the ABK going through, why I think it's a benefit to Microsoft being able to have the capital to move the pieces around. Again, for them, this is chess, not checkers. And if you wanted to call it checkers, because they're just using money to kind of move their pieces, then they still have to be able to get their kings on the board and get across the board and jump over spaces so that they can take advantage of what they have. One thing you can't say is that Xbox can't create games now. And that is something that, again, 2023 has been a good example of a great year for Game Pass. We've had top of the line games come in, and if you don't think they're top of the line, then again, you have to look at yourself as a gamer, not judge my opinion or others' opinions in the reality of what we have received. So with that, Paul, far as this ABK deal, what Microsoft is bringing to the table, is it a doom and gloom scenario for you? Are you worried about the future? Are you still in line with how you felt previously about, hey, this is a proper step in the right path, who better kind of scenario? How do you feel about Microsoft finally acquiring ABK?
This is the moment we've all been waiting for. And of course I don't think doom and gloom. That's why I talked the way I did about this the entire time. Expansion and contraction are a part of this industry. It's always going to be this way. As Grubb pointed out in his tweet yesterday, we have like 6,000 games coming out a year. Some of these devs who are going to get some of this Microsoft money at Activision are going to break off and create their own studios. This is the ebb and flow of this industry. And the next big $1 billion franchise probably will come from a small studio that nobody ever heard of before. And I think Grubb was spot on. I believe in, or I have the same perception of this industry. So no, there's no doom and gloom here. This is industry defining right here, potentially. This type of deal doesn't come along. And as I said on the Xbox Ultimate last night, I love when things shake up an industry. I love when people or companies come in and attempt to do things differently than they've been done before. People are, and again, I'm no different. Most human beings don't like change. We get set in our ways, and that's the reality. I mean, I feel that way about a lot of things in my real life work and in other things. There's a lot of that happens, but in this industry and in industries in general, I do love to see companies like Microsoft or Xbox come in and say, no, you know what? This way's been done for decades now. It's time to move in a new direction. And I think that with this ABK deal, Xbox is more in charge of their destiny. They're more in control of their destiny than they ever have been previously. They're not done. Okay. This isn't the end of acquisition season. There is going to be more. Other companies now are going to buy other devs and publishers as well. We heard this week that, Disney, that Iger's being pushed by his board to move into the gaming industry to get a publisher like EA so they can make their own games. So this is going to continue. And if you're scared, if you got the doom and gloom scenario, as I've always said, we can sit here and argue. You can argue your points about why it's doom and gloom. I could certainly argue a utopian point of view, but we all know in life, it usually falls somewhere in the middle. And that's the reality of everything. But Xbox now has almost completed that moat, which you would have heard me talk about it on this show and other shows 2 years ago when we started talking about this stuff. And we heard Booty actually use that language in an email. They have almost completed the moat that they want, meaning that whatever happens on the outside, Xbox now has the developers, the studios, the talent, the IP to continue to do whatever they're going to do, to continue to supply Game Pass, to continue to move forward in the direction that they've decided to chase. Whether or not that all works out in the end, we're going to have to wait and see. What this all looks like 5-10 years from now, we're going to all have to wait and see. If this winds up in a scenario where the entire industry collapses because of acquisitions, well, then that's so be it. Again, the industry will survive. It survived a whole lot worse in the 80s. So it will move on. Places like Nintendo will continue to be Nintendo no matter what at the end of the day. So right now, I'm here to celebrate this acquisition, not as purely an Xbox fan, but as a gaming fan, because this shakeup needs to happen from time to time. And Steele made a lot of great points in what he was just talking about. There's a whole human element to this, which I do agree with. And I see people in the chat. Again, for those of you who haven't heard my statement on this, when it comes to unions, there's good and bad. Okay, there's good and bad. I grew up in a union family. I grew up in a blue collar union family. Okay.
Okay.
I've seen both sides of how unions can be great for workers and how they can be bad by protecting bad apples and by becoming a power hungry organization that literally just does the same thing the corporation does, because you got people at the top that take bribes and do all sorts of stuff. I've been there, lived through it with my stepdad. So I know what that can happen. But this tech industry in general, the tech industry as a whole, has been extremely resistant to any type of unions, right? To even going down that path. This has been a huge situation for a lot of workers in all of the tech field, but specifically, let's talk about gaming. There has been people getting fired for even talking about unions. There has been an abuse of power by the corporations when it comes to the devs and what they get paid. We've seen all sorts of contract negotiations or contracts seemingly being one-sided in the corporation's favor. So the fact that Microsoft has come out openly and the CWA has now confirmed that now that this deal is complete, they will be talking to the studios within Microsoft and within Xbox and letting them know their options to unionize. And Microsoft's not going to stand in the way of it. I think that's a good thing overall. Now, again, can it turn into something bad? Yes. As James pointed out, could we see longer dev cycles because, you can't do as much overtime crunches as everybody's talked about? Yes, absolutely. Of course. But that's a part of the process. And again, that is what it is. We were already moving towards longer dev cycles as it stands right now. So whatever. But again, the fact that it's being opened up by Microsoft, one of the biggest, world's largest corporations, is a huge monumental kind of moment. And again, how that all turns out, we'll have to wait and see. But it's shaking things up. And more people are now going to have to take notice. More people are going to have to be open to it. We'll see how it all turns out. But I like that. The fact that Xbox has now the potential. And again, a lot of my excitement is based on the potential. Sure, it's going to be nice eventually when a new Call of Duty comes out that I don't have to budget that in, that's part of Game Pass. Absolutely, of course. That's a huge benefit. All the back catalog IP coming in because I do play old games. That's another huge benefit to me, of course, as a consumer, as a Game Pass user, of course. But the potential of what could happen out of this deal, if Phil can put into place his vision, if they can move away from having so many people work on Call of Duty, or if they can grow Blizzard back, which is crazy to say because some of the numbers being thrown around about, we don't know official numbers employee wise, but we know it's somewhere probably in the 13, 14,000, maybe 15,000 range right now. They lost a lot of talent when they were going through a lot of their bad times. All the HR stuff that Steele talked about cost them a lot of employees, but even before then, they went through a lot of turnover and a lot of people were leaving the company. If they can get those teams back up or grow them, and even if they got to stay on the yearly Call of Duty thing, and we've talked about this, I think eventually they move it to a platform-based kind of thing, which I think is basically Modern Warfare 3 is a test run for that platform right now.
It's a service base for sure.
It's a service. Moving stuff forward that I purchased from previous Call of Duties forward into this game is a huge win for us. If they keep that going and they move towards that direction, I'm cool with it. But anyways, even let's say they have to do the yearly release with Call of Duty, if they can grow the studios out, which Microsoft has been doing with all of their acquired studios, they've been growing all of those studios. And let's say they get to a point where they can make more teams out of what they currently have and have those teams work on some of that older IP or new IP, then that's a win. That's the potential that I'm excited for. And I'm excited that Xbox themselves no longer have to kind of play by the rules set by the market leader in Sony and PlayStation when it comes to third-party stuff. Because if they don't get a deal that's in their favor, or they can't work, terms out with somebody, chances are they're going to have a game in their pipeline that's going to fill that need. That's where they're getting to. As I stated last night, I still think that they have one more big piece, and that is the East. And I still think they're going to move into the East. They're going to get a publisher like Sega, Square Enix, whatever, Capcom. Again, I think Capcom's on the low end of possibilities, but it doesn't matter. I'm just throwing names out there. They're going to move into the East in a big way. They've got one more big buy in them. And then I think this moat's complete. And then I think they kind of control their own destiny from going forward. And that excites me. Okay. That gets me hyped for where they can go and the different things that they can try without worrying about having to rely on the third party aspect of it. That's really where I get pumped for this. And I think that the way that they're shaking up the industry is a good thing. Now, some people will argue, and we've certainly heard the people argue out there, oh, AAAs are becoming too expensive. If you continue to go the Xbox route, AAAs are going to go away. We're going to get a bunch of shovelware.
That's the thing about it. We don't know what the reality of that is, but honestly, what we've seen so far, it doesn't seem to be an issue. If anything, it seems to be a boon for you to be able to continue to get your single player game.
Right. And I think that for me, and I've always, we've talked about this specifically still too, back in the day about, these people's fear of Game Pass and it, the Game Pass fodder narrative and how everybody thinks that all of a sudden 10 years from now, we're all going to be playing mobile style games because of Game Pass. And that's going to be the one that brings down the entire industry. My question has always been, because people like to say, well, Netflix, look at Netflix. They had all these subscribers. And they had to get to 200 million subscribers in order to keep doing
Netflix
what they're doing.
Isn't gaming, man.
Listen, Netflix number one is not gaming, but the fact is Netflix realized real quickly when they started doing a whole lot of shovelware, they started losing subscribers. What do you think is going to happen to Xbox if they want to continue down a growth path? And there is a huge amount of gamers who still enjoy the AAA experience. If all of a sudden all the AAA stuff went away, they would lose a massive amount of revenue from people just walking away from the industry or not buying any more games. They would lose a massive amount. Now, there's going to be a balance there for sure. That's why we see games as a service. But this is where everything kind of takes a separate path when you talk about gaming and what Xbox is doing. Being able to buy a game is not going to go away, which is different from Netflix and Spotify. You can't buy an album on Spotify.
Right.
You can't buy a movie or a TV series, or a series, I should say. I call it TV series because I'm old. On Netflix.
Same.
They don't have DLC. They don't have microtransactions. They don't have early access options for premium editions. They don't have any of that extra revenue and income coming in. And that's all conveniently ignored when this narrative comes up. So for Xbox, they're going to continue to move forward. And they now have a pipeline steel that is second to none in this industry. In fact, now that this deal is complete, if the numbers of employees, and we're just talking about sheer number, we're not talking about revenue. PlayStation is still number one in revenue, even once you add in ABK, they are still number one in revenue. Microsoft has closed that gap considerably, but they're still there. But if you're just talking about in terms of sheer employees, dev studios, and the amount of content, they're the top number one third-party publisher. Tencent might be still a little bit bigger. We don't know for sure. But overall, they're right there as the number one publisher in the world, right? Overall, between first-party and third-party stuff. That's game-changing. That means that when they move forward into the mobile space, which we know they're going to do, which was a massive part of this deal, that they've now got the power. They've got the big stick to back it up. They've got the power to break up Google and Apple's duopoly on the mobile side. Whether or not they succeed, we're going to have to wait. They've got a bunch of different kind of hurdles, I guess, is one way. I would say more like challenges.
Definitely
that they are challenges that they're going to have to overcome internally, and getting this huge, almost 2.5 times what the amount of employees they have now integrated into the Microsoft way of things and the Xbox way of things before they can start tackling this stuff. But they're going to move forward because that's what big companies do. Right. They're going to push. So there are going to be challenges, but I think that they have the best opportunity to do that. And on the PC side of things, they now have one of the biggest PC developers in the world in Blizzard, which is going to make them a powerhouse in the PC space. Again, they have their challenges. Their PC setup, their PC store, the Windows Store is not good. Most people will say that. Their Xbox PC Game Pass is not good, right? They need to fix those applications, that software. They need to fix that and shore that up. But now they have a team that owns BattleNet, and BattleNet overall is considered a good service. So if that's the case, they can take that knowledge, they can take that battle net, and they can integrate it into them and make theirs that much better. Potentially. Again, a lot of this is based on potential. So for me, this is a historic moment. Friday the 13th, for those of us that do cover this industry the way we do, that even when we weren't podcasting, we're reading up about the industry from the business side of things, from where the industry is going forward, tech-wise, all that kind of stuff. For those of us that have that level of interest in this hobby, Friday the 13th in October will be the ABK deal day going forward. Like, this is a moment we're going to look back. Even those that hate this will know when this date rolls around, it's going to be ABK deal day, because that's the kind of seismic shift this could potentially create down the road, 5, 10, 15 years. Short term, we're going to see benefits. Short term, there's going to be a lot of different news coming out. There's going to be a lot, like Steele said, there will be layoffs because there is going to be redundancy whenever you make this big of an acquisition. That's the unfortunate part about it. Yeah, it is the shitty part. But as Steele said, if you take where Activision was going as overall, specifically the Activision side of things, with Call of Duty, it was unsustainable. Okay, it was unsustainable what they were doing. Continuing to have to, for your stockholders, for your shareholders, for your board, to continually put out Call of Duty year after year, and not just be able to put up the same numbers as the year before, but to have to show an increase. Eventually, that's a house of cards that I believed would have collapsed, and we would have seen massive issues, potentially the breakup of Activision Blizzard, potentially the closing of a lot of studios with a lot of more layoffs. At the end of the day, that's the doom and gloom I did see coming. Now, was that set in stone? Of course it wasn't. But at the end of the day, that's where I saw that headed. So the fact that Xbox, they are now underneath, the Microsoft umbrella with Xbox, I think actually probably saves some jobs at the end of the day. And like I said before, spread around, huh? Could potentially open up, if they grow all of those studios, to more jobs being created at the end of the day. So that's where I'm at with this. This is a defining moment for Microsoft. This is what I said. Satya's already made his mark on Microsoft, right? His legacy is what it is, and it's a good one for Microsoft as a corporation. But this one right here was the deal that I never thought they were going to let get away. And they didn't. They did what was necessary. I think they gave up too much to do it. But again, I don't control $1 trillion companies, right. Never will, but probably. I'm open to it. But they did what they needed to do to get this deal across the finish line. They gave up and divested themselves of the cloud market, at least for 15 years, to Ubisoft, right? Which I can't wait to see the contract details about this, because I do have some curiosity. I listened, Michael Pachter put out a pretty good video. And again, whatever you think of Michael Pachter, you think of Michael Pachter. I've been listening and reading to that guy for a long time, and I know some of his stuff is whatever. But, he put out a video, and his guess is that this is going to be an interesting contract, and how the wording is, and how Microsoft maintains the ability to put their first party games, into their own cloud service, and not have Ubisoft go out and cut a deal with like PlayStation for like exclusive rights. He wants to see the contract, and he said he will, and he'll put out another video when he finally does, kind of explaining how this is all going to work. But the fact that they were willing to do that shows you, number one, how not important the cloud is right now to Microsoft, right? For the next 15 years, as far as the gaming side of things go, how much they thought of it, being willing to give it up to Ubisoft, but also how big this deal was. Satya has now solidified his legacy complete and whole with Microsoft. When he steps away, and he's getting up there in age, he's actually been in charge as CEO of a major corporation for longer than most CEOs are in this day and age. So when he finally steps away, he's not going to have that lingering thought about what if we did get the Activision Blizzard deal done. That's how big this is. The biggest deal in Microsoft Corporation's history just went down, and it is in the gaming side. Whoever would have predicted that during the Xbox generation? Nobody. Nobody. They went from 2017 Steel, they had five studios? 5 studios. And if you break it down, to the teams that are within the overall name of each dev, you're talking about 44 plus studios now, teams now working on games for Xbox. Who could have ever seen this coming? Nobody in their right mind would have ever said, oh yeah, I'll take that bet. No. And they're not done. That's the other part about this. But this industry is too big, as far as too big to be consolidated in one spot. It's never going to happen. Could Microsoft gain control over where games are played as far as on the Azure servers with these moves? Yes, they could. I said that ultimately, I think that's their ultimate goal, is to have everybody, when we move fully digital, that everybody hosts their gaming ecosystems on the Azure servers. I think that's their ultimate goal. But overall, gaming is too diverse. It is way too chaotic still. This is not a solid industry by any stretch of the imagination. It is ever changing. Gamers' whims and what they like constantly change. Again, as Grubb said, the next billion-dollar franchise could probably come from some small studio we've never heard of, and it could be a brand new genre that nobody ever thought of. That's how this industry moves. So for me, seeing Microsoft and even others buy up certain publishers and dev studios does not scare me at this time. And again, if the industry goes through another crash, it goes through another crash. It was inevitable in a lot of ways, because that's what happens to big industries. We see it in every other industry. Why not gaming again? It certainly could happen, but everything will adjust. If Game Pass, as I've always said, Steele, if Game Pass isn't the way forward, if it winds up being unsustainable for Microsoft and Xbox, then things will change. Game Pass will go away. Maybe we go back to the more classic style. Maybe games as a service ultimately fail and they become so high risk for companies that devs stop making them, and we regress back to where there's only a few big ones out there. All of that could happen. But the gaming industry as a whole will adjust. It has become the number one entertainment form. I see more and more and more people posting about how, like me, they went from watching Netflix or going to movies or buying movies and watching movies a lot. That was a big part of their extra time, that they now spend more of their time on the gaming side. Why? Because it's interactive, because it's always changing. You are constantly involved in the action. That is a different experience from sitting there and watching what somebody wants to show you when you are creating that story. So more and more, this industry is growing. And I don't think that's going to stop. I think more and more people are going to enter, find a love for a certain type of game or a certain style of game, and then start branching off from there and going, you know what? This is a lot better than sitting my ass down and Netflix and chill. This is a lot better. I get something out of this. I get that rush of completing something versus a movie where you certainly can get an emotional rush. Somebody can really give you emotional, but most of the time, let's be real, we're watching shit that's like, you're just sitting there brain dead. Games engage you in a different way. That's why I think this gaming industry is going to continue to grow no matter what happens, whether Game Pass succeeds or fail, whether Xbox's vision becomes true, or maybe a portion of it comes true, or maybe all of it fails. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they're trying something new. This game industry will still succeed in spite of whatever happens. But I do think with this deal, Steele, the ABK deal in particular, is a defining moment. It is one of the big dominoes that will influence the direction of the industry going forward, not just from Xbox's perspective, but from the industry as a whole. As we move forward into the next gen and the next gen beyond that, we're going to look back and we're going to say to ourselves, those of us that were paying attention, those of us that care enough to talk about this stuff for nearly 2 years, we're going to look back and go, yep, that was that ABK deal that started all of this. That was the ABK deal that really set things off. It's true. One way or the other. And I think that's why it's so important, why I love this. And again, on top of it, Steele, you brought up again, we've talked about it before too. We got to peek into this industry like never before.
Perfect.
Without this deal, it would continue to have been a lot of smoke and mirrors to those of us on the outside about how all of this went down. Now, those of us that were paying attention really have a better grasp of how the inner workings of these companies, especially two of the biggest players in the industry in Xbox,
mainly
and
Xbox and PlayStation,
really operate. We got to look at some of the people, right? That we see a public persona from the Xbox people for sure. Again, Sony's not out here like Xbox,
right?
Since they are so consumer facing, we see Phil out here in public. We see Matt Booty out in public, that kind of stuff. We got to look at who they really are when it comes to the corporate boardroom stuff, when it comes to the business side of things. And it gave us a different image of both Phil, Booty, a lot of these people that we had never seen before. A lot of people thought Booty was this mild-mannered kind of weak guy who a lot of people say he was the weakest link. And maybe you still believe that management style-wise with the studios. But a lot of people just thought his personality that we see in interviews was that guy. He's that quiet guy. Well, we see behind the scenes with his emails, bro, he's a shooter, man. He's a go for the neck kind of guy. Right. Like he don't care. Like he was talking about just flat out, there's no way Sony can compete with us. Like he's that dude behind the scenes. And same with Phil, some of the stuff that we saw in Phil's emails, the speculation that we do out here in the community that some people don't like, but some people really enjoy. The speculation we do, a lot of that speculation, when it came to who they were acquiring or who they were looking at, was spot on. They do the same type of speculation behind the scenes.
Right.
They talk about some of the same stuff that we talk about. That's so cool to me, Steele. Like, that's freaking awesome. Like that we, even from the outside, just using the ECP, as Steele likes to say, using that RTS view, using the satellite, we could see, and we were on target with some of the stuff that was going on behind the scenes. That to me is also the biggest benefit that we got when I talk about us here personally from this whole deal, which never would have happened. Never would have happened without this going down this road. As long and as arduous as this journey has been, it still has had a huge benefit to a lot of us from a knowledge aspect and an entertainment aspect. And I'll never get tired of talking about it because, again, these points in history for the gaming industry, and yes, we're talking about gaming. Yes, it's not real world. There's a whole lot bigger things going on, as we all know, in the real world. But for a hobby that I love and enjoy, this is a history defining moment. And I was glad to be here and glad to talk about it with my brother from the Steel Rain and the Fun Speculation family and Boom and everybody else out here. And I'm never going to forget this. And we're not done talking about it because we're going to get a round table, Steel. We're going to get Game Pass announcements. We're going to find out what the kind of their philosophy going forward is. And it's going to start up all over again because we're going to talk about now what do they do, right? So it's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun. Sorry, I went on long, but this has been a big deal for me overall as part of my podcasting and my gaming life goes. I love this. I love this stuff, Steele. Facts.
No, I don't think you went long at all. So for some reason, somebody tried to get into my account, so I was trying to see what's going on with that.
Whoa. But what account?
It's just Facebook. Ain't big deal. It's not like I got anything special on there. They're gonna steal my pictures and try to pretend to be me. Maybe, but nonetheless, Decado did ask an interesting question. I saw that you posted in here, and I wanted to get clarity on it, make sure that I was understanding it properly. Decado said, "Steel and Pong Soul. Yes. I would like to hear your opinions on what's to come with China and Blizzard and the possible return." What do you mean by that? What is he saying by that, Pong?
Well, Blizzard had a falling out with here we go. See, when I get put on the spot, is Nacon China or is it the other one? I always forget.
I'd have to look up.
They had a deal. Chad, help me out. Decado, help me out. Put the name. I'm sure you know the name. I'm blanking right now because my mind was just on that long talk. And I'm old, so this happens. Whichever Chinese, Nacon's French. So then it's the other one.
Video game.
Then it's the other one. They had a deal with
NetEase. There you go.
NetEase. Thank you. Freaking.
That makes more sense. I was like,
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, no. Yeah, I
Doesn't
couldn't
always come to the
remember which one
forefront,
it ends. Okay, we got a lot of ends in this industry too. NetEase. So they had a deal still with NetEase to publish like World of Warcraft and stuff in China, right? They had a falling out with NetEase, and they pulled out. So you can't get Blizzard games in China right now. So that's what Decato's talking about.
Oh,
this just happened within the past year, I think. That all went down. It might have been early this year when that came out. Yeah. So that's what Decato's asking about. And Decato, I'm glad you brought this up. It's a topic that I don't think anybody else has touched on that I've heard so far about this. So I'll start, Steele, and then I'll get you in on this. I'll just start here. It doesn't have to be a huge, giant topic or anything like this. But to Decato's point, this is an important aspect that now that Microsoft and Xbox own ABK, they're going to have to repair that relationship. Because again, as you guys all know my feelings on how the Chinese government's got their hands in every business dealing that goes on, and it's ugly. It could be detrimental overall in the long term, all that good stuff. So I'm not going to talk about that. But just from a business perspective, China is a huge market. Even with all their controlling their population, even with all their limitations on the internet, even with everything that they do over there due to their government, China is a huge market with a lot of untapped potential. Guaranteed, from my point of view, Decato, and of course, again, playing armchair CEO. If I'm Phil, if I'm Satya, China passed this deal with no problem, right? They had a small delay. They were kind of playing a little political game, but ultimately China passed the deal with no problem. You have a lot of working relationships within China, just as one of the world's biggest corporations. Of course you do. You've got your inner workings with China. One of the first things I do now that this deal is complete is I'm setting up a meeting with NetEase, right? And I'm whatever ultimately caused the fallout, and we'll never get behind the scenes, of course not, because it's China and this industry is still way over the top secretive. So we'll never get the full story. But whatever happened between Blizzard and NetEase, I'm walking in and asking for a fresh slate, a clean slate. I'm saying, look, we are now in charge. Blizzard reports to me, Phil, and whatever happened, we want to repair this relationship.
Right.
Because you do need that market. That is an untapped market. There's a huge market already established. There's an untapped market that maybe eventually opens up even more if they finally have some type of change over there. Who knows what happens 10, 15, 20, 30 years from now? You don't want to be out of that market completely with your because they're a PC market, right? They are a PC and mobile market over there. They're not consoles. Consoles have a very hard time getting into that country for a lot of different reasons. But PC and mobile is giant in China.
Yes.
You want in over there. So you do whatever's necessary and you repair that relationship and you get your Blizzard games back in there. Whatever you got to tell them, whatever kind of deal you got to sign, right? It's not going to be a lifetime deal. So deals can always be reworked. You just get your games back in over there from Blizzard's side of things. Mm-hmm. And I think that this deal specifically, since China approved it with no problems, ultimately, I think it opens up that opportunity to walk in there and ask for that clean slate. So I think you do that. I think that's one of the first things I would do if I was in control of the business. Steele, what do you think here, brother?
I definitely think that you should somehow get that corrected, because again, that is and can be a huge player base, especially if you want to bring StarCraft back at some point. That's going to be a huge part of your player base that you would want to have access. So just to answer the question directly, I mean, if anybody's going to address it, it's going to be Microsoft. Microsoft will be able to try to, for better or for worse, kind of blanket that over and, smooth things so that they're at least accomplishable on the business side of things. So, that's as deep as I can get.
Yeah, no. I totally get it. Because again, It is, and I was happy that DeCarlo brought it up because again, it's not something anybody has talked about. It's like one of those things that everybody forgets happened, and now this does change everything with this acquisition potentially, right? This
does for sure, because without it, they probably that would have continued to happen. Activision would have continued to lose money on that front because they do need that. Now they could have broke their back and eventually caved into it. I don't.
Depending on how bad it was.
Yeah, depending on how bad, for sure. I didn't foresee that happening. So it playing out this way seems to be so much of a better solution. And you have more of that legal team behind you. So you got more people that can kind of really give their, get the business done.
Yeah. And over there, in a lot of ways, it's about the connections that you have.
Exactly.
Right?
Talking to Microsoft versus just talking to Activision that's two different conversations.
Satya walking in to your office with Phil trailing him and Sarah Bond or whoever else trailing him has a little bit more sway than Bobby Kotick trying to make a phone call to China. It just is what it is at the end of the day. Or Mike Ybarra calling up China. You got Satya in there, who obviously, again, for all the reasons, being one of the world's biggest corporations and having dealings directly with China, they open more doors, a lot more doors than anything that Bobby Kotick, Mike Ybarra, and again, no slight to them, it is just what it is, could ever hope to have. So I think you do make those moves. And even if you're not dealing with China directly, but you're dealing with, in the back way, you're dealing with China, because there are going to be people that you have to talk to, but NetEase in particular, Satya, Phil, Sarah Bond walking into NetEase has a different impression than Bobby Kotick and Mike Ybarra and the rest of the teams over there. It's a different level. So I think that definitely is going to happen for sure.
100%. So, I mean, speaking of Bobby, man, we might as well throw this in there. Bobby did mention on an interview with James Corden, not to get confused with Jez Corden, the possibility of Guitar Hero. Now, this is something that's been hinted at for some time. Just real quick, Paul, I mean, how do you feel about the possibility of a Guitar Hero coming back, if any? Do you think that there is a possibility this time around and maybe treating it more like a true service style game?
Yes. Yes. And yes, I'm not, again, for me personally, zero interest. Zero. I mean, less than zero, again, to bring back Robert Downey Jr.'s movie, less than zero interest in Guitar Hero. I could care freaking less, but overall, do I know there's a huge fan base out there and people who love those games? Of course I do. Again, I'm not dumb. Of course I do. And do I have a problem with them putting resources in to bring back Guitar Hero? No, go for it. If you're going to start making old IPs, sure, absolutely. Go for it. Bring back Guitar Hero. And yes, I do think it is legitimate. It's been mentioned too many times, Steele. It's been mentioned too many times. Just like I will bet you that Hexen is already being worked on at id in some fashion. I'm not saying that that's their main game. I think that Doom game that we got from the leaks probably is their next game, but is Hexen being worked on somewhere at id right now? Do I think they might have potentially made a deal with themselves prior to this closing? Yes, because Phil was wearing the t-shirt in public on the main stage, right? So those types of things, when I see those types of things, if I was going to be a betting man, I would bet for them. Yeah. And now the fact that Phil brought it up first, Guitar Hero, then Bobby brings it up after having during internal meetings with all of his all hands on deck teams about Guitar Hero coming back. Do I think that's already been long discussed? Yes, I do. I think that Microsoft Xbox has plans for that return. How that looks in this day and age with licensing is a whole nother issue. Because I don't know how you are, like, it's going to be expensive for music nowadays. It's going to be expensive. Yeah. The guitars and that kind of stuff. I don't see a problem because Microsoft now has a hardware development team. Obviously they've got manufacturing deals. They got a manufacturing pipeline, as Jez talked about on Xbox 2, to be able to make accessories like that. Again, we know how many controllers they pump out, right? So making guitars would be cheaper for Microsoft and could be actually profitable for them in some ways if they got the prices right. So yeah, bring back Guitar Hero. Again, for all the people that love those types of games, it's been gone too long. And it was gigantic Steele at one point. Like if you didn't live through the 360 era, if you weren't around, bro, Guitar Hero and then Rock Band were both massive, but the guitar, whenever you walked into GameStop, that's all you saw was Guitar Hero guitars. Like that, it was big. So yeah, bring it on back, man. Bring it. I want all this old IP to come back. I'm like
definitely was killing it. I mean, I want old IP to come back if they're going to truly revitalize it, not just bring back old games. You got to actually remake those and bring them up to date and make them look good. The other thing,
Lydian Master too. He just said I prefer. They said I would prefer Heretic before Hexen. Generally speaking, I would agree with you. I'd rather Heretic too, but I think that if they do Hexen, I think then that opens the door for Heretic as well. And I think you could see the return of both of those franchises. Because again, I don't know if they're going to be like full-fledged, like Doom level game, like AAA games, right? Those IP aren't known well enough for them to take a risk on it. But if they bring them back in a remake form, I'm absolutely for it. And I think if Hexen comes out and finds some success, then that opens the door for Heretic. I would love to see both of them. And yes, if I had to choose one, I probably would lean Heretic a little bit more. But I'll take either one at this point. The fact that Phil even brought up Hexen is crazy to me. Like
he's a gamer,
bro.
man.
When I heard him say that, I was like, yo, this dude is through and through a gamer. This guy is an old school gamer. I love this guy. That's why I'll always give Phil his props, just because of who he is as a gamer. I think it's so cool that he did that. So I'm excited.
And as far as this whole ABK conversation goes, Pong, I mean, is there any like last words that you want to kind of put on that and put a bow on it, or what else you thinking? What other feelings do you have pulling from it?
I mean, again, there's a lot of different angles. This deal is so big and massive. There's so many different angles we could take here. Still, we already touched on the human element.
Right.
We've already heard from everybody's favorite, Jason Schreier.
Right.
Spoke to people internally, and people were excited about the deal going through. I think that probably, again, you're never going to make everybody happy, but I think overall, this is a general sentiment. Probably if you ask the majority of devs there would say this is a good thing for them.
Yes.
Because I think that to them, this is as I was just talking about with the NetEase stuff, this is a chance at a clean slate.
Mm-hmm.
They get a breath of fresh air. You are now underneath a new parent company. And that parent company is known as one of the best places to work in the world, depending on who you want to talk to. That fact alone, I think, is going to reinvigorate. And I think we've already seen some of that happening as this lead up to this deal. But now that it's done, you're going to see an extra skip to everybody's step, or most people's step, as they walk into Activision Blizzard, knowing that Microsoft is going to come in, finish up cleaning house, right? There's going to be more people let go due to the HR problems. I'm sure they did a lot already. Yeah. There was a lot, but I'm sure Microsoft and Xbox already has their own list of people that they need to talk to about some of the stuff that happened there previously. And some people whose philosophy or attitude just won't align with what Xbox and Microsoft are trying to do, that will be gone. So I think there's going to be some more of that. So I think people are overall happy. So that human element is a huge move here. Where else was going to go? There was a couple different things I was going to talk about here real quick. Steel, you got anything to add?
As far as that, no, because I feel like we hit a lot of different points in when we were talking about one way or the other in the overall scope of ABK and just how everything has been addressed up to this point. I mean, I don't really have anything additionally to add at the moment.
Okay. The other one I was going to bring up was Bobby Kotick, obviously being gone.
End of the year.
End of the year, which is actually, I wouldn't have been surprised had they had him stay on through the end of his contract during the I know people say, oh, you should be out the door now. Like they should have announced it with the announcement. That was never going to happen.
No.
When you transitional period, you just, again, as much as we all love to see it, it's just not going to happen. But the fact that he came out and admitted that he's going to be there through the end of the year and not through April 2024 when his contract runs out means that those conversations happened early on, that they made it quite clear to Bobby that, hey, we're going to keep you on for a short period to transition, but we want you out the door to start off 2024 on the right foot. And so I think that that's a big thing too, as far as this goes. And then, there was one more point I really wanted to make about this deal. There was one more point, and I lost it during.
There's the games, there's the human element. We touched on those. There's Bobby. We touched on that.
There was
Blizzard, Mike Ybarra, who can replace who's going to be the head of Activision Blizzard when Bobby steps out. What else? What the angle?
Bro, this is my old brain, man, when I'm talking so much that some things just fly in and fly out. I wish I was good at taking notes while I was talking, because I would certainly do it. I'm just not.
I mean, chat. I mean, is there any angles, like additional angles that you guys had about ABK that we haven't necessarily discussed, or something that maybe you found interesting?
Yeah, like Dakota brought up the whole China aspect. If there's something else out there that you guys have interest in that we could talk about, please feel free to put it in there. There was one more thing, Steele, and I totally blanked, man.
Shout out to Nixie for saying Lulu's a pawn in the overall game. We're all pawns in the overall game, Nix. That's that's why you have your passions and things that you like. She's doing a job.
As far as Lulu goes,
she needs a promotion.
You could think what you want to think about Lulu.
She needs a promotion.
She needs to stay on. If I'm Microsoft, she is somebody that I am re-upping,
forward facing,
because again, no matter what you think of her and no matter what you think about how people reacted to her and all that kind of stuff, it doesn't matter. The fact is publicly, which is a big part of Xbox and Microsoft being public, she knows how to communicate. And again, you may not agree with her. You may not like her style. She's a damn intelligent person who knows what she's doing and definitely can speak to the masses that gets the point across that everybody understands. And I think that obviously is extremely valuable if you are a consumer facing company. Of course, it's always going to be propaganda. Of course, it's always going to be one-sided, because that's corporations are businesses. That's what they do. Again, you're going to hear their side, but she does it very well. And if I was Satya, I'd be like, yes, please, Lulu, what's it going to take to keep you around? Because we want you, right? As Microsoft, like we want you as Microsoft. Like, right. I definitely think so. As far as who takes over, I've gone back and forth on this. I think Sarah Bond obviously could do the job. I think she's next in line for Phil's job.
To go to Activision though, on that, we'll take care of that side of things. I think it would be huge.
Yeah, I think it would be a huge. There's a couple benefits and there's a couple of things that to me don't make sense, right, Steele?
Okay.
So number one, let's talk about this a little bit. So number one, with Sarah in particular, it'd be a great move to get her in that position, to get her. She's learning from Phil on the job, right? Phil, right, Steele. She's learning the job. Get her hands on with a big project like transitioning Activision Blizzard, that real world experience of heading that whole thing up would be massive gain for her and for her eventual replacement as CEO of Microsoft Gaming and Phil, right? That would be massive. It would be great. I agree with that. And I think she could do it easily. I think she's really good at what she does, and I think it would be great.
So far. I mean, we know there's a lot more that goes to it behind the scenes.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. And that's a real world experience type situation you just can't get from, being Phil's right hand by going to, Japan and working those deals. It's still not the same.
Yeah, I can see that.
So I think, and PR wise, Steele, and again, people hate when this is talked about, but this is business and this is corporate America in 2023, folks. So you always also have to look at the PR stuff. Putting her in that position still would be a huge W. All right. Pure and simple. It would be a huge W from where Activision has come. Removing Bobby Kotick and putting Sarah Bond in there, huge PR win. Okay. Instantaneously. All right. For a variety of different reasons. I don't think I have to go into it. I think everybody's smart enough to know. There's a huge PR win for Microsoft. So those are the benefits. Here's my problem with it. If Phil has an idea of when he's leaving, if that is, let's say at the beginning of next gen, let's say he goes through the launch of next gen, everything's rolling, they've transitioned ABK in. If you move her there for the next 4 or 5 years, just to move her back and then put another replacement in over there after you just got everything solidified.
You might be able to find someone underneath her, or maybe there's somebody already there that's kind of been working their way up like Phil did.
But I think it's an unnecessary disruption in the flow, right? I think it's an unnecessary. You keep Sarah where she is. Sarah's going to stick around knowing full well she's next in line, right? They've probably bumped her salary a billion times, just like they've done with Phil. She's making great money. She's probably making more than her position.
Yeah, 200. Yeah, she's making.
Keep her around. Plus, she knows she's got the chair when Phil leaves, barring some catastrophic event where she screws something up. She's got the chair, right? So don't screw that up. They've got a great working relationship. She continues to learn under Phil. She continues to learn the whole Microsoft side. You've got somebody over there right now that knows both Microsoft and Activision, both knows both companies very well, already knows how Phil communicates. Knows all the inner workings of both. And that's Mike Ybarra. And you can say, whoa, that's a big jump for Mike from where he was just a couple years ago. Because remember, he got a bump when the whole HR stuff went down and a bunch of people left and got cleaned out. Mike was thrust into that role. He was actually thrust into that role as a co-role with, I forget her name, I apologize. And she walked like a month later out of that company because Kotick being Kotick, right? Mm-hmm. So she walked. Mike Ybarra just took over the full role. So you say, wow, that's a whole big move. But Mike has obviously proven that he can handle it. And his knowledge of both companies, invaluable. You don't want a scenario that Mike walks again, right? Mike walked on bad terms away from Microsoft. There was some rumors that he had bad blood with how Phil got all the credit for Game Pass, even though he was one of the architects as well. And that he didn't get the credit that was due to him. And he walked away from it when he got an opportunity to move over to Blizzard. That's water under the bridge. That's, as you get older, you understand that some of that stuff becomes, not for everybody.
Sometimes it's your life journey, bro.
Like, some people's egos are always damaged and will be damaged for life, and they hold that grudge forever. Ybarra, from what he's been doing, and again, it's propaganda. It's face forward. It is what it is. We don't know behind the scenes, but he seems like he's a little excited about this. If you want to keep Ybarra around, you bump him to that role. Invaluable in the fact that he already knows how to talk with Phil. Him and Phil worked hand in hand back in the day at Xbox. The fact that he knows all the dirt on the inside from Activision Blizzard, who's left that needs to be moved, who's left that could still be a problem down the road, how they can integrate those two companies better, how they can transition the philosophy wise between Activision Blizzard King and Microsoft and Xbox, how you use him, you give him that role. Mm-hmm. He's going to be happy. He's going to get that bump. He's going to feel appreciated. You get him to stick around. And then Sarah and him, while Sarah's still working behind Phil, can start to work on their relationship for Sarah's eventual takeover for Phil. You got two younger people. Ybarra's younger. Sarah's younger. And now you got two people that could lead those two companies together into the future when the time comes. I think that's where I say Ybarra takes it. And I think that's what I would have discussions with him on. Now, again, he's got to agree to it, but that's my view. So go ahead, Steele. What's your view? Steele, are you here? Are you gone? You gone?
Yeah, I had to step away.
I was still talking. No, that's fine. I didn't see you leave. I apologize. I was wrapped up in my talk and I didn't see you walk away. So that transition didn't work.
No, you were good. You were good. My fault. But as far as I do agree with what your perspective as far as Ybarra coming to the forefront, just because of those connections. I mean, it does make logical sense. And I honestly don't have anybody else as far as my knowledge of Activision Blizzard. I'd have to do some further research to see who else could be put up there. But as far as like the people that have been on the public forefront, right? You make your points with Sarah Bond. And real quick, Tim the Sorcerer with the €2. That's fantastic show, guys. Don't forget Rod. And then Nick says, I would love to see Rod replace Matt Booty. I think Rod would be better in a position like that. Not necessarily replacing Matt Booty, but maybe them working alongside of each other. Maybe creating like a division of the quality. We are the quality assurance team. We're the pushers.
I had this conversation in DMs this week, specifically about Rod. I think it was with PTK.
Yeah.
Because PTK brought Rod up. Rod is a natural leader. He is a natural dev. Okay. He He's a game dev through and through.
Yeah.
He likes to get his hands dirty. And he is a closer. Flat out. Don't listen to me. Go listen to Cliffy B. Go listen to other people that have worked with Rod. He is a closer. I had that exact same conversation, and I am full on as him being the counterweight to Booty when it comes to the game studios. You put him in charge of the studios. When you need somebody to go in and see how things are going, you send in Rod. Rod will get down and dirty with the devs. He will understand exactly how it's working. Not to say that Booty doesn't. Booty does. But I'm saying you have that counterweight. I would definitely, if Rod was interested, I would put him over the head of all the studios of Activision Blizzard. I would make him the Booty over there. And I would have him be the guy that goes around, flies to the studios, gets down and dirty with the team, sees where the games are, figures out what needs to happen to get those games out the door, and works with those teams hand in hand and closes the deal. I absolutely would do that. That's where I'm at with Rod, for sure.
Shout out real quick. Shout out to God Emperor Sofa King for becoming part of the Splitters, and then also gifting 10 living split screen memberships.
Yeah,
shout out to God Emperor.
Let's go. God Emperor Sofa King has started the subscription train. Let's go, everybody.
Let's get 10 more. Let's get 10 more.
Stretch goal is 50 today, everybody. Let's go.
Who's going to match God Emperor Sofa King? He's got 10. Do I see a 15? Do I see a 15? Anybody? Going once? Going twice? Do I see a 15? But anyway.
Be on the lookout for the Steel and Pong coffee coming very soon, everybody. That's right. We're going to start selling coffee to get you up in the morning so you can match the energy that you come here for every Saturday on Living Split Screen.
That's what we need.
We're going to package that on up.
We need it. We need to get it. We need to get in on like a brand deal with like an energy brand.
I hope you all know what we're doing right there, by the
way. Real quick, shout out to Lydia Master for now becoming a member of Living Split Screen. South Mo,
Splitters, just
Elijah,
let's go.
Vasquez, AB, Talos Ray, M. Gene is now back in the building. Stanley Francois, Andrew Cullinane, and General Spartan. Look, guys, welcome to Living Split Screen. Thanks for becoming a splitter. Hey, and also, got those RTS and ECP emotes in there. You can use those. We'll have to get some more emotes worked up. But, hey, man, everything is a build-up. So, but yeah, I mean, that would be the main thing that I would probably want to see is Matt Booty and Rob coming together to really create something special. Hey, look at Decado coming in with the 5 living split screen.
Let's go. Let's go. The train continues down the tracks, folks. Let's not stop it now. We're on a roll. Let's get to that stretch.
You might as well keep it going. Hitman, welcome to the
If you don't want to see advertisements coming into this show, we need your support. Everybody. That's right. I don't want to do it. I hate them. I know you all hate them. So let's keep it going. Let's keep the support rolling, folks. So I don't have to get advertising involved. Let's go.
Oh God, Pong, what are you doing? No, Tim the Sorcerer is now.
Y'all are stupid. You know we're effing with all of you right now too. We love you all. Thank you.
Yo, Tim, shout out to Tim from the 5 gifted living split screen membership. Y'all about to have me start crying in here. Real quick, let me run down the list. Shout out to Dusty, Lord Master Jasper, King Chillis,
everybody,
Spartan 661, and Oates. On that one, Hitman became a splitter. Shout out to Hitman. Appreciate you. Tim the Sorcerer gifted 5 living split screen memberships. Shout out to Ozzy, Circle Grant, excuse me. Suron Grant, excuse me. Dr. Dinglenut, Marlon Lud, Focus and Active. Then we got Nam Omar with the 2 months. Appreciate you rocking with us, Nam. Hit that like button and share. Please hit that like button. This should get us out there. Hitman coming in, gifted the 10 living split screen memberships. Yo, and then God Emperor follows up with another 10 living split screen memberships. Y'all are going crazy right now. So real quick, shout to Cullen Prime, Kevin Baldwin, J Game in 1986, Valentone. Also, audio listeners, you got to come join us and have the fun sometimes, man. We have a good time.
Plus, they got my girl Jean popping up the screen over and
she
over
going crazy,
again, bro.
She's becoming a phoenix.
Listen, y'all, just want to announce at least for the next 30 days, we won't have any advertisements in this show.
At least for the
it.
next 30 days. At least. Also, shout out to Joe Dunmore, Terry
Everybody's
Brown,
a splitter. Let's go.
the Hooded Canuck, Gummy Hernandez, Dr. Funkenstein. Shout out to y'all. We're just continuing the list right here, real quick. Scorpio, Plantano, Juan G's, Nocturnal, Geezer Prime, Reign of the Third Eye, Big Mad Mo, Emerson Morse, Fahim Scott, Razor NZ. This is actually really dope too, because there are some names in here that we haven't seen in some time, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that you guys are you're lurking, you're still around, you're still hanging out, even if you're listening to us in the background or on the back end. Again, that's part of the reason why we do the timestamps. You don't have to listen to the entire show if you just want certain sections, but we greatly appreciate you guys being here. Continue to bring that energy, that love, and that passion into our chats, and we'll continue to reciprocate that for you guys. Much love and greatly appreciate it.
If you don't have it, again, we're going to be packaging it in a coffee form so that you can have that same energy as Steele and Pong every Saturday morning when you join us live in an ad-free for the next 30 days program. That's right, folks. You all did it. That's all because of you. So let's keep it going. Love you all.
Look at yourself in the mirror and say thank you. Oh God, ladies and gentlemen, back to what I was mentioning about Rod and the whole Mike Ybarra and Matt Booty. Main thing I was getting to with Matt Booty and Rod, though, I do think that they would make a good team as far as not necessarily quality assurance, but it's something along those levels to help make sure that the quality of the games do match whatever the team is pitching, right? Or to at least give Xbox a better timeline than what they may already have. Yes. I do see what you're saying about Mike Ybarra, and I did agree with that when you mentioned it last night, just because it does make sense. If there was somebody that you had to choose that would have that experience now, and again, no matter how he left Xbox, the way that he's been thrown in the position that he has now with Blizzard, I think he kind of understands that perspective. Maybe I still think, again, and obviously I'd imagine that they've talked since and probably ironed some things out, and he's probably also had some additional monies come in that's probably made up for some of that loss, right? And again, it's still an unproven thing. It's still something that has to work out as far as Game Pass goes, but it does seem to be working for Xbox. And I think just like whoever replaces Jim Ryan is going to be extremely telling, I think whoever replaces Bobby Kotick is going to be extremely telling, right? Because it has to be somebody. It can't just be, oh, it's Matt Booty. No, we already know he has enough on his plate. We have seen that he is a bit more aggressive behind the scenes. He does have a higher level of expectation than even we were come to portray. But what we have seen from him thus far, though, he hasn't been able to get that message across to the community or to the forefront, and that can be a concern. So as far as Sarah Bond, I do think that Sarah Bond may still need some additional time. Putting her at the head of Activision Blizzard would be kind of wild, although it would still be in that underlying position because you could still walk side by side with Phil, him as the head of Xbox, you being at the head of Activision Blizzard or ahead of this whole other side of the division. It's kind of a half and half kind of thing at that point, right? Because of how big Activision Blizzard is, you would have to break that up somehow. And if Phil has already been in charge of this huge team or been the face of it at least, and honestly, he's just the face of Xbox at this point, in completion, there has to be somebody of equal value there. And I can only see right now, because of what's been brought to the forefront, Sarah Bond does make sense, but yeah, and Mike Ybarra too. I can't think of anybody else though.
You want a dark horse that will upset a lot of people? You want
What?
A dark horse that will upset a lot of people? No, not Jim Ryan. Not Jim Ryan.
Bobby Kotick replaces Jim Ryan at PlayStation.
Yeah. Jim Ryan comes over here and replaces Bobby Kotick at Activision. No, that's not where I was going. Although that would be freaking hilarious. By the way. And this is going to be way out of left field. We talked about it briefly, probably a year and a half ago, maybe brought it up. I know I brought it up on Fun Speculations. I think we talked about it over there. I don't remember if you and I talked about Steele directly, but dark horse to come back, Bonnie Ross. And the reason why I say that, Steele, is because from a business standpoint, she obviously proved that she couldn't necessarily, the game side of stuff wasn't necessarily her bag, but business side on the Halo franchise, as far as money goes and what she did and the relationship she has in Xbox, Bonnie Ross, another PR win for obvious reasons. People would hate it. People would despise it, but we know the relationship she has with Phil. We know the relationship she has with a bunch of people in Xbox.
She would be. You're telling me you want her to come back and get an upgrade?
I'm saying it's a more natural position for her, is what I'm saying. It's a more natural position for her and what she's good at and her talent. I'm just throwing it out there as a dark horse. I'm not saying I think it's going to happen. I'm just throwing it out there.
That dark horse is kind of wild. It definitely is. It's like saying Peter Moore might as well just come back. Although I don't think there's enough competition in this.
And I don't think Peter cares.
No.
I think Peter's stepped away from the industry now.
He's doing what he loves.
On the outside, he's doing what he loves.
He's doing what he loves right now, being part of the football clubs. Yeah. He cares more. He definitely cares more about that soccer life, especially now, I'd imagine, as he's gotten older. That's more so probably what he's competitive with. But that is definitely a curveball for sure. I don't know if I'd want Bonnie Ross back just because of what we've seen thus far. Again, we don't know exactly what's happened, how much influence she had on certain things. We do, I mean, just like we give a lot of the blame for certain things to Phil, we do know that Bonnie had a lot of control over what was happening with Halo in the overall direction, or say so at least.
The business side, I think,
at least a certain way.
The business wasn't the problem. The business side of Halo was never the problem. Right. That's what she mainly focused on. And I think what she did was the same thing that Phil did, was trust those underneath for too long. Right. To have loyalty to those weak links that were in fact making poor decisions about the future of Halo. And yes, ultimately it falls on her head. And ultimately, I do believe that's why she left 343, or Xbox asked her to leave, is because of those failings. But I think the business side of things overall, I think when you hear her speak, that's her talent. She knows how.
No, she's a strong speaker.
That's what I'm saying. She knows the business side of this gaming industry. And when you put somebody, the head isn't necessarily going to dictate a lot of the gaming sector, right? That's the people underneath. So putting her in charge, I'm not saying I think it's going to happen. It's just a dark horse name that I've thought about. Like I said, I know I had discussion. We talked about it probably a year and a half ago, at least, when she left, coming back, if the ABK deal would go through. That could be a position, but I just want to throw it out there. Interesting. That's all.
No, it's definitely interesting. Definitely a wild, dark horse for sure, and a wild horse, if anything. Well, I mean, I think that pretty much wraps up most of the conversation about ABK.
Decado had a question.
What else he got?
Why not? It's ABK deal. Let's just keep
what else he got?
It's ABK deal. He asked us, Pong and Steel, another question. Opinion on ABK. Will it remain the entity as it is, or will Blizzard return to its own entity? So will it remain one big company, or will they break it up?
No, it's going to be broken up. Because it doesn't need to be Activision, Blizzard, King. It doesn't need to be ABK anymore. It can literally be their own separate divisions now, because they're not one business anymore. They're under Microsoft now. They're under Xbox. So there's no reason for you to have that big house. At least in my eyes, right? I think it'd be easier for you. Now they can still be they're going to need their own building. Like the building space they have now isn't going to work, but
their campus is ridiculous.
Their campus is definitely major for sure. But just as an example, I mean, and again, they already have their own office space, so everything can just be transitioned over anyway. It's just taking ownership of what you already have there. But I do think it is going to be thought of more broken up than it is under one thing. It's, hey, Activision is going to be, that's Call of Duty. Blizzard is going to be, they work on World of Warcraft, StarCraft, whatever the IP under Blizzard, that's what they're going to, Heroes of the Storm, if they ever wanted to bring that back, that's what's going to be under Blizzard. And King is specifically mobile, Candy Crush, if they wanted to make Candy Crush 2, whatever they wanted to do with that, or if they want to roll that into Game Pass, it's going to be considered its own thing now. Because honestly, outside of Candy Crush, I mean, I'm not familiar with what else King does, right? So it's
Right.
King only
Well, no,
does Candy Crush.
No, they've got how many mobile games? They got like 50 plus mobile games, something like that. You only know them for Candy Crush because obviously it's the biggest one, but they do other stuff too. So I think
Yeah, they got it's all forms of Candy Crush. So I'm not wrong.
Here, yeah.
Because
I thought they had some other ones.
Bro, it's all these games are literally
Candy Crush
versions. No, I mean they got like Farm Heroes, Pet Rescue, but most of it is Candy Crush. Candy Crush Friends, Candy Crush Saga, Candy Crush Soda.
Hey, those are different games.
Candy Crush Jelly.
Those are different games.
Blossom Blast Saga. They're all the same. They're all the same thing. They're all based off the same. No, anyway. I mean,
whatever they do, just keep doing it.
I get.
Keep doing it. Yeah. I think short term, it remains as one during the transition. I think eventually it would break up. I think it would eventually break up, Steel, honestly, for financial reasons, for taxes, for HR purposes. I think some of the boring stuff is the reason why Microsoft would separate them overall underneath the umbrella. I think it, as far as write-offs go and that kind of stuff, easier when it's an individual company versus one big massive company. I think that's eventually why it happens. Each one of those companies is, now you could say, well, ZeniMax all stay together. Yeah, but we're again, scale wise, we're talking about worlds difference.
Yeah.
Leaps and bounds.
They literally
between the two. Literally
work
one
hand
of
in
their
hand with each other.
Literally
on all their games.
Take any single one of those entities outside of King. King matches Xbox and ZeniMax together. Blizzard and Activision both have more employees overall, scale wise, than Xbox and ZeniMax put together. Like, that's how stupid this deal is. That's how many people they're bringing on board. And again, there will be some layoffs, but it's not going to be that much. This is massive. So yeah, I think individually, eventually, I think the transition period, though, I think it's just easier to have them all together, have one person in charge over all of it, which we were just talking about, Sarah or Yabar or whatever the case may be. Not that you couldn't still make that position kind of like that, but it'd just be easier for the transition to keep it all together and keep everything running as is for the time being until you get comfortable with where they're at inside of Microsoft. And then you can do the breakup and make them all individual entities. That's my, again, completely naive viewpoint on what could happen here. So.
And I think I'm along the lines with what Dylan's saying here. Dylan Strong says, you guys think that they would give old IPs to other studios like Crash Bandicoot and Spyro to Toys for Bob, or do you think that they will stay to Activision? That's what I mean by that separation, that things like that will happen where they're literally more so looked at as individual studios versus, right now, Activision Blizzard King is like ZeniMax in you have a lot of people working on one game, similar games, or whatever the case. I'm probably less so with King because they have their own group of games that they can focus on, worry about, and update and whatnot. But as far as Activision and Blizzard, I do know that they have devs that are kind of working in tandem, just like ZeniMax are. But within that though, there's so many, all the other devs, like you mentioned, Toys for Bob. There's so many other ones that need to be separated out from that Activision banner, and that's more so what I mean. Once you separate them out, as far as it's not just this is Activision, because it doesn't need the Activision branding anymore. This is Xbox now. You need Xbox branding, and this is Toys for Bob under Xbox. This is Infinity Ward under Xbox. This is Sledgehammer under Xbox. That's what I more so mean, like, versus it being this is Activision. Or again, this is World of Warcraft under Xbox. You know what I mean? That's Blizzard. So you would still have that. Yeah, this is because Blizzard is a massive studio in themselves and they work on several games. But if they wanted to break down and maybe branch off and create something else, that they would be able to, and it would be under the Xbox banner instead of being under Activision. Right? Or being separated out otherwise. That's at least the way I look at it.
Oates just brought up, shout out to Oates. Oates. One of my dream scenarios. I know a lot of people say Microsoft needs to make a kart racer now, right? Because they have so much IP with so many different characters, right? But Oats brings up the fact that they could have the ultimate RTS. I brought this up prior to
the
ABK
they could.
deal.
Yeah.
But now that they have ABK on top of it, the ultimate RTS, thinking about having Gears, right? Gears as a group. Think about having Halo as a group. Think about having Call of Duty as a group, right? Like the regular army. Think about having World of Warcraft in there, right? Think about having, hell, you could go all down the Diablo. You could have Diablo as a faction in the RTS. Think about the variety you could have and the incredible battles you could have, and you could balance it all out. There's been plenty of crazy RTSs where you can balance out all the different factions. You could balance it out easily. But think about that ultimate RTF. You could have StarCraft in there. You could have a list of like 10, 15 factions to choose from in an RTS. Based off games, massive RTF based on games, based on IP.
That would be cool.
Bro, it would be so the RTS if you RTS did it right, and now you've got the talent, right? And you could go out and obviously go to Sega, right? And you could certainly hire them again to help out with it, but you could develop in-house for the majority of it an ultimate RTS, which that community, us that love RTS, would go absolutely ape shit for, Steel. It would be insane, man.
Eastside Vandal says dragons versus tanks. I mean, hey, if the tank hits a shot, it's getting through that dragon armor.
Weak spot.
I'm just saying,
bro. Weak spot, and you can come up with different kinds of. You can come up with ammo. You can come up with specialized ammo that the army has developed to fight dragons. Like seriously,
yeah.
You can balance it all. It's a suspension of belief, right? When you go into an RTS about how it all works.
That's a cool concept. That would be a really cool concept because that would be definitely different.
Everybody's faction would look totally, completely different. Their buildings would completely be different. Yo. World's Edge could work on. My God, man, you could have. It would be so damn cool.
The ultimate Xbox RTS. Yeah. And Amit was saying they need to bring back MLG. I was super infatuated with MLG when I was coming up. Game battles, I was really involved in the scene. So, I mean, I do agree. I think competitive gaming overall that has changed. Not so many people care about the sweaties anymore that they used to, bro. Like that used to be impressive to people. And again, it's so easy for people to cheat nowadays and to make themselves look a certain way, and hide themselves, and they can expose themselves that very same way. But I think more so now you have to have a personality behind the skill. So there's a lot more that's driven behind it. Again, there's a reason why people like Dr. Disrespect, why Asmongold, why all these people, why they get a following behind them, although they may be kind of focused in certain aspects or whatever, or the type of gamer that they are. Dr. Disrespect isn't the greatest Call of Duty player, but he's fucking funny sometimes. And I enjoy watching him.
He's definitely above average.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely above average for sure. He's not ass either. Like, don't get it confused.
No. Oh God.
You know what I mean? But he's over the top. He sells the role, right? And again, don't agree with everything that he does, but
he still cracks me up.
But yeah, just like anything else.
His dead stares when shit goes bad is just, it cracks me up. The look on his face, even with the sunglasses on, just cracks me the fuck up.
He's created a character, man, and it's worked. It takes a lot of effort to do what he does. Man.
Legend, man, legend. You don't do that overnight, man. That dude's doing it. Admit, when it comes to MLG, I'm curious, even though I don't care about competitive esports, right? I'm curious if Microsoft and Xbox are interested in developing that. They purchased what did they buy? Steel. They bought it 2 years ago. They bought one.
I had the name right there on my tongue, but now it's gone. I can't.
Yeah. They bought one, which seemed to indicate they were interested in it. Now they're going to inherit MLG, and MLG is obviously not what it once was in any way, shape, or form.
It's a better recognized name than anything else,
right? And now with all this IP, still with all this competitive IP,
feed it.
Bro, you could feed that and build that back up again if they really want to.
That was the problem. That was the problem with MLG though too, which I agree with you that Microsoft could bring that back and admit I agree with you that they should bring that back because the biggest thing that MLG was missing was backing. You have to invest into it if you want people to spend their time or invest their time into it, right? And MLG didn't really have that. It was more so trying to sustain on itself. And because it didn't really have, I mean, of course you would have your brand deals and whatnot, but it didn't have a major backer, and it was only it was held back. So, I mean, there's a lot of potential. MLG, Major League Gaming, is a much better name to stand behind than any of the other names that are out there right now. So,
Deal, this is how my brain works. I just remembered what I was originally my other point about the ABK deal.
What? No, you're good.
This is how it works, man. After all this time, folks, after all these different topics, this is where it happens. The games as a service.
Okay.
The other thing that we've talked about, Sony is desperately seeking. Microsoft already knows how to do this, and now they just added some of the biggest games as a service to their first party.
Yeah.
Steel, they control like almost all the major players outside of like Fortnite, Apex, obviously the ones we can name off, the PUBG still to this day, all that stuff. They control that market, Steel. That is crazy to me that they were already good at it. They already knew how to do multiplayer. They already had started all these different franchises, Sea of Thieves, right? Grounded, all these different new franchises, Forza Horizon, right? All these different franchises that were already games as a service, like that continuously get updated, and they were successful at it.
Mm-hmm.
They already had engagement numbers that were above PlayStation. And now they just added the biggest lineup of games as a service with Call of Duty, Overwatch, World of Warcraft, Diablo.
The biggest,
Bro. And again, this number has been thrown out there too, which we didn't touch on, Steel. Microsoft has about 120 million monthly active users, somewhere in that 120, 130 million monthly active users, which nobody knows for sure how they divvy that up, right? Jez was talking about he's trying to dig into and try to see what they include in that. Minecraft, they already own Minecraft, for God's sakes, bro. Activision, 400 million monthly active users.
Once they figure out how to connect Battle.net with Game Pass and put it all into one place, to where, again, that's going to be the biggest hurdle. How do you combine everything? Because it is under one roof. And I saw people bringing this up. And again, I know it's going to take 6 months to a year for this to happen. But Phil, Xbox, said first party games go into Game Pass. World of Warcraft would be coming to Game Pass. How do you work that deal in?
Yep.
Because you can't say, World of Warcraft by itself is like $10-15 a month.
Business model. Yeah, business model.
How do you fit that business model in there? Or does it change? And because the way that I see it is that I think it would be smarter for you to drop all the business models that you have for your different game and say, join Game Pass. Just join Game Pass. You'll have the same access that you had before, and you no longer have to pay the $10 to $15 a month you were paying for whatever game that you're playing. You just have access to it if you're in Game Pass.
We already have examples of this with ESO and Fallout 76 deal, and that hasn't changed, right? So
those are also smaller games. That's not World of Warcraft.
I know it's not, but that's what I'm saying. Business model wise, the amount of people you have on World of Warcraft to continuously going is even bigger than like ESO with ZeniMax Online Studios, right? There's different ways they could do it. All right. And Jez has talked about this extensively because Jez is a World of Warcraft player for decades. So he understands even better than I do this concept. Right. But the fact is, there is different models you could implement. You could give people through Game Pass the base game and maybe like a couple expansions for free and let them play up to a certain point. And then if they want to continue with World of Warcraft, they have to start on the subscription. You could do that. You could offer benefits, a reduced price on the monthly subscription for if you are a Game Pass Ultimate subscriber. I don't know business model wise if it makes sense to completely put it for free. I understand your point and I agree to
just inflate the numbers more so.
To inflate the numbers, correct. It would be a big thing, especially on the PC side. If you offer it in Xbox Game Pass PC, if you want to inflate your PC numbers, there you go. I think you leave World of Warcraft as is, but add benefits to both PC Game Pass and regular Game Pass for the time being. I think where you look at shifting the model is if you're working on World of Warcraft 2, which I do believe they're
They
If
need
they
to.
haven't started already, I think they're going to now. I think it will be greenlit under Xbox. And again, you build it from the ground up for console and PC. You make it controller, even though they do have controller support now. I think you make it controller friendly from the beginning. You've got all the expertise in that area of making, those types of games controller supportive. And I know World of Warcraft can be more complicated depending on your class. I get that, your role. I understand that, but you figure out a way. World of Warcraft 2 is, I think, where you maybe think about that full shift. Mm-hmm. That would be massive in itself, right? Still, the minute they announce World of Warcraft 2, it's over with. Like, that's going to burn down the internet.
Free to play.
StarCraft, the minute they announce StarCraft 3, it's burning down the internet. Okay, period, point blank. I know it's not the biggest game in the West, but the East is going to go freaking bananas and it's going to be all over the place. You've got those aces in your back pocket already, Steel. Like, there is going to come a time and point where we get that. I think leading into next gen, for sure. I think StarCraft might already be in the works. And we might see that before the end of this gen. But I think that World of Warcraft 2 to start off next, think about the domination that Xbox can have, Steel, with these acquisitions that they have now made with 44 studios. Think about the lineup they could have ready for next gen's launch. Think about what they could do with the first year of launch, Steel. It could be utterly insane if they line it up. It really could on all fronts.
It could be bananas, for
not just in one area. They could go bananas. It really could be crazy.
Hold on. Because Blue Moon was saying 50 million eyes on game on launch, and Nyx was saying that's a lot less than 3 billion. With Nyx, I mean, part of the service side that we're not considering is that I would also be interested in what they're going to do with King, because Candy Crush also has you can buy energy. And I don't know if they have a subscription for that yet themselves, but it would be interesting to see if if Xbox offered a $4.99 tier, for an example, a $5 tier that you can subscribe to. Yep, and if you play these style of games, then you get X amount of energy per month, or, you know what I mean? And it would be actually a solid amount of energy, almost to the point to where you may even buy more energy just because you're playing the game more often than you have ever before. Or maybe you see it as a benefit, or you're like, man, I was spending $10 before, I'm spending $5 now. Maybe I'm not getting as much, but I'm getting close to, and it kind of levels itself out. And if I want to get a little extra, I can. But not only am I part of this service, and of course, this is a benefit for Candy Crush as an example, but I also have instant access to maybe some of these cloud games, or maybe it opens the market up even more. It's like, oh, wow. Okay, now I need to get into the $10 tier for if I have a console, and then boom, the $15 tier, which they're higher than that now, but just using these numbers as an example, and then the $15 tier for Game Pass Ultimate, where you can literally play no matter what device that you're on, you have access to your full library, right? I see something like that potentially happening sooner rather than later for Xbox also, where they restructure their tier system. Because I know that was another complaint that we all had, where it's like right now it's like, why did y'all break it up like that? Especially with them getting rid of gold, trying to get rid of gold. I think doing a $5, $10, $15 tier system, or even if you made it a $19, $13, $14, and then a $8 to $9 system, or something of that nature, as far as tiering goes, I think people would see a lot of benefit in that, right? Especially if the games keep coming in as they have. We keep getting quality games that are dropping into the Game Pass. The library is only going to expand. So I think that makes sense on the service front for sure.
Yeah, and StarCraft was big in the West too. Don't get me wrong, but the East was on a different level.
Oh, East carried it. StarCraft 2 is still big.
Playing it with tournaments, paid tournaments, right? Some of the biggest prizes out there. Like, that's all I meant. No, I know it was big in the West too. And again, StarCraft 3 would burn down the internet. It will be crazy.
Oh, that's all people would care about. I mean, that'd be a Baldur's Gate 3 moment for sure.
Yeah, and Candy Crush is coming to console too, by the way.
Much greater.
Just so you know. Just so you know. Candy Crush will be on your Xbox very soon.
Which that's going to be another benefit. I mean, why not? Yeah. I mean, we had that era too, where we were playing Zuma, Geometry Wars, all these different kind of arcade games on your Xbox. So you just had, bro, the amount of time that I spent in Geometry Wars is kind of crazy. And I had a lot of fun playing that. And we're working.
No,
Right.
totally. And they're just going to expand that Steel. They're just going to offer this stuff more and more as everything gets integrated. The ultimate goal is just so you can play everything, as Phil always says, anywhere you are on any device. But the ultimate goal, again, with cloud gaming coming into play when they eventually do cloud development, will be that it will translate to any single device that you're playing on with the same experience, because the heavy lifting is going to be done in the cloud. That's the ultimate goal, is that no matter what, and we see Apple, promoting that you can download and play full-fledged Resident Evil games and whatever else on their phones now. Phones are becoming more powerful too.
Yes.
Eventually that's going to be a reality.
Coming up. Yeah.
Right. It's moving forward. That's ultimately the goal. So everything is going to be everywhere at some point. That is the ultimate goal. There is no division.
That's why you got to take that RTS approach, man, because things are moving forward. Like things aren't like it's people. There's a lot of people who you're living in the moment right now. And that's understandable. I get it. You're worried about what you have available to you right now.
Yep, exactly.
But the future is becoming brighter than it's ever before.
Yep, correct.
So, it's hard for me to maybe paint the picture more clearly for you if you don't already see it. But you got to find your place within it, man. It's a hobby. It's a passion at the end of the day. You got to find what you enjoy out of it. Nino Vostek said he just started aloha. Gotham Knights.
Aloha to you.
It's pretty cool. Aloha to you. Yes, please. Yeah. Gotham Knights is when the game came out, I thought the game was cool, right? Of course, it had performance issues if you were playing on console. It doesn't have cross-play, which is weird.
Yes.
But yes, the game overall, the story elements, the gameplay, I thought was really dope. I think they did well with what they had. Could it have been better? Yeah, a lot of games could be better. But as far as that superhero game, bringing the Bat family to life, again, the first 10 minutes of the game are still still a memorable moment for me. So,
and before I forget to Steel, Hitman had brought up, where's the family plan? It's a good question, Hitman.
True. Still no word on that. That's kind of crazy.
I think there was a lot of things
Jeff Keighley.
On hold. Yeah. Game Awards is another potential spot here. Next year at their first direct would also be another spot for it if they want to start off 2024 with that in a kind of way. Again, it is strange that they went through the testing process and then kind of put it on the back burner, but I think a lot of that stuff had to do with ABK. We talked about the ripple effect that the ABK deal had on Xbox in their business dealings. And I think that some of it is even unknown to us, how widespread that actually was and what that meant to the company. And even if it doesn't seem like it should be interconnected in any way, shape, or form, it still is somehow, some way to those level of people, the attorneys to the upper management, like somehow they've connected the dots and they put things on hold. I think the family plan is one of those things that they've got in their back pocket right now. I think they're waiting for the right time to announce it. And you can say, well, for me, today is the right time. You're absolutely correct. And I understand all the people out there who are going to benefit from that family plan. You guys have been waiting for a long time. It's been hinted at. It's been talked about for so long now. I think that they're just waiting for the appropriate time. Now that ABK is done, I think that we are going to start getting some news that maybe we never saw a connection to trickle out and start to come to fruition. Even beyond the obvious stuff that we all know about with other acquisitions like dev studios and stuff that probably were put on hold during this time frame, maybe even some that they missed out on during this time. But I think that we'll start to see that kind of loosen up now that the ABK deal is done. So I think Game Awards would be great. Still, I'm all on board with you. Or I think their next direct in 2024 might be the spot.
I only say Game Awards because of that lead up into Christmas, right? If you announce that right then, boom, you got Christmas, you got that Christmas rush starting up. That's an easy kind of while people are home. Oh, what about this? You heard about this Xbox family plan? Oh, I mean, where you're playing over there. Let's connect. Let's play some games together. We got Xbox, got all these games, the Game Pass right now. Who knows what they'll bring in from Activision Blizzard that's kind of immediate. ABK, I should say, the entirety of it, that it can be kind of more immediate, although they did say they're not going to bring anything really in until next year. But I just think there'll be a lot of benefit into that, and that'd be a good stage to do it, right? At least in my eyes. So.
Yeah, no, I agree wholeheartedly. And just a little side note, I made mention of it while we were talking. Psycho just posted more in the DM, so I just thought I'd bring it up because we're still kind of in the ABK realm here. Beanox, one of their support studios, just opened up their second studio. They rebranded and they have their own YouTube channel. So
cool.
Again,
moves starting to be made?
We talk about this. Yeah, there's probably stuff that's already been in the work, but that's what we're talking about. Like the roadmap for ABK that we don't know about, that Phil and everybody's probably already seen, could be ridiculous. We always think that everybody's working on Activision. It's 3,000 developers that work, or Call of Duty, I should say. It's 3,000 developers underneath Call of Duty that work on it, or underneath Activision that work on Call of Duty. That's all we hear about. Again, we're talking about 15,000 devs, somewhere in that neighborhood, 13 to 15,000 devs, right? Yeah. Not everybody's working on it. Yes, they have some big games. Almost all of King is working on Candy Crush games. We know that kind of stuff, right? Obviously, Blizzard, we know their main games. But a lot of these studios behind the scenes have been expanding. A lot of these studios have been building back. Again, I talked about how many people they had lost overall. A lot of them were already building back. Activision Blizzard was hiring a lot of people, or trying to, right? When they cleaned house and they were trying to bring people back into the fold.
Right.
We don't know how many projects are there. We really don't. We have an idea, but there could be multiple game projects. We've heard the rumors, Infinity Ward's RPG with ex-BioWare devs, something that we broke like a year and a half, 2 years ago. We broke that rumor. This roadmap for Xbox now is insane, folks. Talked about it. Think eventually this 1 per quarter release, we might get to the point during some years where it's 2 per quarter. Getting 8 first-party big games.
Pong, we're already at a point now. I have Mortal Kombat, Pong, and I liked playing Mortal Kombat 1 of what I was playing. I have not returned back to it.
Right.
Lies of P, Forza, other games that are still that I still want to be able to jump into. Like there's a Fate, the most recent Fate game that came out. I want to play that. Like that one looks really dope, and the combat looks cool, and the animation is like top notch. There's more fucking service-based games that are coming. The first Descendant, what I got on screen, that's going to be released in early next year. It's just like, where does the time go? And I'm already going to be starting to become even more strapped for time than before. Because again, real life happens behind the scenes and we got to push things forward. So it's like, how can I start complaining? I can't. The only thing I can complain about is that you give me a fucking game that works day one.
Right.
Like that's my only main concern right now.
And the devs should be concerned, and the publisher should be concerned, because we already see it steal people dropping off games that come out broken because there's so much to play now. It's not people are going to put up with it.
They're just not going to fucking play it.
Yeah, right. They're just not going to play it. They're going to drop it like a bad habit, right? Because there's 100 other things waiting to be played for a lot of gamers out there who do, play a lot of different styles of games. Again, not talking about the Call of Duty Madden people. We're talking about those of us that are enthusiasts that do play a lot of different styles of games. There's always something nowadays to play. So that broken game is going to be dropped and forgotten. That's how it's going to start working. And these devs and publishers need to realize that.
Is the beta for Modern Warfare 3 open this weekend? I thought that was next weekend.
No, it's open this weekend, Steve. I got to download it. Yeah, it started Thursday if you pre-ordered it. So I'm going to download it. I'm definitely going to be playing. So if you're down, if you pre-ordered. If you pre-ordered it was Thursday, but now it's open for Saturday and Sunday. So yeah, I got to download it.
I'll jump in and we'll see how it feels. After hearing what Jasper said, maybe what Jasper needs, it's us. So that he can be sweaty. Maybe that's what it is. Oh my God. I keep trying to tell people. It's all about the teamwork. I have to
be the anchor. I have to bring down the level of playing.
That's usually not what happens in Call of Duty.
And him are playing.
That's usually not what happens in Call of Duty, Pong. You end up being like in the top 3.
I know.
You be up there. Maybe. I mean, when it's me, you, Mav, Jasper, I mean, like, I get it, but
I'm so inconsistent, bro.
Either way, we still be catching somebody. And then Dylan, Tekken 8. Like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do with that?
Right.
If Tekken 8 was out right now, I'd be playing that right now. But,
yeah, of course you would.
Like, of course. But that's coming out early next year too. What am I supposed to do with that? And that's another time that's another game that I'm considering getting a fight stick for the first time in a while because of that game.
Look at you.
Because I'm like that into it. I miss it. I miss being able to walk up on a cabinet, man, and just give it to people, man. Like there's nothing better than the way that the joystick feels, and when you tap those buttons that click that they make and being able to shift back. Oh man, God. Yeah, but I'm excited for Tekken 8, so that's another one. Yeah, man. So, shout out to ABK and everything that has brought us over the years. Nino was saying, for COD, I like hardcore TDM, kill confirmed, and free for all. For me, I'm more of an objective-based game mode player. I like Team D, but over the years, Call of Duty has demonstrated to me that they don't give a fuck about spawns. So if you don't give a fuck about spawns, you're going to allow people to spawn trap people. Because there's no worse feeling. Like, there's only so much you could do, even as a decent player, to get out of a spawn trap. And if you're constantly going against players that are good at that, and the game doesn't know to swap spawns so that the game can balance out or feel at least balanced out, I feel like it doesn't respect my time. So I feel like the more objective-based game modes do tend to respect you. I mean, you can still have one-sided matches in there.
They're just so frustrating.
It could be, but it could be less likely. Because the frustrating thing for me is that we've been playing these game modes since fucking 2001, and people act like they don't know what the fucking game mode is.
Because it's all about the KD. Fucking hate it.
Nobody cares about KD, but it's all about the KD. That's so funny to me.
It's all about the KD.
That's so funny to me.
Yeah.
It has gotten better though. Here recently, especially with like ranked game modes and whatnot, it has become better about playing the objective, at least from my experience of Call of Duty. So it has tailored, but from what I heard from Jasper last night, Call of Duty also seems to be going back to being toxic. So, yeah, especially with the movement and everything.
Yes,
but I'll get in, play it myself, and we'll see.
And the new thing, Steel, I don't know if you've seen the videos, is the Michael Jackson slide.
No,
the lean.
No, I did. No,
bro, it's hilarious.
I didn't see that.
When you lean, like they show people
like
running and going into the lean, and it's the Michael Jackson lead, like off to the side, legs, like at a legs at like a 45-degree angle. Like it's crazy.
God, this game is about to be broken.
Coming around corner and somebody's out leaning, sliding, firing.
Lydian, that's exactly how I feel. That's the way, but that's the era of gaming that I came up in, and that's how I look at competitive gaming. KD ain't shit if you're losing.
Absolutely, that's the way I feel too. That's what gets me frustrated.
Who gives a? If I lose this match and I have a 15 plus KD, it does not matter because I lost. Now, when I'm playing with randos, that's different. You gotta do what you can do. But I'm not really worried about winning or losing. I'm just playing, and hopefully I do well. Hey, Nino Vostek joined the RTS View.
Hey, thank you, Nino Vostek. Aloha.
He said not only did he want to become a splitter, but they had to join the RTS View. So I appreciate you for tuning in for that. That's amazing. Hopefully you continue to enjoy the content here, man. For sure. Nito says, I play to win. That's the idea, to play to be winning. But I don't think people understand that, you know? Nico Hunt says, I'm sorry, I need my win and a lot of kills. Look, but you got to balance it out. You can get a lot of kills, but you got to get the win. You got to play the objective to get the kills. Got to play the objective to get the win. That's why I like playing objective modes. But I like hardcore. I used to like hardcore a lot back in the day. I'm not as sweaty as I used to be, so playing hardcore could be kind of sometimes, because it's literally 2 taps, 1 tap sometimes, depending on how toxic people want to be, taking the one-shot snipers in there and tapping you from across the map. That stuff is fun still, but nonetheless, I think on the back half of this, I think a good way to jump into our next thing here is going to be
we're going 6 today.
Yeah, we're going 6. Okay. Well, the back last few moments here. It doesn't have to be a long, drawn-out conversation. I'm not going to get into a super rant about factions today because I did carry that a bit last week. And I mean, it is what it is at this point. I don't have any faith in PlayStation and Sony currently on any level. It doesn't matter what game they release. I mean, I hope Spider-Man's good. But I have faith more so that because it's Insomniac, not necessarily because it's PlayStation. I know Insomniac's pedigree. Now, is PlayStation going to get the credit for that? Yeah, of course, because they're under them. But
I couldn't find the video still, but look at your DM real quick. I got the picture. I got the screenshot from IGN. I couldn't find the video.
What happened? Let me see.
Look at this. Look at how ridiculous it is.
That is wild if that's really the fucking case.
That's how it works, bro. I've seen the video.
Oh, that's Counter-Strike 2, though.
Huh? Oh, is it Counter? No, Call of Duty. I thought it was Call of Duty. Maybe it's Counter-Strike. Oh, it is Counter-Strike 2. I kept thinking it was MW3. My bad.
I'm about to say,
I was wrong.
If MW3 went backwards.
My bad, everybody. Yeah. Never mind. Yep. I'm not even reading. I'm just watching things. That's what happens. So there you go. That's yeah. Never mind. No Michael Jackson peak. I could have sworn it wasn't there.
And literally, 100% Killzone was never mentioned near Halo. It tried to be, and they came out and quickly found out that it's not Halo. And again, you want to think about the impact of Halo, or say Halo's mid, or say Halo's dead. Look at what's the most popular game mode played today, and what is one of the key elements that it has in it that people complained about. And I'm always going to go back to. There's armor. There's shields. Man, I thought people hated that. It's the worst part of Halo. Anyway, but yeah, so I'm not going to get into a super rant about factories or anything today. It is unfortunate. And for me as a consumer, I don't have faith. I don't have a reason to believe in their platform. Helldivers is going to be another example to see what the possibilities are going to be into that. Is the game going to be very one-sided? Is it going to have a lot of different elements? I would love to jump in there with the homies, especially, again, Pong and Mad both are in the PC world now. So they'll have access to jump into Helldivers. But that's also not a game that I would get a PlayStation for. It's an add-on. Same thing with Spider-Man. It's an add-on. Last of Us. It's an add-on. Again, and I can always have this conversation with people because the perspective on my side of things is always going to be different because I am heavily jaded by feeling like single player games are better later, and it is hard. Or if you're not a game that I don't have direct access to, I'm not going to be looking to buy a specific platform to make sure that I can play your game. No, because that's not the world that we live in anymore. At least for me. And I could be wrong, and PlayStation don't believe they can all of a sudden pull out from going this PC direction and not wanting to get access. But Eastside Vandal, I do think that PlayStation has management problems. I in that same breath, I do think that Jim Ryan did what he was supposed to do, and I don't think that Jim Ryan is the problem for where PlayStation is at, because they have more success than ever, right? And he still has people that he has to answer to. So somebody was satisfied with it up to this point. And it's weird seeing a company that is, and I know people do with all the companies, but this is one that is literally top recognized in brand is at the top, as far as brand recognition goes. There's a reason why people recognize the Sony brand. There's a reason why people recognize what a PlayStation is. And for me, since Last of Us, I have not, or in Gundam Breaker 3, excuse me, outside of Last of Us, I have not found a reason to be a part of the PlayStation ecosystem. And Nix, you bring up a good point, and that should be everybody's go-to. You should go to where the games are. What games do you play? Who are you as a gamer? What ecosystem are you a part of right now? And do you need to adapt another ecosystem to play the games that you like to play? Are you going to miss out on certain games because you can wait? Or maybe you'll never be able to play those games. Sure. All the Yakuza games that people go crazy about, I played some recently. I'm glad I waited, because I wouldn't have enjoyed those during the time, because it wasn't for me. I like the story elements of it, but the combat is so jarring to me and not what I expect. And again, I'm spoiled because of the type of games that I've played. And Nick says, hard to knock the Sony hustle. And yeah, you can't knock the Sony hustle because they have been successful at what they've done, but they've also cornered themselves in a lot of ways and making it worse by now coming out with a console that's all digital and has an attachment, because what was the prices? The new PS5 was going to be
$450.
So it's going to be $450, $400
for the digital,
$449 when the original digital was $399. Keep that in mind. $449. So it's all the digital's already going up in price.
Yep.
Just because they're giving you an option,
gigs, right?
I
think
yes,
it's 175.
175 gigs more. The full terabyte, again, Xbox is the same thing. So don't get it construed. PlayStation had less of that space, so there's a little bit more of that jarring there. But you get the additional almost 200 gigs of space, which is again is a Call of Duty, cool. And then you get South Mode, right to your point, an $80 separate drive, CD drive, an attachment that you got to take off the faceplate to put on and then put the faceplate back on. Again, it's not a big deal. It's not a huge thing. But how it is crazy that we're almost 4 years into a console generation and you somehow made the console more expensive. Not only that, but then you say to get this stand so you can stand it up a certain way, you got to pay additional for that too. Or you could just use this paper clip that we sent you. Like, does that not make, I haven't seen people really talk about this. And again, because I don't frequent certain streets all the time, and my time just isn't spread out that way, to be able to do that, because I actually, in my free time, play the games instead of talking to people about nothing. How does, in what universe are we in? Does this start to make sense? That you release a piece of hardware that you've also obviously saved some money on. You've cut resources back. It's already been proven. It's been broken apart multiple times of how many things that you have taken out of the console. And again, these are things that weren't necessarily needed because you found more efficient ways to get the cooling solution that you have. Use less hardware for it to still function as intended. And that's what's supposed to happen as you progress into the future. But how do you keep the same price? Is that COVID? Is COVID the reason why you still have this, why the price is going up still? I thought we couldn't talk about COVID anymore. And Nixie, good point. He says, like you said, still, those models and accessories are add-ons and not necessary to play on a PlayStation platform. But Nix, what about the $50 raise in the digital console? Why is the console $50 more? Why couldn't it just been $399 with an additional $49.99 CD drive?
Standard practice is the Slim is cheaper to produce. That's why you reduce.
And that's me being generous, right? Mm-hmm. It was already at that price. So why not? That's your price drop, right? No longer going to sell a PS5 with a CD drive. It's going to be an option from. Okay, cool. Well, the default PS5 is $499. Okay, the Slim was $399. Oh, okay. So let's drop it down to $399, CD drive for $49 instead of $69, $74.99, $80. Just sounds very greedy, for lack of a better term to put it. It seems very disconnected, for lack of a better way to put it. It seems very, we don't care. I mean, Pong, do you agree with some of that? Or like, how do you feel about, again, and this is probably what we'll go here and then kind of wind down. How do you feel about PlayStation being kind of where they're at as far as games? Spider-Man's the only thing that's really on the horizon right now until next year. We get Helldivers. We know that for sure up front. But now, seemingly, there's another price raise on the actual consoles themselves and the marketing strategy put in play. Because again, we've had this conversation before, and I know we got Blu-ray drives. This isn't just a standard CD drive, right? You're getting the Blu-ray player and the standard. Because that's kind of standard now, right? Yeah. But still, like $80 for that though, as an add-on. So you're still paying $500 for the console, more, if not more. From what we said in the DMs, it's almost damn near $600. It seems like in some ways. Like, what do you feel about what's going on, man? What's the price raises? What's going on?
It's, again, Sony. We've said it now. More people are saying it, but we've said it too in the past. Is they've got the Apple philosophy, and
no, they do. They're not Apple.
It's they believe they are in
like
this
it,
space.
though. They feel like it.
They feel like they are in this space, right? This is the premium experience. This is their language.
Yeah,
this is,
for sure.
Again, this is not anything new to Sony. I went through when Sony was number one in electronics. Okay.
Absolutely.
I understand that philosophy hasn't changed. Now they've looked over at Apple through the years and obviously taken some ideas from them as far as how to approach marketing their devices, how to approach, selling certain aspects of their devices, which is what we're talking about here, making the stand that originally came, the vertical stand originally came with the original PS5, now being an accessory for $30. Again, it's an option. Again, these are all options for people. However, that is a Apple move. That is Sony in its peak move. And right now, the way they are selling consoles, not software, but consoles,
sure, you can do
they that. They feel like they can do this stuff. Mm-hmm. And from a business standpoint, it's always important to point out the fact is that PlayStation as a brand is vital to Sony as a corporation. Okay. It is vital. It's different for Xbox to Microsoft. Xbox could completely collapse tomorrow. Microsoft Corp would write it off. They would lose a few dollars in shares and they would move on with their corporation. PlayStation and Sony's relationship is different from that aspect. So when they look at PlayStation, they are going to try to find every opportunity from a numbers standpoint to make money, okay, to make revenue. Yes, they're number one in gaming revenue. That's great. That's fantastic. But for their goals and what their games, their premium experience games cost them, as Jim said, it's not sustainable. So what are they going to do? They're going to come out with a revised version of the PlayStation 5. The PlayStation 5 is selling like hotcakes. They got one of their biggest, if not their biggest franchise launching next week in Spider-Man 2. They're going to come out. They're going to sell faceplates to you for the old version of the console, which won't work on the new version, by the way. They're going to sell you those custom plates, going to sell you those custom consoles, and they're going to turn around and launch a Slim that is, literally speaking, more cost-wise than your original version. That's what they're going to do because they can get away with it. Period, point blank, that's what it is. They still have that recognition. They still have that popularity. They don't feel threatened in that form. Again, they're feeling threatened in other ways, but right now they're not feeling threatened from a console sales standpoint. Mm-hmm. So they're going to take advantage of the situation and upcharge people for the new version. Pure and simple. That's what they're going to do. It's all an option. I get it. When we buy things separately, when it comes to the disk drive being separate, usually that costs more expensive than the all-in-one package. That's any product. Normally that's the case. Yeah. Like that's nothing new to me. But again, when it comes to console manufacturing, we all know we've been in this industry long enough, even during 2023, when things are a little bit different with inflation and all that kind of stuff. We know that when the slim versions come out, when the revisions come out, they are cutting their manufacturing costs down. The chips are cheaper than they were 3 years ago when the consoles launched. We know that for a fact. We understand that they're using less material to manufacture these consoles. That's why the form factor is down. That all reduced costs. We already knew that PlayStation was making money. Now, was it a whole lot? No, but they were making money per unit already. So they just increased their profitability on this product because they can. Pure and simple. That's what this is. I sit here because, again, I don't have any reason to own a PlayStation 5 right now personally. So I just look at it and I kind of chuckle and say, everybody's going to eat it up. Good for you guys. Eat it up. Right. But they are doing this on purpose. That's why they are getting rid of, and they will be phasing out the old consoles. They're not going to give those an option. They're going to move everybody and try to transition everybody to the new ones. Obviously, that's always a part of the plan. So they're doing it because they can, steal. Pure and simple. They're nickeling and diming where they can because they need to. Sony's corporation stock has dropped for a lot of different reasons. One of them has been software sales side of PlayStation has been disappointing. It has not had the same attach rate that they're used to. It has not had the same engagement rate that they're used to. They're still making great revenue. Again, number one, there's no taking away from that hustle, But for Sony Corp, when you're talking about the board, when you're talking about the shareholders, those things all come into play. So right now, they're trying to give themselves a little bump by launching this new device at an increased price, and potentially even more increased price if people decide to go physical down the road, or people decide that they need to stand theirs up vertically. They're nickel and diming you. It's going to be a bump in the bottom line numbers for them when the device itself is probably costing them a percentage less than the original one did. That's all this is, Steele, at the end of the day.
Real quick, I want to ask a question, because Nick, I mean, you're also bringing it up about, Xbox talking about the controllers, and it's the same thing as them releasing the Elite controller, and over time it's known to be kind of faulty and not doing anything about it. The difference about the Elite controller though? It's gone down in price. They didn't upgrade it, update it, and then
they will be with the new one.
I mean, they will, but those controllers also go for 3 to 5 years in the cycle before they release a new one.
Yeah.
And but again, yes, it's a premium product, but that product also goes down in price. It doesn't go back up. That same version, that's what I mean. That same version doesn't go up in price.
No.
And consoles are also very different from just controllers, which are accessories. Again,
which is why Microsoft produces so many of them, Steve.
It's an accessory.
As an accessory, because their markup on that accessory is huge.
It's crazy.
As long as people are going to continue to buy them in droves, which again, we know in this community that people do. People collect controllers. People buy extra controllers all the time. They're going to continue to produce them because their ROI on it is huge for those controllers.
Absolutely. And if they're selling them, they're selling them. And it's not like they're only selling them because they break like that. No, that's not why they're selling them. They're selling them because they're just overall good controllers. There's a reason why Xbox controllers have been labeled some of the best and most comfortable controllers to use. It's been scientifically proven. This isn't like just some made up facts. Like, it is what it is. Now, again, preference is preference, but it's an option, right? And I get where you're coming from that, but consoles are also very different in that, where it's a piece of hardware that's meant to do many other things. You're not getting an upgrade in that hardware necessarily outside of the internals, which is still going to work the same. It's still going to run the same, do all the same things. There's no performance gain there, right? It'd be different if there was a performance gain. Oh, parts have gotten cheaper, so let's slide in some more RAM. Oh, parts have gotten cheaper, so these are all little things that you could do that wouldn't cost really that much more money because things have gone down in price. And if you're already changing parts out, then you could upgrade things to make things to make sense for the price that you're asking for now. That's the only thing that I'm saying, because if you're doing that, you're essentially saying that you're following the phone kind of perspective, a phone side of business. But the thing about phones is that they actually do progress in their hardware. I don't agree with buying a new one every year. I think that's not smart and is not a very valuable thing to do with your money, but you do what you want. But 2 to 3 years, there's a difference from phone to phone in 2 to 3 years. 2 to 5 years, honestly. There's huge differences there. So that's the way, that's what I mean. Like, that makes it worth it. Not, it's the same product. You took stuff out, maybe made it more lightweight, not as heavy. It still performs the same way, and it still runs the exact same. No, there's no benefit to me for that. At least that's the way that I'm looking at it. So,
it's a good way to look at it, Steele. For sure. Absolutely. Steele, real quick before we start winding down.
Yeah, good.
One IP that you want Xbox to bring back now that they own Activision.
Isn't Legacy of Kain in there?
No. Legacy of Kain is underneath it's underneath Eidos Montreal. So
okay, damn. One IP.
Yep. Do you need me to run down the list?
You can. I can also look up the list myself. But this is the thing with me, and it's just like, I'm not ever too hung up on specific IPs or anything that comes out.
I know I'm not asking to go deep on this one. I want to see
what's created. I mean, again, I think the most obvious one is because, and it's one that I've always went back to. Well, it's one that I've always I stand on the line for it because of how much I enjoy it and how downplayed the multiplayer was, because I do think that it was ahead of its time. It was doing a lot more than many other games at the time, and it's going to be Transformers.
Okay.
You have to bring, I know they have the,
they don't own the IP though.
I know they don't own the IP, but
that's Hasbro. So,
but they would be the ones that can cut those deals to make it happen though, right? Because they already had somebody in Toys for Bob who worked on those games, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Well, I know, and Hasbro put out the bat signal. So, and then Lulu Chen confirmed that they didn't lose the code for the old games. So
I mean, if that's the case and you already have that instant doorway in, why not? That would be like that's an instant pull. If anything, again, I do think that Xbox should dig in that bag if the code and everything is still there to get the old Transformers game. I think that was Fall of Cybertron. That was the most recent one. Get that multiplayer, make sure the multiplayer is good to go, and really remaster the game. Yep. Bring it up to scale, make it 4K, 60 frames. It's one of the cleanest playing and most impressive Transformers games that we have gotten to date, and the quality of it blends so well with the artistic style. Like, it's not too cartoonish, but it's also not super realistic either. It just blends really well. That would be that's a guaranteed live service game that would really work, and it's third person. Nixie said whatever this game is on display has smooth third person view gunplay. It's the first Descending, Nix. I'm definitely. This is one of my most anticipated games for next year for sure.
Yeah, chat. Put in the chat too. One IP that you most would like to see out of the Activision Blizzard IP to come back now that they have been acquired. Go ahead.
Other than that, I don't really have it. I don't really have any more. Again, the obvious ones are definitely going to be StarCraft. I want to see that come back to the forefront, just because I know how strong it is as an IP. All of mine are going to be super obvious. I mean, we could go Prototype. I enjoy playing Prototype, and I know many other did, and that's another obvious answer, just because of how diverse that game can be in gameplay. That could be your fight back to Spider-Man, right? I mean, it's never going to be as strong, because it's not, the IP recognition isn't the same, but you could still have of that echelon. That could be your true crime to GTA kind of thing, right? If you really want to kind of approach it at that way. But yeah, I mean, I guess that would be my choice. The main one would be getting Toys for Bob back on with Transformers, if that's what they want to do, or at least facilitating that some way, since they were the developers for it. So
fair enough. I will accept that answer, sir. So obviously, I think people know mine for the most part. Again, I've talked about it plenty of times. I'm surprised you didn't say one of them, Steele.
What?
Well, I mean, technically they don't own all the rights, but they've got a portion of the rights. So Tenchu. Oh, so they own the rights to 1 through 3.
Unfortunately, I didn't get to been able to get attention like that, man. Okay. I never had a chance to really play those games.
Remakes for 1 through 3 are certainly possible, and I would love to see it happen. From Software, obviously they sold the rights going forward. That's what Sekiro started out at, was a new Tenchu game, and it turned into Sekiro. So obviously that's where that stands. But obviously StarCraft is probably tops on my list. StarCraft is number 1 on my list for sure. I want to see that come back in a way. And then True Crime is next. I want them to do a True Crime Steal. Nobody's mentioned it, so I don't think it's in the cards.
Yeah, I think it's only in our little ecosystem.
I would love the Phil to realize, if he can get the right studio on True Crime, again, it's not a replacement for Grand Theft Auto, but it takes a different take on Grand Theft Auto. Now that Saints Row is all but burned to the ground, and probably, depending on what Embracer Group does with the IP, if they sell it or whatever the case may be, it's basically burned to the ground. Again, I know GTA being the juggernaut it is, it's near impossible to kind of get into that space, but True Crime, from the undercover dirty cop perspective, you could make a really cool open world narrative driven game. Obviously, that really could hit home, and it would be awesome to have that with the right studio as Xbox ecosystem exclusive, like an alternative. It'd just be so cool. So True Crime, Prototype, absolutely, like you said, Steel. Heretic, Hexen, I've already talked about there. Singularity is my one dark horse.
Okay.
Singularity, I hope they do that. I hope that's one of the backwards compatibility games they put out right away. It's still available in the store. It's still available up as it hasn't been delisted, but I want to see Singularity come back. Singularity was such an underrated 360 game. My God, what they could do with it now with
Crazy.
the time travel aspects and stuff would be so dope, bro. So I'd love to see that one come back as well. And then I want them, as far as licensing goes, they need to get the Marvel Ultimate Alliance licensing back and put those back up. They were 1 and 2. They need to. I know Switch has got number 3. It's exclusive. That's great, but they just need to go re-up that license and get number 1 and number 2 back into the store. It's already backwards compatible. Just get it re-upped so that it can be offered in a Game Pass. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2 is dope.
They need to make they need to make a Diablo style version of that game, like where it's multiplayer and all that stuff. I think that'd be the
do Diablo.
I think that'll be super dope. At least if you're going to bring
Diablo style,
back, that would be dope too. Again, be able to transform, drive around the corner, transform bags, shoot some folks. I think that would be really dope. Upgrade your guns, have your character look different and progress. I mean, it's the same character, but maybe you could take parts of different generations and kind of combine them to make it look like your own. Different ways you can roll. That'd be really cool.
Yep, it would be dope. Yeah, there's so many games you could put into a Diablo mode, so many IP that would be so freaking
cool, absolutely.
But yeah, no, I'm excited. Let's see what the chat said here. I know we're gonna get a lot of the same stuff out of here, but this is the potential part that I'm always excited about, right? So we had Dylan Strong throw in Prototype. We had Tim the Sorcerer come with a game that people forget about. Not my style game, but Phantasmagoria is a big one for a lot of people. So I've heard people throw that out before too, for sure. Who else in here? Wait, did it just? Oh, God, man, my thing just whole skipped. I was just going in order. There we go. Lydian Master, of course, came back through with Heretic or Hexen. Absolutely agreed. Lydian said that. And then who else we got in here? Gotta scroll through. God, you guys are still talking. Eastside Vandal says Pitfall. Let's go. A modern day Pitfall. Let's do it. I'm down for that. Absolutely 100%. Dylan Strong says Prototype again. Let's see here. Well, StarCraft Ghost, of course, Psychonauts comes through. If they announce StarCraft 3 and then say, oh, by the way, we've pulled out the old code for StarCraft Ghost, the vaporware that was so far along that they actually had packaging done for it. If they pull that out and say, guess what? Of course, we can't use the old code because it's so damn old now. It doesn't matter. We're going to have to redo everything, but we're going to go back and do StarCraft Ghost now. Holy shit, people would be freaking pumped. Again, third person StarCraft game. I'm down. Let's do it. StarCraft Ghost for sure. Tony Hawk, absolutely admit. Love to see Tony Hawk be revived again back into one big one for sure. Turok. Do they own Turok? Is that confirmed? I didn't see that on the list. I didn't see that on the list. I don't know if Turok, because we've gotten other Turok games through the years. I don't know if Activision actually owns it. If they do, I'm down for a new Turok, a real one, like a AAA Turok where they go full dinosaur. Bro, I'm all in on dinosaurs. You guys all know that. So for sure. 100%. Let's see who else we got in here. That was Dylan Strong again. Singularity, Blue Moon. Absolutely. You heard me talk about it. Absolutely. Singularity. Eastside Vandal, Blur. Absolutely. I don't think they are. There's so many car games now, and they've obviously got two of the biggest in Forza and Forza Horizon. I don't see them. They haven't brought back Gotham Racing. And if they're not going to bring Gotham Racing back, I don't know why they bring Blur back. I'd love it. I loved Blur 100%. Split Second was my other. Those two are the most underrated racing games of all time, Blur and Split Second. Split Second with the big set pieces. It was like a movie where you could trigger huge action scenes, like freaking stuff crashing and blowing up all over the place. Split Second was also amazing, but I love Blur too. Absolutely. Sekiro 2, they did show Sekiro in the video. We didn't even talk about the welcome video, Steel, which was high production, nice. Huge quality, absolutely freaking amazing intro video where they showed off a lot of these franchises. And as Jez and Rand were talking about yesterday on Xbox 2, I don't think they tease like Spyro and stuff unless they have plans for it, right? And what's his face from Prototype was in there too, by the way. So it was interesting. Eastside says true crime. Absolutely. 1000%. I agree. Gun, Eastside Vandal. Gun would be another sweet one to bring back. Again, you got your true crime, which is an alternative to GTA. You get your gun, which could be an alternate to Red Dead. You got your own in-house stuff that you could work on. That'd be pretty damn cool. Again, different styles, but you could definitely do it. Talos Ray, I see dropping in here. What's going on, Talos Ray? Yeah, Lydia Master, Sleeping Dogs. Yeah, that was what true crime turned into, right? Was Sleeping Dogs, right? So Sleeping Dogs, highly underrated game. People still discover that now with the FPS boost and the up-res in backwards compatibility. Go play Sleeping Dogs if you haven't. It's always on sale for like $5. Game is unbelievable. It's so damn good. And yes, if they could find a way to rework that and bring back Sleeping Dogs, even if they said true crime Sleeping Dogs, that would be freaking amazing. I'd love to see that stuff happen. See StarCraft as well. Yeah, guys, again, we see Gun, please. Yeah, Trevor. Yeah, I would love to see a Gun come back too. That would be dope. Lots of great ideas. Again, there's lots of IP. I'd love to see them even rework Zork, for God's sakes. They own Zork now. Fucking one of the classic text-based RPGs out there. Like what kind of started it all. Like crazy. Space Quest, Police Quest is in there. They've got so many cool games still now. They got so much IP. And again, they're already sitting on a lot of IP that they haven't done anything with. So I'm not expecting the world here that we're going to get all this stuff to come back.
Right.
But I would like to see a couple of them come back for sure. I mean, I definitely think they got to pull a couple out of this list for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start winding things down, get the day rocking and rolling, maybe get dinner situated. So we're ready for later, but we're going to wind it down.
Say, holy shit. What time is it?
Yeah, I got to get the cooking going. Like to be ready.
Yeah.
Like to be ahead of time. Get it knocked out so we can enjoy the evening.
Totally understand, bro.
But we're going to get into this day in gaming. This is a section where we go about 30 years into gaming history because gaming is art and should be treated as such. And maybe you have some memories of some older games that you've played. And it's one way for me to kind of just bring us back to reality for things that and see where we came from, right? The games that we get haven't always been this way. Again, The First Descendant, another one of those. The games haven't always looked this way. Again, one of the games on here is Max Payne 2. And I think about my memories with Max Payne 2. It was one of the greatest games that I played during that time. And that's 2003. So just to put things in perspective, even on PC, things are wildly different. It always gets me hyped to see where we have come from, to see where we are today. So let's get into it. Woo! This day in gaming, we are starting in 1998. And speaking of Bethesda, we had some talk about that today, throwing them in the conversation. But PC released Grim Fandango.
Nice. Grim Fandango.
Shout out to Grim Fandango.
Yep.
Then in 99, PlayStation released Threads of Fate. Shout out to Threads of Fate. Then in 2000, Paul, you always ask me when was the last time I played Pokemon. Actually, it was sometime after this, but this was like my last time I was real hardcore about it. In 2000, with the Game Boy Color, I had it on Game Boy SP, Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal version. Again, if people never understood what the differences between the versions were, essentially they were all the same thing. People were colored differently, and you got different legendaries that you were able to find in the separate games. So there's that. Then in 2003 on PC, you had Commandos 3, Destination Berlin. Shout out to Commandos.
Wee. Shout out to Commandos.
Then in 2003 on PlayStation 2, you had Jack 2. Shout out to you Jack and Dexter fans out there.
Love Jack and Dexter. Again, it's a great game. Me and Kiddo played a lot of it. Love it.
Then in 2003 on the PC, you had Max Payne 2, The Fall of Max Payne.
Ooh, those remakes are coming too from Remedy. Oh God, Max Payne's gonna be back in full swing. Can't wait.
It's gonna be excited to see.
Yeah, it is.
Then in 2003 on PlayStation 2, you had Mega Man X7. Shout out to Mega Man. Then in 2003 on Game Boy Advance, you had Mega Man 02. Shout out to Zero for Mega Man. My favorite characters.
Mega Man's got to come back. Capcom's talking about it internally, supposedly.
I hope so.
It's got to come back.
A lot of potential.
Yeah, even though it's not a game for me, it's got to come back. It's too big of a franchise. Yep, it does.
Then in 2008 on PlayStation 2 and the Wii, you had Dokapon Kingdom. Shut the Dokapon, I guess. Then in 2008 on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, you had Golden Axe Beast Rider.
Back Golden Axe, please.
Yeah, Golden Axe was cool. I like Golden Axe back in the day.
Updated one. Oh god, it looks so cool.
It would probably,
Yeah.
Then in 2008, PlayStation 3 released SOCOM, U.S. Navy SEALs Confrontation.
Do it, you freaking cowards. Bring back SOCOM. Fuck Sony.
I don't think they're ready.
PlayStation.
Then in 2008 on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, one of the most renowned Saints Row, and that's Saints Row 2.
Yes. When Saints Row was Saints Row. Thank you.
Then in 2010 in Japan on the Wii, you had Kirby's Epic Yarn.
You like Kirby?
I think Kirby's cool, but yeah,
can't stand that.
Never played that. Then in 2010 Japan release on the PSP, you got Lord of Arcana or Arcana.
Okay, I don't remember that one.
Shout out to that.
Played a lot of PSP too.
Then in 2010, this is a game that I went back to recently because it was my first time jumping in. Shout out to Starkiller. On PC, you got Star Wars: The Force Unleashed 2.
Freaking Starkiller is such a dope character.
It looks like they're trying to bring him in.
Yeah,
into the series.
Gonna work that out. Yeah.
Looks like it. I mean, I need to catch up on it, but that's what it looks like. Yeah, through Ahsoka. Yeah. Which is dope because I always thought Ahsoka was one of the doper characters, especially Clone Wars and everything else, getting all that story. But again, it's
if
one
they
of
bring in
those
Starkiller, I'll take a look at the clips because I would like to see how they're going to do it since he was, made uncanon. I mean, he was not canon, right? Lucas hated him.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be as strong. I don't think he's going to be as strong.
No, which takes away from who he was because that's what made him freaking amazing. How he broke the Force.
Yeah, literally. Then in 2013 on the PC, you had Talisman Digital Edition. Shout out to Talisman.
Yes, Dino Crisis needs to come back, dip down. Absolutely 1000%. One of my favorite. That and Power Stone, Capcom has to make happen. Power Stone and Dino Crisis must come back. 1000%.
Absolutely. Let's see if I can do this one for y'all. In 2014 on the PlayStation Vita, you had Senran Kagura Shinobi versus.
Good game. Fan service through the roof. Oh, yes. But very good series, very good game. But, you got to like the fan service.
Okay,
so,
well, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Then in 2016, the 3DS released Disney Magical World 2. Okay. Then in 2019 on the PC, you had Postal 4, No Regrets.
The game that Xbox refuses to allow on their system, any Postal games.
Oh, wow.
And the developer hates Xbox for it. They are on Twitter all the time. They were recently on Twitter making fun of the series.
Wonder why.
Because of the content they do. Xbox does limit certain games from ever showing up.
It must be like way over the top if that's the case.
It is. A Postal, you've never played a Postal game?
I've never played Postal.
Yeah. Again, the original Postal was so outrageous that it was fun. Of course, we were younger and we just were like, oh my God, I can't believe we're playing this. As far as violence, gore, all of it goes, the things you could do in that game were ridiculous. So yeah, Postal's always been that their games are terrible. Like as far as a performance and content goes, it's terrible, but it was just one of those those shock factors.
Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Then in 2021 on Nintendo Switch, PC, and PlayStation 4, you had Dungeon Encounters. Nice. Then in 2021 in Japan, you had Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4 release Mercenaries Rebirth, Call of the Wild Links. Okay. Then in 2021 in Japan, you had Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, and PlayStation 5 released Monarch.
Is Monarch the game that I played that I bought? Because I think is it on Xbox now too? I can't remember. Or is this the one that I think is always like the one I bought, but it's not? Oh God. Anyways, continue. Sorry, I don't mean to break your
No, you're good. Then in 2022, I was reading the chat. Nintendo Switch, PC, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and the Series X got Dragon Ball: The Breakers.
Nice. breaking balls. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know if people are still playing that though. Then in 2022, Nintendo Switch, PC, PlayStation 4, 5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X got Nickelodeon Kart Racers 3 Slime Speedway.
Shout out to that. Kart Racers, all the rage.
And then in 2022, PC and Xbox Series X released Scorn.
Woo.
Shout out to Scorn.
Yep.
I saw people that did enjoy it. I saw people who didn't enjoy it.
I enjoyed it. I wanted to go back to it, but then you know how my grazing works, and then we just got into this flood of games, and it was over with. But I did enjoy Scorn for what it was, for sure. It was a cool game. I really liked it.
Yeah, I heard the concept was really dope. So
shout out to Talos Ray picking up Dino Crisis on OG Xbox for $80.
God damn, really?
Is immaculate, and it comes with a booklet. Listen, yes, the retro game market is stupid right now. So shout out to you, Talos Ray, though, man. I love Dino Crisis.
Damn, that's crazy. You spending top notch. You spending new price games on that. See, I don't see the value in that. But if you do, that's what it's about, man. Like that's me. You know what I mean?
I paid $30 or $35 for Lollipop Chainsaw on Xbox 360, and that was actually low. Most people were selling for $50-$60 for Lollipop Chainsaw. So I mean, I've sold my games, my retro games, so I know the market. But the market now, after the pandemic, is just dumb. It's crazy, bro. So,
bro,
yeah.
They just released the Omni-Man trailer for Mortal Kombat 1. And
I saw that.
He looks so fucking over the top, bro.
Yeah, it's way over the top.
Again, shout out to Mortal Kombat 1. Dope game. Anyway, go ahead.
Steel, real quick, before we leave, we haven't done this in quite a while. We used to do this more often when we came across games, and maybe not everybody. Is there any way you can bring up that Thaumaturge? Oh my God, I can't speak today. Thaumaturge. The Thaumaturge trailer that I put in our DMs from Idle Sloth. Is there any way you could bring that up real quick and show it to people? I want people to be aware of this game. Yeah, here, I'll just repost it for you.
I got it right here.
Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah, let me bring it up for you real quick.
This is a new turn-based RPG game that I want people to be aware of, set in 20th century Warsaw. If you are into Pokemon or if you are into Persona, this reminds me of a dark, realistic Persona when I'm watching this.
Really?
I want you guys to be aware of this. This is going to be a game that potentially could be super dope, consequential decisions in this game that are going to affect the game itself. It just looks super cool, and I just want everybody to be aware of this game because obviously everybody's so slammed with games. Keep it in the back of your head. Again, not AAA per se, AA RPGs, but you guys know how much I love those in the past and how much I've played them. But this just looks super, super cool. And I just wanted everybody to kind of be aware of this game. It's the Thaumaturge. God, I can't pronounce it. Thaumaturge. So, but look at it's got, you get all these skills. You get these demon-like things, which are like Persona. There's even a scene where he puts a gun to his head, which indicates maybe, because, you know, if you guys play Persona, you guys will know why I bring that up. But I just think this looks great.
That's pretty dope, actually. Wasn't even aware of that, so that's awesome, actually. Yeah, so for those that I got it up on screen right now for you guys, for those who are interested in that. Definitely check it out, tune in. I wasn't aware of it at all, or that it was a thing, so it's cool to see it right here, man.
The atmosphere just looks so damn cool. That's why I just wanted to quick show it to everybody. So,
and they got a 3-minute video on it, so that's really dope too. And it has that top-down look to it, dark. I mean, again, I can see why you say it's like those other games. Those other games weren't necessarily, again, turn-based and whatnot. It's not always necessarily for me, but it doesn't look bad. It looks like it has a cool art style.
Yeah.
And I see why you picked those games to kind of compare them to.
Yeah, just the whole style.
It has like a Constantine vibe to it.
Cool. Yeah. It's got a little bit of everything, but you use like these demons that you get, right? You use them in battle and stuff, and they're like behind you. See, like I just think it just looks freaking cool as hell, man. Develop your character, like cool, all the skill trees, like man, just really under the radar stuff. Again, this year is so damn packed with games. There's been a ton of stuff that a lot of people have missed, but this one just caught my eye, and it's coming December 5th. So keep your eyes open for this one if you guys are looking for something like this. And you can see it's got a whole dialogue tree system that's very important and stuff. So yeah. Just want to throw that one up there. Splendiferous with the $2 super chat. Busy effing day for me working on my head gasket. Big up. Shout out to you, Splen, for getting underneath the hood, man. Way to go.
Yeah, not everybody likes to get under the hood, man. So the fact that you're under there, that's definitely impressive. Get it done. Don't beat yourself up too much about it. Hopefully you're not under like a timeline where the car needs to be ready on Monday so you can get to work or something like that. And if you are, look, power to you. I know how those situations go. I'm the guy that a 30-minute break job turns into 2 hours for whatever reason. Every time. Every fucking time. Nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for coming out and joining us on Living Split Screen this Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time, giving you that live, raw, and uncut perspective with the RTS view. We pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull those resources together so we could try to potentially reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about. Also, you can find me, Steel Rain, everywhere that has a search bar. In Steel Rain, that T is a 7. You'll type it in, you'll be able to find me, and I frequent the streets of X, formerly known as Twitter, and the Xbox ecosystem mainly, right? It just works so well in tandem with each other. So, well, as far as my evening, I think I got some things planned. I completely forgot about the whole Call of Duty thing, so I'm definitely going to get that downloaded. So we'll see how that goes.
I do that too.
And yeah, if anybody else is getting some gaming in, I'm going to try to jump back into some Lords of the Fallen. I may or may not wait depending on how I'm feeling. So me and my bro can co-op it and not deal with all the issues, because it does take away from the experience a bit. But nonetheless, Pong, the Uncanny Gentleman himself, get these beautiful people out of here, and thank you for being here today, brother.
Nah, brother, it was great to get back in the seat with you and talk about all this freaking amazing ABK news. Again, it's been surreal for it to finally be here and happening after we've been talking about this for nearly 2 years, over 20 months. We've been talking about this deal. And I know a lot of people are sick of it. I know a lot of people got tired of it constantly. Again, for us, it's never been about that. It's been so interesting and just such a fascinating deal to watch go through now at this point. So appreciate you all. You guys have, a lot of you have spent nearly every single one of those Saturdays with us that we've talked about ABK and obviously a host of other things as well. This industry just does not stop giving, but this is a historical time. And again, I said it time and time again, but I'm going to continue to repeat myself, because again, if you're not into that level of passion or interest for this hobby, you probably won't think, just get on with it. Just give me the games. That's all I care about. But for us, it's a little bit different, and it is a historical time. It is going to set the precedence going forward for Xbox, but for the industry in general. Like I said before, I think there's going to be a lot of ripple effects from this deal. Can't wait to see how it all plays out, good, bad, or indifferent. But thank you all for joining us. It's been an awesome another episode of Living Split Screen, episode 122, right, Steel? Is that where we're on now?
Yeah, 122, 122.
Look at that. Coming up on 123. Love you all. Thank you all again, everybody. God Emperor Sofa King, everybody that participated in the sub train. As much as we joke about it, we do appreciate it. Of course, we completely were just panning over Reforge Gaming, but it doesn't matter. We enjoy that. We thank you. Nothing but love and appreciation for every single one of you coming out today and hearing us, whether you lurked, whether you were active in the chat. And my God, the chat was active today. Lots of good conversation from you guys as well. Thank you all for that. Listen, you guys know the drill. Tonight, it is going to be the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. The best way to end your Saturday night is on the Shop Podcast. And if I remember correctly, tonight, it's going to be PTK, it's going to be Fuzzy, it's going to be me, and it's going to be Pixelbit G, I think, is going to be on tonight to talk some ABK as well. So join us there. Really have a good time there. And PTK is obviously one of the best in the business when it comes to hosting these shows. Otherwise, tomorrow, I do have an extra show. I'm going to be going into unfamiliar territory. It hasn't been announced yet. I don't usually like to do that, so I'll wait till it's announced, but I'll post it as soon as it is. Unfamiliar territory tomorrow. We're going to get interesting. We're going to get a little bit crazy, a little bit a little bit fun. Hopefully, it's going to be a time because obviously the ABK news kind of changed up what the topics were going to be. So, be on the lookout for that. It'll be sometime right around, I think, 5 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern, sometime around there. I'll let you guys know. But yeah, just if you got some time, come on by, say hi.
Absolutely.
Might need a little support in the chat. Anyways, and then next week it starts all over again. Double Barrel Gaming, Mr. Boomstick just rocking and rolling 5 days a week. The man is a machine. But Tuesdays, our Xbox Factor podcast, always a special place for me, even when I'm not on there anymore. But you got to join him and the panel over there, always talking the good things, all good things green, every Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. And then, of course, Thursday night, we will be back. We had to skip this week. Mav did a Mavcast instead because of the ABK news that was kind of breaking. But we missed PM in the PM, but we'll be back next Thursday, PM in the PM, Fun Speculations channel, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Obviously, we'll probably have some more extended news on the ABK stuff as stuff starts to roll out about this whole process, but we are coming into holiday season. Gaming is picking up. You guys heard the list of the upcoming games next week, so I'm sure we'll have some more news to talk about. Me and Mav getting down to business every Thursday night, PM in the PM, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time, and then Xbox Ultimate every Friday night back on Fun Speculations channel, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time every Friday night. Xbox Ultimate, where the fam gets together. Steel joined us last night for some talking on the ABK. We had a big crew last night. It was fun as hell. Join us there. And then, of course, right back here, episode 123 next week. 123, Steel. That's right. 123 next week. Living Split Screen next Saturday morning. You know where to find me too. I forgot to tell you that, but Pongsoul on X, formerly known as Twitter, Pongsoul on the Xbox. Otherwise, it is the golden age of gaming. People, get out there, have a great rest of your weekend, enjoy it, play what you love what you play. My God, there's so much to do. You'll find me and Steel probably a little Modern Warfare 3 beta at some point here. But whatever you're doing, just have a great time. Love you all. Steel, get us out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay safe out there. We'll catch you on next week's episode of 123. Get you some gaming in, enjoy your family, and get some rest in this weekend if you need it. Much love. Peace.